Namaskar, good morning, Ram Ram. Welcome to your own channel AC Astro. And today's video in year 2025, I want to say this is the one of the biggest video of this year, or you can say for the last 2.5 years, everybody was waiting for Saturn's transit. Now the day has come. Now we are in that year when Saturn is going to transit. But this time we are making this Saturn video in so layman language manner that everyone will know that what is going to happen and what has happened with them. Akashji has done very good research. Let's welcome him with all his research for Saturn transit on 29th of March 2025. Namaskar, Ram Ram Akash.
Namaskar, Rohiji, Ram Ram. Yes, exactly. It is a collective research, and you also have done. I also have done. So, what happened? Let's start with Aries ascendant. And here, when we look at the Aries ascendant, so what was happening right now? Okay, so Saturn was in Mool Trikon right now in the 11th house, and it's a very, very important placement of Saturn here. When we look at this in Kalpurush Kundli, like in for Aries ascendant especially, if we see that Saturn is the planet that gives a lot of gains, and career-wise also Saturn is very, very good. Now there is one beautiful research that has come out that wherever Saturn will sit, the place where Saturn sits, unlike Jupiter, the place where it sits it does not give any expansion. The place where it looks give expansion. Same way where Saturn sits, it gives expansion, or it gives try to influence that area of the life, that house. But otherwise, wherever Saturn will aspect, there will be trouble. And for Aries ascendant people for the past 2.5 years, and especially those who are also going through Aries, those who are in Pisces moon and Sade Sati begin for them, and those who are in Aquarius and those who are Capricorn, Sade Sati is ending for them. So that's a very, very good thing. But here, because of the third aspect of Saturn on the ascendant, lot of trouble related to your brain, mind. So the first aspect was on the self. That means you yourself. Suddenly things are not working in right favor. And first house is all everything related to your health, your wealth, your mental well-being. You, how do you look at yourself? How does other people look at yourself? Your attitude, your physical outlook, everything is seen from the first house. And the third aspect of Saturn was creating a lot of trouble, struggle, delays in areas related to personality development. So there was no peace of mind. There was a lot of ups and downs in health. Now, because first house is also the house of image, like how people look at you, so loss of image, there could have been possibility that some places somewhere you must have completely given up, that okay, now it's not going to work. So that kind of feeling must have come. The second aspect of Saturn is on the fifth house, and fifth house is the house related to creativity, related to progeny. That means child related stuff. That means secondly also related to any startups, anything, any beginnings, education. Now here you must have seen that startups and idea of startups would have been stuck. There could have been creativity related struggles. There could be kids and progeny. You're trying for a child, but things are not working in the right direction, and study related issues, like lot of education wise problem. And the third aspect of Saturn is currently, or is in the last 2.5 years, was on the eighth house of sudden ups, and that's the 10th aspect. We don't have to forget this is a 10th aspect, and 10th aspect is about career. So a lot of sudden events in career, a lot of things like accidents, a lot of things like health problems. Unfortunately, there is a research which I did that during the beginning of Sade Sati, many people also lost their parents. So it Sade Sati begin, and when Saturn was very close to moon, suddenly people started feeling disconnect with their family, or they lost family, and they traveled to foreign country, they went into isolations, and so many things as well. But now this is just before 29th of March 2025. A few people also got very, very great results, huh, Rohitji? Like I talk to people every day, right? So in Sade Sati, and especially in Saturn in the 11th house, people got very. Today I was talking to someone, and he told that his land and so many things were not selling. Everything got sold. At the beginning of 2025 is that so beautiful for him. So that's why Saturn now in movement in very great time, entering into a Dushtana where it is very much comfortable to the 12th house. This is going to be a major, major relief for all the people. Yes, Rohitji,
Yes, I think because this is a Saturn's transit video, and this time team has make very good effort to show you that we are going into that mode of after 29th March 2025, but we want to correlate you yourself that yes, in this last 2.5 years I have lost these things, I have problem in these areas, because this heart shows that yes, wherever Saturn sit, it gives expansion, but definitely this expansion brings pain also. And this drishti you shown very good that There are the challenges where Saturn put and troubles came in the life, and definitely
But
I
on
think
the
our
other hand, Rohiji,
family members will correlate with these things.
on the other hand, what we gained great friends, we gained lot of social
Circle,
in your
social
social
network.
circle, very good things. On top of that, there is also possibility that lot of gains might have started to show up now, like things are coming in right positive sense. In fact, career wise also there are gains, and this hardships has caused and taught a lot of beautiful things for the future. And now as soon as we enter into the Saturn movement happens exactly in the 12th house. So it's going to be a very much big, awesome journey that people will, start. It can be said from worst to the good. And the other reason for worst using this word also is because, see, Rohiji, Saturn was looking at the house of number one, Mars, number two, Sun, and number three, again Mars last time. So it is all negative aspects, like all there's no good relationship between Saturn and these planets. Now, here, when we talk about 2025 March onwards, this is going to be Saturn looking at the house of Venus, which is absolutely best friend of Saturn. Second aspect will be the house of Mercury, very, very super friend of again Saturn. And third aspect will be on the house of Jupiter. And Jupiter will also look at Saturn. So agar dekha jaye to it is going to be like one of the most beautiful times that you will see. Rohit, tell me.
Yes, definitely this after and before what you shown is very beautiful, and it shows in the first house smiley shows that, in first picture you can see a baby crying there in the first house, and down there is smiley, that okay, the aspect is gone, now you are over with this thing.
Yeah.
And this smiley in eighth house also shows now sudden events, thank god, all gone. But fifth house caution is still there because of Ketu coming there.
Ketu coming there, Roichi. So fifth house, Ketu is coming. It's going to be very short time from 1.5 months when Ketu is not here, because Saturn and Rahu will be together in the 12th house, and then Ketu comes here. Um, if Ketu is very good in the house, if Ketu is acting like Mars and very, very good for your ascendant, and it's very good place, then this thing also is going to be very positive for you. But if Ketu is in challenge, in trouble, then there is going to be challenge related to childbirth, education, and and also love life, because Ketu is a planet of detachment, and it will detach you from education, detach you from having a child, detach you from also some kind of things like love life. Creativity also is going to be very mediocre if Ketu is not good. And if you're going to Ketu Mahadasha Antardasha, then it's going to affect the most. Everyone should look at transits according to their according to their mahadasha. If whatever mahadasha lord is there and whatever antardasha is there, if they are making transits, then it is going to be much affecting you directly. But when planets like Saturn and Jupiter also move, then also they affect you in a very, very 100% manner, because these planets like Rahu, Ketu, Saturn, Jupiter transit very slowly. So that's how it is supposed to be.
Rajni, there is one question from you that I can see this red heart in 12th house. So they are the people who are going abroad, settling abroad this time, expansion in
Yes,
abroad.
which lot of things related to the 12th house. Not only abroad, spirituality
Expenses
wise
also can
also
expand.
very, very, yeah. We will talk about it in much detail now. In much detail, Rohiji. And you know what? You are right. See, this heart, wherever heart is, that is very good place for sure. But this time the aspects are also, as I told in the beginning, it's very, very beautiful and very, very good. So number one thing, when Saturn moves here, so expansion, because Saturn, wherever it will sit, it will do good only for people. Wherever it will aspect, it will do a little bit of challenges. Here you will see that there is going to be expansion, especially in the 12th house. It will bring lot of opportunities from deep spiritual exploration, healing, personal transformation. It is also a time that it will encourage you to letting go of unnecessary burdens and connecting with higher consciousness. On top of that, Rohiji, when we look at this 12th house, this is about foreign travels. And because if you see the placement of Saturn and the aspect of Saturn, the 10th aspect of Saturn is on the ninth house. Those people who've gone to foreign countries for studies and now looking for work, they will benefit the most during this time. Higher studies and studies, they will benefit the most during this time, because Saturn is sitting in the 12th house, and this is a house of sometimes deep exploration also, like you explore yourself, that what are my hidden strengths and what can I do much better. And sometimes that kind of situation comes in isolation only. So isolation will be there, you will be alone, feeling alone, but that is the exactly time to manifest great things and work very hard, because no one is looking that time. So you can work very very hard. On top of that, Rohitji, 12th house is the house that is also related. If you see in this sign, like the the lord of the 10th house is sitting in the third from itself, the lord of the 11th house is sitting, so you are going to get lot of gains and lot of communication opportunities, in fact lot of communication from career area of your life. So that means in career there is going to be progress here.
And because 10th house lord is in 12th house, so this can be say that loss of job, change of job, job in abroad.
Exactly, Rohit. That's why I told you, na, ki there is going to be positive inclinations of job. And this plane here, many people will be sitting on this and going to foreign countries for working. So this is going to be a very, very big breakthrough for all the people for the last for, that has been struggling to go abroad from the last 2.5 years, Rohit.
The
So this is
12th
going.
house is going to expand.
12th house is going to expand. Expenses are also increasing. It's not like expenses are not increasing. Expenses, yeah, we have to address all the things related to this house, and expenses is one of that case. Expenses are also going to increase for all the Aries ascendant people. Yeah,
And this is a time, I think, when they can connect, because Saturn is a planet of loneliness, and this 12th house is also, isolation, loneliness,
isolation.
and everything. They can go into yoga and such things also,
I
and
told you it is going to be a personal transformation through healing and spiritual exploration, and that can only come through dhyan, meditation, yoga, anything to do with pranic exercises, pranic healing, pranic breathing, everything to do with celestial system. So many people will be getting enlightened as well. Beautiful time, like Rohiji, it's a beautiful time for Aries. Like it's, I know Sade Sati starting for Aries moon people, and I am Aries moon myself, so that's going to be a little bit of, we're going to make a complete different video on Sade Sati for all the people who are starting Sade Sati, ending Sade Sati, starting Dhaiya, and everything like that. So that is going to happen, but on an overall level, this is going to be a very very extraordinary time of expansion in foreign countries for Aries ascendant people. Not only this, Rohiji, the aspect. If we talk about the third aspect of Saturn, what it's going to give you, it is putting the third aspect, that means one, two, three, on wealth, family. It will encourage you to do a lot of financial planning. You know why? Because here, after a very long time, Saturn is not no longer malefic for everyone, because it is putting aspect on one of the most beautiful, friendly places. And here it is looking at the house of Venus in the second house. And in Venus's chart, Saturn and Venus have a extreme friendship, so they can be very good for each other. So here, financial planning and creating a secure future will be number one areas, and lot of effort will be there on finance building and finance saving. Like it's kind of saving for people. There is also, relationship with family will improve because of clear communication, and sometimes very direct communication is also required. And Saturn is a cunning planet, remember. Saturn will never ever go round and round, it will straight to the point, like it will just throw you from the cliff. So that kind of communication in family area should be given, and should be given more importance. That's what is required, Roichi, here. On top of that, when we talk about second house is also the house of your status. So lot of short distance travel also will happen, that will increase your ability in your workplace, your status in your workplace, and also your bank balance. So a lot of short distance travel means bank balance is increasing. So work from home can be now an older thing. Now people will be moving, going regularly somewhere, and working from maybe office. That can be beginning for Aries ascendant people as well, Rohitji. But yeah, second house, this is the time that wealth will increase, and there will be a lot of effort that you will put in terms of making fixed assets like gold, silver, money, bank balance. Everything will increase during this time. So that's a positive thing. Only required thing here is that it is a disciplinary matter. When Saturn aspects is about discipline, है ना? If you go out of discipline for family events, if you go out of discipline for wealth and wealth events, then it is going to be a challenging phase for all the people. So make sure that financial planning is done in a very very right, very very disciplined manner, and don't waste money. That's what is required. Like, because of the seventh aspect of Saturn, Rohiji, many people will be like get urged to take a lot of debt, loans, because there is a combination between second and the fifth house. So such people can sixth house, so such people can also take loans. So that's where, and Mercury is very difficult for 2025. Like Rohitji, we were discussing, right? Mercury's transits are very, very and it is like first time when Mercury is getting debilitated for a very, very long time, right? Rohitji, 68 days, if I'm not wrong.
6 to 9 days.
9 days.
I think I don't know about this 2025. I'm very much confused because every planet has a very toughest transit, tough deviations. You can't imagine that Jupiter is running and Mercury is suddenly so much slow that 69 days of deviation, and so much things are happening this year. So this is very crucial year.
Very crucial here. And here, because Saturn is looking at the sixth house from the seventh aspect and on a Dushtana, sitting in a Dushtana, looking at a Dushtana, this is going to be a very, very extremely pleasant time for all the people. You know why? Because it will help overcome all the health challenges through disciplined routines. Yeah, see, remember, Saturn means discipline. Everything needs to be disciplined. Since we are making this video early enough, make sure that before 29th of March, you are absolutely in the right disciplinary, daily routine manner. Otherwise, Saturn will not even leave one stone unturned. It will make sure that everyone comes into its wraith of Saturn. Enemies are neutralized through calm, persistent effort. That means enemy will not be able to trouble you if you are very calm. Don't provoke other people during this time, because see, this is the house of enemies, debt, and stuff like that. And then Saturn sometimes can provoke other people as well. This, because hardship. You try to become more difficult for the enemy, then enemy will pounce back on you. So it is an important time to make sure that verbally things are sorted, because see, Saturn is also putting an aspect on the second house of speech. So if you want to get into any kind of winning position with your enemies, then verbally it has to be done, not like physically. That is more important. And because winning in competitions, because sixth house is the house of competition, the seventh aspect of Saturn is like, it's like gives you exactly same results like its uch aspect, like how it gives the seventh placement is where Saturn becomes exalted. Same with the seventh aspect of Saturn is very good for, right now it is sitting on the sixth house, so it's very good for competitions, very good for exams, very good for service, very good for government jobs, very good for any kind of new initiative which requires extreme hard work. Very great time. Even construction, that's why sometimes in this period people take loan, because they are building fixed assets as well. So if loan and everything is taken for better purposes, it's good. If loan is taken, just I see, Rohiji, I'll tell you what happened. I used to stay in Bombay, in Malad, huh? So there was a building opposite of mine. So there's some guy who lives there. Suddenly, after 18-20 years, I don't know, I don't remember when last time, I think 2007 I saw him. After whatever years, he messaged and he's saying, hey, how are you? Good, good, good. He said, can I call you? I called him and I said, I need some money, I've taken some loan, I was gambling, I was taking some loan and now I don't have money. I said, sorry, boss, keep the phone. After 20 years, you call me and say, I want money. So this is not how it works. I could have given, but I thought, why? Gambling and all, it's your own problem. So such kind of things should be avoided, because sixth house is putting you into debt, and slowly you think that okay, abhi one thing is done, everything good, but it can slowly, because Saturn is a slow planet, or slowly it can put you towards darkness. So don't do any gambling, any kind of stuff like that. So winning in competition does not mean, oh, now competition, I go gambling and winning. No, that was the, if the fifth house is very good for you and their Ketu is coming, so again, no gambling. Make sure that there is no way you do anything wrong here. Now, Rohichi, in the other hand, job opportunities, winning in competitions, working very hard on some projects is very good.
Two crucial questions I want to ask you about this aspect. First, that sitting in 12th and aspecting a sixth, which is a seventh, sorry, sixth house, which is a house of job and employment and service, and 12th is a foreign land. So they are going to get job in foreign land. This is also connected.
Mostly job in foreign. I told you earlier only, right, that because Saturn is also making an aspect on the ninth house, so there can be possibility of those people who have gone for studies, they will get a job from foreign country. Those people who have taken loan and they have gone to foreign countries for studies, they also will be able to repay their loans and debts. So there is going to be hard work is going to be for sure there, but yes, there can be great possibility. And if you're going to Saturn Antardasha, Mahadasha, Pratyantardasha, Sukshma Dasha, Pranadasha, during that time you will see that you get beautiful opportunities for work
And
during
one
this.
more very crucial question for Aries ascendant, so you can help them. I know you are making a big remedy video, which is a separate video and end of all this series. But one question: 12th house is hospitals, sixth house is diseases. Both are connecting to each other, so there
Yeah.
is some crucial point here.
Yeah, crucial point is for positivity only. You know why? Because 12th house and 6th house are dushtanas. And Saturn,
Hmm.
Rahu, and Ketu, according to Parashara Hora Shastra, it says that whenever they will enter into any dushtana, they will try to start giving you very good results related to health.
Oh.
So recovery in health is seen, like slow recovery, but recovery in health is seen in the next 2.5 years. So that's a very good news. Unless and until your Saturn is completely destroyed in your chart, debilitated, or sitting in very malefic, like making shrapit yoga and stuff like that. So there where there can be like problems. Yeah,
Any good news for aspirants who you're going for UPSC,
I
IAS,
told you,
IPS,
any
and
competition, Rohitji, any kind of government job, this is an exactly Saturn. Anyone who's in law and order, those people who
everything?
are in cleaning business, law and order, those people who are in very hard work construction business, those who are architects, those who are anything to do with Saturn aspecting the ninth house. In education, teachers also a super amazing time for them, like super time for them.
Very
And
nice.
this is not all, Rohiji. Here we go. There is more, lot of things. Here, ninth house for Aries ascendant, where Saturn will try to put the 10th aspect of luck, higher learning. So this time, your finally ups and downs in career is done. Now there will be much luck. It will be open doors to lot of spiritual learning and distant travel also. So travel is like biggest thing here. And in this time, patience, perseverance helps unlock blessings and long-term success. This is also the time that people who are expecting or want to do higher studies in foreign countries, they can also go, because their money pattern is very good, their debt pattern is very good, and their education pattern is very good. All the three aspects of Saturn are empowering them to do this. And because sitting in the house of Jupiter, looking at the house of Jupiter with the 10th aspect is going to be blessing and blessing. What can I say about it? And Rohiji, if you don't if I will tell you this, because it's going to be coming on we are going to make a lot of interdependent videos this year. And here Saturn, if you see third house is where Jupiter will transit, and also look at the ninth house. So that means it is getting a collective aspect of Saturn as well as Jupiter here. In a month's time it will start happening, like from May. It will both be the same, both be the aspect of Jupiter as well as Saturn. So it's going to be lot of expansion, lot of hard work, lot of things related to do with spirituality also, higher education also. To foreign countries, there can be possibility of people finding guru or finding their mentors in life. And you can just go on and on about it, like dharma, righteousness, positivity, guru, luck, abundance, everything is
So
coming
you
in the right
always say
manner.
this is a time of long journeys for pilgrimage also.
So pilgrimage, so as soon as Saturn enters into the 12th house is called the ashrama of the guru, where isolation happens. When we go to one ashram, is there any party going on? Nothing. It's always isolation. You're very silent all the time. Same way, so silence is there. But depending on what age and what criteria and what moment of life we are into, according to that, it will manifest. If you're in childhood, if you're in childhood situation, then you will find some nice teacher gurus. If you're in adulthood, you will find nice stream of education, that okay, this is what I should do, higher education. When you're proper earning adult, that means you will get right stream of guidance and mentors who will take you towards the next path. If you are in more over age, you will find right business partners or right business advice. Then if you're in more like older ages, then you will find right spiritual advice and also get into spiritual practices. So Rohiji, always planets will act according to the age. So if Sade Sati is coming from my daughter also, Grace, right? She's born last year, and her Sade Sati, she's Mesh Rashi, Bharni Nakshatra. Her Sade Sati is coming. So it's not like it will affect how Sade Sati will affect me, will affect her. It's going to be different because they're in different age brackets, and there is maturity planet period of planets. So that's how we will be able to see much details.
Before you go further, you have explained these aspects in very good manner and in very easy manner for layman people also with this presentation also. One thing I want to know, 10th house lord going to 12th house, you tell lots of things. I'm very happy. 11th house lord going to 12th house, this means our gains are going in the house of losses. What it shows here?
No, it does not show that. That is what the misinterpretation by everyone is. Everyone thinks Saturn is a villain. Same way Saturn also went to Lord Shiva and said, everyone thinks I'm a villain. Lord Shiva said, "You are not a villain. You are just a person who gives the, people don't like judges because they will give you judgment. So you are the judgment guy. So you have to be like this." Now, what happens here is that whenever a planet like 11th house Lord is in progression, if it was back like it was here in the 10th house, then there could have been losses. But here it is in progression. So there will be gains through social circles, but that social circle will not be in your current, it will be distant. So distant places, from distant places your ideas, your hopes, your wishes will manifest not in your home but in distant place. That's what this 11th house planet going to the 12th house means. Samjhe?
Very important because the houses comes into
अरे
place
रोहित
10th,
जी,
11th and 12th.
I can't even tell you, Roji, Joe, people are putting so much of poison on YouTube and on Instagram.
That is the
Sat
problem.
Shani aa raha hai, barbad. Nothing. It's very simple. You have to look at the placement. Yes, last time Shani was there, so it was a challenging period for them. But now it is aspecting all the friendly houses. Aspected, it is going to be, kya bolte hai, the Guru's aspect on the ninth house is coming. So your destiny will rise or it will go down. A stupid person will think that, okay, it is going to be negative. But if you see logically, सबके सामने ही है ना. It's not like something hidden right here, Rohit. It is in front of everyone.
So this is being sure that this year, this transit Saturn is going to give them lots of money, as you shown in second house, and but they have to learn
No,
the art of saving also because 12th house is included.
exactly. Not lot of money. This is
Hmm.
wrong approach to life. Money is, everyone is earning money, Rohit ji. But this is, yeah. You, the second thing was right, that it
Art
is
of
going to
saving.
now give you the discipline of financial planning. You will now start saving. That's what it will happen. And so
Very,
that's what
very.
it will happen. So it's a beautiful time. Now moving forward, for Aries ascendant people, this nakshatra change is also happening. So it's not like like Shani will be there only. So Saturn will enter into Uttar Bhadrapada nakshatra on 27th of April 2025. Now after Purva Bhadrapada nakshatra come Uttar Bhadrapada nakshatra. After that comes Revati. Now Uttar Bhadrapada nakshatra is ruled by Ahir Budnya, that is a serpent of the deep seas. It's a very, very important, very transformative nakshatras. And here you will see that a lot of focus of people who are actually in the spiritual space will start happening after 27th of April, after this transit. It is going to be more on terms of spirituality, foreign travel, expenses, isolation. These will increase. Saturn transit here may encourage you to explore actually the spiritual practices, charity work. You will become more humble in life. You will try to become more calmer in life. And there will be a lot of desire to let go of material attachments and focus on inner peace and happiness. The area when it enters into Uttara Bhadrapada Nakshatra is to focus on expenditure and investments, because expenses may rise. For sure, you're going to a foreign country, you are getting your new settlement done, or you are already in a foreign country, you are expanding there, you're trying to make sure that your future is secure. So you are investing somewhere, buying a property, and taking more debt, and so many things to make your fixed assets. So here expenses may rise, especially on health, travel, or spiritual pursuits. Saturn's disciplined energy can help manage finances wisely, possibly directing funds towards long-term investment. So this also, Ayurveda, it is about deep depth. It stays in lot of depth of the water, the nakshatra lord for this. So it is going to be a very, very awesome, good period. In this nakshatra also, Uttara Bhadrapada, Saturn is going to be very positive. But deep transformative. I think more of the Aries ascendant people will be moving towards a lot of spiritual practices, philanthropic activities, trying to do charities, trying to do volunteer work. That will be a number one area where you will see. Later, if you see professional challenges, it is going to be, because when it comes to this exactly this nakshatra, there can be a little bit of ups and downs in terms of career also, only for a very short period from 27th of April onwards. These those who are working in terms of foreign lands, MNCs, remote setups might see opportunities arise. It will be slow, but opportunities will come. Now it's an important time to be patient and not take, if you look at the snake, before biting, before making any kind of attempt on you. It will just be very patient first time to see that what is happening. Once it is feels that there is complete 100% danger, then only it attacks. Here what happens is some kind of danger situations will come around you, but unless and until it is affecting you, don't react over it. I'll tell you one small story, Roji, what happened with one of my client. So their company were lay off. Their company laid off some people. This person, out of very stress and curiosity and what I don't know what happened, he mailed his boss and like he may mark the CEO and everyone that everyone is getting laid off. Am I also in the because I'm getting a lot of stress. I cannot sleep this and that. He was laid off. He said, okay, because if you cannot take such kind of stress, we don't want you. So ऐसा भी होता है कम sometimes you're not in the situation and picture, you go and stand there that okay come please hit me. So it's like in Hindi it is called आ बैल मुझे मार. Sometimes you go into the wrong place to stand there, so that kind of thing can happen. Like it's little bit of, because this is the time when Rahu also will be here, so little bit of Strapit yoga. It is the time when we talk about ना थोड़ा brain थोड़ा सा unexpected, there can be unexpected what you say fear in your mind. Now, because it is very much connected to the 11th house, and Rohiji, you asked the question, I had put it in the later slide, that the 11th house ownership indicates gains through hard work and refined social circles. Now, connections with mentors or people involved in spiritual or humanitarian causes may benefit you. That's why I'm telling you during this period after 27th of April, mostly the approach should be towards going towards spiritual or, religious places. Doing volunteering work is very important. पैसा तो आता रहेगा, but volunteering work and everything is very important. If we talk about other major events that are happening, so Saturn will start moving retrograde also in Pisces from 13th of July 2025. Then Saturn will enter into Purva Bhadrapada Nakshatra again on 4th of October 2025. And then Saturn starts moving forward in Pisces on 20th of November 2025. For this also, because it's, this you will forget everything. That's why we'll make more and more regular videos and updates regarding to this. So do subscribe, otherwise you will not be able to see this and you will miss sometime. So and especially the remedies that is coming out of Parashara Hora Shastra and some from the very very important red book also, Lal Kitab. Lal Kitab wise also we're going to make that how Saturn, how it is going to be and what are the effects on you. And I would suggest that more conclusion of 2025 is that big relief in Lagna for you people, because the aspect is going from there, going on the second house. Relief in mind, but with caution. Okay, very important, because see, from one problem has ended, the other problem cannot start. You cannot get into, because confidence will be at higher state, so we cannot get into gambling or lot of speculative gains and stuff like that. Sudden events because of the aspect of Saturn is also gone away. There is expansion in the 12th house. That means in foreign countries, in spirituality, in long term, in even in expenses will be high, but income also will be very good. Opportunities in foreign land, jobs abroad, and success in competitions. Every time of exams you're giving, do a lot of hard work, because success is there after hard work. And your fortune, because of the ninth aspect of Saturn on the, or 10th aspect of Saturn on the ninth house, your fortune is rising in your career area. So this is in collectively the conclusion for 2025 for Aries ascendant people. And I would suggest that subscribe, otherwise you will be able to not able to see this and get more information about all the other videos that we are making in the future.
Let's try to understand what is going to happen with Taurus people. Namaskar, Ram Ram Akash.
Namaskar, Rohiji. Ram Ram. So, what is happening, Rohiji, is Sade Sati is also starting for many people. Saturn is transiting. There is a lot of panic all over the world. Saturn, 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 Saturn. Every 2.5 years, this is one drama that comes. But, Rohiji, for some people, it is actually very, very troublesome. I talk to people every day. There is really some people who have problems, and that's why we are starting with what has happened, what is happening for you. For Taurus ascendant people, this is before 29th of March 2025. From January 17, 2023, you will see that, because Saturn is sitting in the 10th house, career wise there must have not been very big problems, but problem because Saturn is looking at the 12th house. So expenses, extreme expenses because of travel, medical expenses, law, because Saturn is aspecting the fourth house, there can be lack of domestic peace, a lot of problems in, domestic area, stuck property matters. In fact, if the mother's health or mother's hospitalization and stuff can also happen during this time. Problem related to vehicle, problem related to house repairs, expenses, you will see that this must have been happening. And now moving forward, Saturn's 10th aspect here, like earlier only, sorry, not moving forward, earlier, that, because it is a 10th aspect, because of you so busy in work, or because of you always occupied in work area, or the expansion if that is happening in the work area, you were too busy. So that means dispute with life partner, trouble with life partner, problems in business partners, and also health wise little bit of challenge for the life partner. This is what on majorly what has happened here due to Saturn's transit in Aquarius in its own mool trikon. Now career wise, honestly, Taurus ascendant people might have risen. There can be possibility. If you are going through a very, very difficult Mahadasha, then it's a different thing. But on an overall level, career, it must be struggle some, but somewhere thoda na growth, or there can be possibility that it is completely constant, or it is not like a lot of what you say, क्या बोलते हैं उसको, lot of things like layoffs and all. Thoda sa you are safe from that. That is what I would say, because when 10th house lord is in the 10th house, such people are doing karma regularly during that time. But the other aspects of life where Saturn is aspecting could have been a challenge. Rohitji, what do you want to add? Rohitji, can you tell me?
Definitely a beautiful explanation that what happened with you before 29th March 2025. This is the exact what Taurus people are going through. This is, like generic prediction. So maybe 80% people can correlate with this thing. And those who are going to through Saturn Mahadasha Antadasha in this period, yes, they will definitely correlate themselves with this thing.
Yeah. And Rohitji, now moving forward, for Taurus ascendant people, from worst to good, better, and best. The other two reasons are Saturn aspecting the house of Mars, Saturn aspecting the house of Mars again, and Saturn aspecting the house of Sun. Both are extreme enemies of Saturn. That's why this 2.5 years of Saturn's affliction was extremely troublesome for all people around the world. After 29th of March 2025, this is what beautiful things will start happening. After 29th of March, Saturn will move to the sign of, Pisces. Number one, it is going into the influence of Jupiter. Jupiter say it will never take Panga, because Jupiter is Deva Guru and Saturn is in the lineage of Devas only, not in the lineage of Rakshasas. That's why it will never take any kind of Panga with the Deva Guru. Number one is that wherever Saturn will sit, there will be expansion. There can be possibility of great things coming. We will talk in detail. But now Saturn is aspecting the ascendant. That means the house of his best friend Venus. Here there can be possibility that discipline comes of your life, and your personality also goes very good. It is aspecting the fifth house, and this is the house of knowledge, this is the house of education, this is the house of children, and this is exactly the house of Mercury here. And Mercury is the lord of wealth also for all the people related to Taurus ascendant. Saturn looking there can give you now speculative gains. Saturn's aspect are difficult, so it's not going to something, anything is not going to come easy, but it is going to come now. At least there will be no blockages here that will come. And Saturn is aspecting the eighth house, which is a Dushtana, which is a very good aspect of Saturn. Whenever Saturn will aspect sixth house, eighth house, 12th house, or be present in sixth, eighth, and 12th, it will be very benefic. And Saturn is a Yoga Karaka. It is the owner of a Trikona, that means the ninth house and the 10th house, a Kendra also for Taurus ascendant. So it is going into 11th house. That is another great news for all the people who are Taurus ascendant. So it's a beautiful time that you will see, like good, better, best, amazing, powerful. If you're starting Saturn Mahadasha, I was talking to someone from Bangalore. He works in a he must be seeing this right now. He works in a, what do you say, uh, um, pop manufacturing factory, where where he's an engineer, and he works in soda factory. His Sade Sati is not starting, but his Saturn is going here. He's starting the Saturn Mahadasha from May. I said that it is one of the best things that has happened to you. So it is going to be very, very wonderful, Rohitji, for all the people. Do you have any insights over this, Rohitji? Because you have given so much of input in this presentation as well. So I would want your insights here.
Definitely, this presentation shows that a hard sign in after 29th March, what is going to happen, expansion in social networks, social links, help from elder siblings, gains will increase. And your personality, definitely the person showing like this, that yes, I will be very good by mind, body, health, everything is going to gain. Your image will be good. Fifth house, as you told, that this is a brain, and everything is going to good here. You will be a very tricky and brainful person in your love relations also. You will manage them with your mindful things. And eighth house is sudden things and sudden gains. Saturn is aspecting there, but Saturn's aspect gives sudden gains only with a, ethical way and a hard work. So this is what this Taurus people are going to gain in next 2.5 years.
But great gains. Now, if you go into more details here, Rohiji, that's where the presentation follows. Number one, the placement of Saturn will be in the 11th house. Unlike Jupiter, Saturn, wherever it will sit, it will do good for that house. Unlike Jupiter, where will it will sit, it will be very neutral for the house. It will not do neither good, neither bad. Same way for Taurus ascendant people here. When we talk about Saturn in the 11th house, long term goals and ambitions will stabilize now. Finally, something that you've been eyeing for a very, very long time will manifest. One of the biggest things that will happen. Saturn will support forming very meaningful connections and very with influential people. Elder siblings also may play a very big role in your life to give you guidance. So if you have elder siblings or if you have friends who are just like your, friends who are just like your siblings, like your elder or mentors or teachers, you will see that you will get very good advice from them. In social circle there can be growth, there can be also so because Saturn is a cold planet, so that is the weakness of Saturn. When it comes here, it does introvert behavior, so you can be sitting in like introvert situations, but what is required is that you completely blow out, completely be very extrovert during this time, because that is going to help you more and more and more and more. In fact, because um, gains will be delayed, because Saturn is the planet of delay, so we cannot he cannot go away from his real character. So gains can be delayed, but they will come in solid way, enduring way. It is going to happen, but it can be delayed. So don't expect anything to happen quickly. It can take some time. It will take its sweet time, but it will happen for sure. So you do not want to be not motivated. You want to be absolutely motivated and working very hard towards achieving something very beautiful, very positive, very amazing. That's what the beginning of this 29th of March happens, Rohitji. You want to add, Rohitji, anything here?
Definitely, this expansion of 11. You rightly said that, people will be happy. Oh, Saturn is coming here. Heart is also here, so I can get very good result here. But Saturn's conditions are different. He say, I'm not like Rahu. I will give you anything. You do anything. You will gain everything. I am Saturn. Saturn means Chief Justice. So you should be very ethical with your elder siblings. You should be very ethical in society. Whatever you are going to do, a business, a job, you should keep in mind about society, that I am going to serve society. When you will be in this position, then definitely expansion is here, because Saturn's nature, whatever, Saturn's nature is simple and straight, that you work for people, you work for the most people on the bottom line of the society. I will work for you, I will give you.
This is also the area, Rohitji, where we talk about humanitarian activities, anything that has to do with a large group
NGOs.
of people, NGOs.
NGOs.
And here, for Taurus ascendant people, it is required that during this time you should be associated towards volunteer work, something that you are giving your hours. Maybe I'll give you one small example, Rohitji. I went to London, I went to UK. And in UK, I went to Watford Temple. Watford is Hare Krishna temple there. There, when you go in the temple, before that, those people who are from London, they visited Watford. During any events and all, there are stalls where, you keep your shoes. There is a place where you will go and keep your shoes so that, so there was a person who was taking the shoes in his hand, cleaning it and keeping it very nicely, so this was the service that he was doing. So the person who was with me, I can quote his name. His name is Ramanuja Das, and anyone who knows him, he's a very big personality in the Watford Temple in London. He told me, "Do you know this person?" I said, "No." He said, "He is almost almost the richest person in London. Like after Queen, you can tell that this is the richest guy. And he took your sandals, he cleaned it and he kept it. This is service, being such a big person, volunteering work. He's saying, okay, I'm just here. He did not say I am like a rich person, I'm doing this, but someone told that this is that person. That kind of humbleness should come during the period of Saturn's Sade Sati, or during the period of Saturn's transits in any kind of positive places. You coming to the level of fourth class or the blue collar jobs, and feeling that, or feeling that that is not something low, that is not something bad. It is a part of life. It is your surrender, it is your service. If that is happening, then good results will start coming to you, brother.
Definitely, this is for sure that Taurus and people, if watching this video, you are going to get every gain whatever you want, but the terms and conditions apply, which we told. And this is also sure that Saturn move wherever, but whatever wealth, whatever gains Saturn will give you in this period, you will going to have these gains for the longer period of times. They will stay with you. They will stay with you. You can say your kids also can enjoy this thing, but the only thing is terms and condition apply, a big star there.
Guruji, so this is the placement of Saturn. We will be making multiple videos because there is this is not a very small. There will this is a layer. So I would tell everyone to subscribe those who have not. But here, when moving to the first house, the aspect, the third aspect on the first house. What is the third aspect? Third aspect or any third house or any three number relates to communication, relates to discipline, relates to learning. Now here, the first house is where the self, it brings personal growth, maturity, like a lot of mature behavior will happen and start happening with the Taurus ascendant people. Self confidence will increase because Saturn is aspecting the house of Venus, so it will try to do good only. When it is aspecting the house of its best friend, so why will it do bad? That's why self confidence. Now here it encourages you to get into a very disciplined approach in your life, and especially disciplined approach to life that earns respect from others. You need to now portray yourself as a person who is actually devoted towards other people. You are working hard or maybe showing an effort towards changing your attitude in front of other people. That's what is supposed to be happening for you, Taurus ascendant people, during this time. Personal growth, personality development, wealth, increase of wealth, little bit mature behavior. And mature behavior means that you will now, your speaking, your talking, your attitude, your physical body outlook, your language, your body language, everything will be in a manner of, taking what you say, taking precaution and working towards it. Like it's not going to be impulsive. It's going to be taking a little bit of more time and then reacting to things. So that is maturity. Someone tells you something, you start fighting. That is not maturity. You listen to it. You analyze the situation. You try to see what are the pros and cons of this fight. Either I should be quiet right now, either I should be working, either I should be, troubling this person. Everything comes here through this aspect of Saturn. So, communication, your body language is going to improve during this time. This is going to be the biggest getaway of Saturn's transit here. And you must have started feeling it already that somehow you're becoming more patient and more responsible and more mature. And that is because of this Saturn's journey that it is taking you towards this time. Now, this is the first aspect of Saturn, Rohitji. There is seventh aspect of Saturn also, and this is very, very awesome aspect, especially for people who are working towards creativity, who are working towards getting children in their life. Rohitji, Ketu was here in this sign here, and Ketu is moving from here. Now, remember, this is a pathway that detachment from children, problem related to children, and trouble related to progeny, that is trying for childbirth, trouble related to find real love or true love in life, trouble related to education, trouble related with creative ideas is all going to end also. Here, creative pursuits will take a very practical turn, and it's going to be very sustainable success. That means it's not going to be very short lived, it's going to be long lived because of the ideas, because of the creativity. It's going to be a very long lived success that Taurus ascendant people will see. In terms of that, relationship with children will deepen, and there will be, it's not going to be children and you as children and parents. There's going to be more partnership between children and parents now. In fact, with a loved one also, there's going to be more partnership. If you see, Rohitji, in terms of the fifth house is the house of brain. That's why I see here brain and creativity from comes from the brain area only. Those people who are feeling that nothing is happening to them, nothing is going on right for them, you will see that suddenly your ideas and your approach toward life is changing, and you will start progressing with creativity. People will start liking you there because of the first aspect of Saturn also. Like it is on the first house, right? So here there is a collective, the first and fifth, both the dharma houses, both the houses of development are getting the aspect of Saturn. So it's going to be a collective development that you will see during this period, Roichi. Fifth house is love life. Now Saturn is not a very what you say, what not a very potent planet for giving love and expansion in love areas. But discipline and ethical behavior, as well as gaining a trust of the love partner, is going to happen during this time. Gaining the trust so that they can become from your girlfriend, boyfriend, or your loved ones, they can become your life partner, is what is happening. Saturn, wherever it will aspect, and if it is the house of friend, it will give long term effects. And here, long term effect means that Saturn is going to make sure that here you start achieving or you start converting some temporary things into long term things. This is also the house related to speculative gains. That is the thing related to share market, stock market, crypto. Now, if you're expecting that you've put one money today and tomorrow morning it is going to become double, that is not going to happen. But over the course of 2.5 years, till the time Saturn is here, make sure that you're investing. If you have good mentors, good teachers, you have good idea about the financial market, ensure that you are making investments for a long term basis, because it is going to reap great benefits for you, like amazing benefits for you. Viji, what do you think? Tell me. I want to understand, because you have gone through Sade Sati. I want to know. Also Saturn's problems and Mahadasha and everything. I want to know what is happening.
Right, said that this seventh aspect of Saturn, third aspect, you also told that you definitely third aspect is about efforts and everything, and you need to put your efforts to make your body, your mind very good. But now this is a seventh aspect, and seventh aspect definitely said that please be ethical, be very honest in your love relation. Otherwise, you can last. Be Make your kids very ethical, very honest, because this is house of kids and the Mercury sign is there, and you need to give them such teachings. Not only gains you pass on to them, you also pass on to them knowledge and your sanskars. And this seventh aspect, you rightly said that you can be a person who can convert this love relationship into a marriage thing, because seventh house,
Exactly.
seventh
Seventh aspect of Saturn.
marriage aspect, you can say. So this is a beautiful aspect. Once again, I can only say that Saturn's aspect is all set to give you everything, but the only thing is you need to fulfill the things which me and Akashji telling you about that house, about that, because otherwise you will not going to get. This is not a scratch card. You will take a coin, scratch that, and you will win something. This is a really a practical UPSC IAS type exams of Saturn. You have to give all answers very correct, then you will get very respectful and good things in your life.
Moving on, Rohitji, to the ninth, the aspect on the sorry. Uh,
10th aspect.
it is on the eighth house, but गलती से वहां पर ninth house लिख दिया गलती से. Sorry, it's my mistake. But
Ninth sign.
Saturn is putting the aspect on the ninth sign on the eighth house here. This is the 10th aspect of Saturn. Number one here, thing that happens is eighth house is the house of transformation. Eighth house is the house of longevity, ruled by Saturn. So those people who are also going through health problems will see a sudden, what you say, sudden relief in health problems. Longevity is going to increase. This transformative energy that Saturn is putting is will encourage your inner strength and understanding of life's mysteries, as well as some depth, some research about your own life. Now, because the eighth house is the house related to investments and reaping benefit from the investment, it is the house of inheritance or inherited money or shared resources, gains from partnerships. If any business area that you are with a partner, you will see that Saturn aspecting the 10th aspect on the 8th house will put a major impact and give you very great, wonderful news about gains from partnership. Again, because this is the house of Jupiter. And Rohitji, this is not all. In March 29th, Saturn transits, then in May, Jupiter also transits to the second house and puts an aspect on the eighth house. So this is collective aspect of Jupiter for expansion and Saturn for expansion in career, in business, in partnership, in intimate life. Even in fact, a lot of people who are in addiction can leave addiction. A lot of people who are in no job situation, they can start working because of the 10th aspect of Saturn. Those who are in research based projects, those who are in astrology, and Taurus ascendant people who are astrologers, who practice astrology, very great time for them. Those who are here, who are thinking about, starting their own, what you say, business or startup, because of the seventh aspect of Saturn, partnership is required. On the fifth house, it is the house of startup, so partnership can come, and gains from partnership can also come because of this area. So many extreme partnerships will start from March 29th, 2025, and this is going to be like such a beautiful time for Taurus ascendant people, that I am jealous now that I want to be Taurus ascendant, because I am Leo. My Saturn is coming to the 8th house. For you guys, it is coming to the very beautiful place, Yoga Karka planet, in very positive sign, very nice time for you. The planet that rules, the sign of the 11th house is also going, that is Jupiter, will go to the, what you say, second house. So it's going to be a very plus. It's going to be a very ascending kind of order of gains for you guys, Rohit. Anything you want to add, Rohit, here for the eighth aspect?
Definitely, you explained very good that Jupiter is going to came in second house in May month and will aspect the eighth house, as well as Jupiter is going to aspect the 10th house of profession. So definitely it is going to give you great gains. And transformation, what you word written here is a big word. And when Saturn is aspecting such a house which give transformation, it says that transformation means transformation. It should not be a two-phased transformation that you are something in one place and something in other place. This should be a true transformation in society, then only you will reap the gains in society.
Now, Rohit, this is not it. है ना, ये तो हमने, we have discussed that Saturn is here aspecting this, but the layer comes now. The layer is this transformation you're talking about now comes here. Exactly, this is nakshatra change. As soon as Saturn will change from 29th of, March, in 1 month it will change the nakshatra to Uttara Bhadrapada, that is ruled by Ahir Budnya. He is the serpent that lives in deep depth, and that is where transformation comes. See, 11th house, gains, networking, fulfillment of
Akashji,
desires as well. Yes, Rohit.
before you tell this, what special you see in this plate of transition when nakshatra change is happening? Anything special you can tell people?
Special as in, I did not hear you. थोड़ा voice break हो गया. Can you tell me again what?
I want to say that Saturn is going to enter Uttar Bhadrapada, his own nakshatra. This is very good. But anything special? This special is the date 27th April. That is birthday date, and at
Birthday
same
of
place.
Rohit ji. Yeah, birthday of Rohit ji is there, so
I'm very
everyone
happy
should.
Saturn is transiting on my birthday to his own nakshatra. I'm very happy.
Happy birthday, Rohit ji. If those who are watching on 27th of April, wish Rohit ji happy birthday. Here, this is the nakshatra ruled by Ahir Bodhnya. He is a serpent that lives in depth of the, in the underworld. And Saturn is going to the 11th house. Especially Saturn's presence in this nakshatra in the 11th house will encourage, Taurus people, especially to balance their material goals with a higher sense of purpose. That means money aa raha hai na? Money is coming. But now money has to be also invested into philanthropic activities or into spiritual activities. This is where that higher sense of purpose will come, that okay, you know what, this should be shared, because the 10th aspect of Saturn is going on the 8th house of transformation, and it is about shared resources. So that means you will share. This phase also brings rewards for sustained effort and patience. So you must be doing a lot of hard work. But it is a time that now you have entered into the depth, and you will find solace. You will find that kind of, what you say, you will get a closure here. Material growth. Now, Saturn is the planet that does not give you a lot of material growth, but here, because this is a sign of abundance, this is a nakshatra of abundance, of wealth, somewhere depth. When we go deep into the earth, we find gold, we find, diamond, we find platinum and whatnot. So in the depth there is wealth here, because material growth will happen, and steady and consistent financial gains from career, investments, or partnership will happen because of the aspects of Saturn here and the nakshatra which is entering. Networking with wise individuals who will help you achieve your aspiration, your goals, is going to happen. An opportunity to realize long-term dreams through persistence and careful planning, that you will see that okay, you have a goal, that I want to achieve this realistic goal, huh? We are not talking about some stupid people also right here, Rohit. Yeah, I was reading someone's comment a few days ago. Oh, will I become a multimillionaire, a billionaire? This is not a question. What have you done for achieving that kind of stuff? Maybe your chart allows you, but as such, this is not a good question. The question is, will I be able to serve humanity? Will I be able to achieve spirituality? Will I be able to become a nice person? That is a good question. Material things should be there, but not only material things. And that's why this material growth ke saath also, nakshatra change of Saturn will give you spiritual depth also. Because Ahir Bugniya encourages introspection, helping you identify deeper motivations behind your goals. It's not like only my goal, it is that the journey of the goal. I just don't want this goal to happen alone. It has to be with a journey, with people around me. On top of that, it will be a time to recognize how worldly achievements can align with your spiritual growth. So it does not mean that if you're earning money and money have abundance is there, so you forget about your spiritual goals as well. So spiritual goals are also happening. And here you may feel drawn to charity, mentoring others, contributing to society, volunteer work, and XYZ. Like lot of beautiful depth is going to come to you, because after this nakshatra change there will be the nakshatra change of Pisces. It will be going into Pisces, it will be going into, sorry, Revati nakshatra, which is the nakshatra of nurturing. So somehow a lot of contentment is coming for Taurus ascendant people in 2025, especially starting from April. But Oji, this is not all. Saturn will start moving retrograde in Pisces on 13th of July. We will make a complete analysis of video on this. Saturn will enter into Purva Bhadrapada Nakshatra, Nakshatra of Ajay Ekapada, again in retrograde motion on 4th of October 2025. And then Saturn will start moving again forward from 28th of November 2025. So that means there is lot of activity happening with Saturn this year. So it's not like a simple thing. That's why we will discuss in, if I tell everything right now, everyone will get confused. Here, this is the initial thing that Saturn is doing in March and April. That's why we have just made videos for that. And do subscribe so that when we are making for Saturn retrograde, what are the precautions? Because that time we need precautions. What are the time in Purva Bhadrapada Nakshatra? What are the kind of balance in life you want to put? And again, when Saturn will start moving forward, what are the opportunities it bring for you? We are going to discuss everything. So I would suggest everyone who's watching to subscribe so that you don't miss it. If you don't want to subscribe, then also okay, just search so we will find when you are coming here. Yes, Roichi, this is what I have to say. Now you tell me.
This is important transit, and we all are waiting for this transit, especially me. The Saturn transit is going to end Capricorn's Sade Sati, but the Taurus people also happy, and every person, you rightly said that all three aspects of Saturn from last 2.5 years are enemy aspects on the Leo, on the
Enemy
Scorpio,
signs.
on the is enemy signs. So why people are in such a trouble, in spite of the thing that Saturn is sitting in a Mool Trikon sign, but I think drishtis work most strongly.
Anyways, here we go. And when we talk about Saturn, especially what has happened, which is here for Gemini ascendant people, Saturn was transiting and is transiting right now when we are making the video in the 11,000 Mool Trikon. Now it is said that in Mool Trikon, Saturn will give you this result, that is a very good result, not good results. But on an overall sense, if we see here, Saturn is a challenging planet because all the aspects of Saturn were the problem. So now this time was no problem for higher education, no problem for destiny, no problem for anything to do with your short distance trips, or maybe we call long distance trips also. But the problem was, number one problem was in gains. Look at the third aspect of Saturn that is debilitated here in the house of gains. Look at the aspect of Saturn, Roji, in the third house. This is the house of your effort, how much ever you put, how much ever partnership you try to put, but it was not great for you. And the third aspect of Saturn, the 10th aspect, was on the sixth house of workplace. So your workplace was giving you lot of slow results, so lack of gains, conflict with siblings because of the third aspects, loss of social circle network, you may become isolated during this time, problems in communication, low in energy, disputes at workplace, and health issues were the issues that you may be facing during this time. And issues to father also can come, because see, 11th house is after the 10th house, and 10th house is father, 9th house is father, 11th house is also father, or trouble to father. Here third house is mother, fourth house is mother, fifth house is gains from mother. So the third house is losses from mother, the fifth house is gains from mother, and this is the mother. Here this is gains from father, this is losses to father. So everything is here, and Saturn was creating a little bit of challenge in all the aspects. But now, Rohitji, it is all done. We are going to enter into, Saturn is going to enter into, you know the 10th sign. Now after 29th of March you will see that good, better and best things are happening. And the most important reason is, look here Rohitji, the Saturn's aspect on the house of Mars and Saturn are not in friendly terms. Saturn's aspect on the house of Sun, and we all know Sun and Saturn are not in very very good friendly terms. And again, two places of Mars were aspected by Saturn in the last time. Now look here, number one. So, Ruiji, if you're a very good friend of mine and I am a very good friend of yours, I will never ever destroy you. I will always try to make good things for you. Or maybe I can tell you that, okay, you're doing something wrong now, come to, come and start doing very good things. Here, if you see after 29th of March, Saturn is getting into the 10th division here. And here, this is the area of career. So, number one relief that people see is going to be career, especially Rohitji, when we move into details here, number one area is Saturn in the 10th house, looking at the 12th house. Okay. In the 10th house, career progression, career growth, any discipline or any judgment, any kind of final answer you want to get regarding your career is what you will see. On top of that, Saturn sitting in the 10th house is also the house of power. So those people who are in powerful position but they were not able to act according to their power, they will also come in power, Rohitji. What do you think, Rohitji, about 10th house placement of Saturn? You also tell us about it in detail.
See, 10th house is a naturally in Kalpurish Kundli Saturn's house, and technically is coming to his own house. And Saturn, wherever give, will give you expansion with some challenges, because Saturn cannot give you anything without the
Without
task, his
challenge.
task, perfect task. Then the best thing is this, that this expansion is not only in your workplace, this is expansion of your karma, because this 10th house is a overall karma of your life. So you can see, if people are saying you are not doing anything, or you are this, you are that, now this is the time when Saturn will inspire you, motivate you, and will empower you to do the things, to do the karmas in different fields. So I think this is beautiful placement, and this 2.5 year you can be the karma master.
See, for the Aries moon people, it's going to be Sade Sati beginning. For the people who have Pisces, it's going to be second phase of Sade Sati. For the Aquarius, it is going to be third phase of Sade Sati. And for Capricorn, it will be a very, very big relief. And we are talking about the moon placement, the natal moon placements in your birth chart. Now, here, career growth will be steady and well deserved, because here it is a time Saturn will come and give you the results of your past karmas as well. Saturn will reward hard work with leadership opportunities, strong professional reputation, everything in good way. And same way, Rohiji, the aspect of Saturn. Now look at the best aspect of Saturn getting on the 12th house, the third aspect on the house of Venus. And a Taurus is a very good sign where Saturn gives very good results. And why will it not do good for the aspects? There can be some expenses because of other interdependence, that means either for marriage, either for buying some property and whatnot. But here you will see that spirituality expenses are going to be for the best reasons. It will bring a lot of financial discipline also, so that you do not spend on lavish stupid things, leading to more savings. It will promote spiritual growth, international opportunities. Those people who are in work and they want to get into foreign countries, this is the exact time after 29th of March to apply, because it is telling, if you're going to Saturn period, Venus period, then there is a possibility that you will travel abroad. Rohit, do you think that other than abroad travel, other than spirituality, what is the area which Saturn can give you a lot of results, especially in the health area and the hidden enemies also area, Rohit?
I think because Saturn is using this 10th house as a platform, because he will sit here, and wherever he will sit, he will use this as a platform. Now, this is a house of karma also, house of job profession also. Now, it will, when aspect the 12th house. So, this is the time when they can give you a karma, they can give you, Saturn can give you a job in abroad,
Foreign place.
because simultaneously, when we will reach the next part of video in the 10th aspect, which is also, I think, you can see on a 7th house. Before this is, it was 6th house. Now that is totally resolved, Saturn has gone from there. Now definitely abroad journeys, spiritual progress, because people think only Jupiter and Ketu can give you spiritual progress. But the one of the pillar of the spiritual progress is Saturn, because without focus, discipline, you can't achieve the spiritual progress.
Spiritual views, yeah.
So spiritual progress, people who want this will get employment, people who want will get this, and abroad travels will get, yes, definitely. But as we said, that Saturn is discipline. Any Any plus minus in your routine, any plus minus you will do, then definitely this is house of other things also, which I don't want to name because I want to make it a positive video.
No, we should name it. This is the house of jail also. This is the
Hospital.
house of isolation also, hospitals also. So why not? If there is not no discipline maintained, no rules and regulation followed in, so you may end up into some kind of things like this. But also, Saturn is a planet that rules the old age. So those people who are in old age or those people who have grandparents, you will have to put an extra effort to help your grandparents and everyone. And those who respect older people will get the blessings of Saturn. Those who do not, Saturn will say, okay, I will show you what I am.
And one thing, Akash, more because this is the third aspect, and third aspect
Yes,
given to Saturn because third house is a house of efforts, bravery, and
effort.
courage. So you need to put your effort, bravery, and courage together as a Trishul of Shivji together in this house, where either you get job there, you don't say, oh, I get job in in Switzerland or America or Canada or Australia. So you have to put more efforts there because different culture, different environment, different language, different situation. So this is not like Mumbai, Delhi, or Bangalore. You have to put more efforts. So this is also a net
Absolutely.
story.
Absolutely. In fact, more than this, if you see, Saturn looking at the 12th house is also about, getting isolated from social circle. Third house is small social circle from your neighbor, from your surroundings. So there can be possibility that people are going abroad. So this is a beautiful, beautiful thing that is happening. Later, the second aspect of Saturn is going to be on the fourth house. Now, fourth house is not a very simple house here. It is about your mother, your home, your comfort. And any comfort we say is like fourth house, inner peace, happiness is what is seen. And in fact, anything to do with wealth from your real estate, wealth from vehicles, those who are in heavy machinery business and those who are in business related to real estate and whatnot, you will see. Those who are in engineering, very powerful engineering positions, analytics, because this is the house of Mercury, you will see that it will encourage you to build a strong secure foundation at home. Real estate ventures will yield very, very well long term benefits, and new relationships and partnerships to procure real estate together is going to be on the cards here. Now, this is the seventh aspect of Saturn. Whenever we look at the seventh aspect, it is about the relationship. So Saturn here is trying to tell you that, okay, this is the relationship that you will have between you. That means my placement, that is my career, and the home. So home and career, we call it work-life balance, right? This is exactly what that aspect is all about. Because Saturn is looking here in the house of Mercury, it has no problem with Mercury at all. Mercury and Saturn are very, very good, very, very beautiful friends. In fact, Mercury is the planet that always takes any legal advice from Saturn. What is the judgment that I should give? So here, if there is any kind of legal advice, anything that you want to say, you want to take, anything to have to take, use Mercury in your life. The daughters of your house, the girls of your house are Mercury. The woman, the women who are maybe your sisters are Mercury. The you know if you want to do something good for the society, the transgenders, that means someone who's born without a male or a female reproductive organ, is also Mercury. So in these cases you should be completely devoted, or take blessings of either your sister, either your daughter, or either the eunuchs. That means those are what we say, transgenders. On top of that, because see, you dance in front of Saturn. Oh, Saturn, Shanishchara Nama Nilanjamam Samabhasam Raviputram Yamagrajam Chaya Martanda Sambhutam Tam Namame Shanishwaram. Shani will say, not working, man, this is my Gungan, very nice, but what have you done, what karma you have done? I want to see that. And karma will come exactly from you working out, which I was explaining someone was challenging me. Some people come to challenge that, oh, what are you saying, this is not right, this is not. He was challenging. I said, he said my father died and my father was having heart attack and this and that and whatnot. I said, okay. I said, how many heart attacks your father had? I said, he said, he had three times, and third time he did not survive. I said, first time what happened? But then we took him to emergency, doctor healed him, and the second time we took him to again doctor treated it. But do you think that any god that we have, we take Allah, we can take Jesus, we can take Ram, we can take, you know, any god in the world, what is there? Thor, Odin, anywhere, in any mythology. Did you see any god coming down? that okay, God is coming down and doing some surgery, that okay, he said I went to this mandir, I went to that, I went to this, nothing, God took my father away. I told him, no one can, God will not come himself, he will always place people around you. I said, when your father got first heart attack, he said okay, this is the doctor, he's Rupa, he's my Rupa, and everyone is God only. He's my Rupa, he will come and heal you. He healed. Second time also he did the same thing. Third time it said that okay, now the due date is here, neither, no one in this world can take it. It was the time for the soul to regenerate itself, and that's why it went away to heaven or wherever it was supposed to be. So we cannot blame that if things are not working in the right state, that God does not exist. God will always come in some rupa. Someone shared in my class. She said, I used to go by car every day. I did not go by car that day, and I wore my slipper and I was going somewhere to my office. And suddenly a girl gets down from the bus. She's going for an interview. Her slipper breaks away. And when I give her my slipper, it is exactly fitting the same. So, what is this? Is this coincidence or is this God's plan? God has planned that, okay, listen, today you will not take the car because today I need to help that person in some place so that you can be the medium through which I help. So, remember, that's why Baba Bulesha or very, very big philosopher said that God is nowhere, God is inside you. What it does is that because of the power of the universe tells us few things where we go and start helping other people. So everyone is God himself, and that's why the pratha of Sanatana, that we join hands and put it in front of yourself. Why we are joining hands to you? Why I'm joining hands to you, Rohitji? Because you have that energy, that power of God, that ansha of God inside you, and that is what we are all here to worry about.
Mhm.
This placement of Saturn, looking at the fourth house, is exactly about that. That you need to be instrument, like all the people, like your sister, your uh, daughters, and everyone are instruments in your life. Now coming and helping you and showing you the right way. Reggie, do you have anything to say on this?
A very beautiful thing you explained about God inside. In such a sampradaya, when we do arati of our Maharaji, it is arati Shri Sache Swarup ki, Aap Roop Adbhut Swarup ki, Swayam Swarup ki. In that they want to tell that that roop of God in within us, and we are praying to that roop. And in the start of आरती they also say, हे परमात्मन अपनी जानकारी तथा भक्ति का प्रकाश करो आवरण. And in end they say, अपना संकल्प आप पूर्ण करो, अपना प्रकाश आप करो. That means you give this power to complete our wishes yourself, because you are within us. And now the second thing about this Saturn in 10th house and aspecting the fourth house and this 12th house also. One thing is sure, people who are worrying about property. Now Shanidev say, okay, I am giving you a building, I'm not giving you land, I'm not Mars, I am giving you flat building house, and you have to spend 12th house, and this is building, and this can be also in abroad also. So this is very win-win situation, very good
People who are
situation.
in abroad may gain new properties. People who are not married may get into a new house because of the 10th aspect of Saturn also. So many things are interconnected. Whenever you will see that expenses are coming, but expenses can be related to buying a property or getting married also, because the 10th aspect of Saturn is all the 7th house. This means that karma will now start happening related to marriage, partnerships. 10th aspect of Saturn. Those people who are saying it is delaying, no marriage is happening. See, now it is going to be powerful. Don't take Saturn's energy very, very lightly. It will bring stability, loyalty to partnerships. Lot of judgment in partnerships will happen. Partnership will based on mutual respect thrive, and also you will see that business partnerships for in foreign expansion in foreign countries, buying more property for your business is also seen. There is also seen that Saturn, the 10th aspect on the house of Jupiter, and Jupiter will be in Kendra this year from 14th of May. Rohit, it will come to the Kendra and it will be aspecting the fifth house of expansion, seventh house, that is collective aspect of Jupiter and Saturn on the own sign, that is the seventh house. So here progress starts for all the people in very, very beautiful way. This is also the placement, Rohit. When we talk about Saturn looking at the seventh house with the 10th drishti, in the marriage, if there is some karma that has to be done for childbirth, you have to do that also. You have to finish that karma. In relationships, you have to finish that karma. In everything, you have to bring discipline and a plan. Saturn is all about a plan. I have a plan, and this is my plan. Because Saturn always has a plan. It will come and it will have a plan to look at three houses and create, ups and downs in these areas. I know astrologers are on YouTube and on Instagram and everywhere. They are just vomiting, fear. But astrology or this subject is not about fear. I challenge everyone and I tell everyone that those people who are fanatically involved with astrology will go to misery in life, like miserable life they will have. Those people use this as a navigation tool. Okay, this is the time where I have to be careful in these areas, because there is a research, law age old research, which says that this is what happens. They will start feeling they will always succeed here. And if someone is telling he put coke in the washroom and flush, and someone is telling, some new also came, some Rohitji, that if you want to do, put Angad photo in the west direction. Angad is that guy. Someone is telling, put one, take the chipkali, like the tail of the lizard, and keep it in your wallet. Wealth will come. How is lizard connected to wealth? I don't understand what stupid people are. And people are commenting below, though. Guruji, which day?
No,
Guruji, which date? Guruji, is the which typically will work? Such stupid people, Rohitji, and people are so stupid to even entertain such kind of people.
no, even if somehow we can imagine, even if somehow lizard is connected with wealth, then do you think then it is advisable to cut the tail of lizard and put in the purse to just get money? Because yes, we think in some sciences it is being said that, and in the at the night of Diwali after puja, if you see lizard somewhere, this is very good. But you cut the tail or you request lizard, please give me your tail. Is this possible? Is
So
not very much
stupid.
practical thing.
This other guy, astrologer, was saying avocado. Avocado का जो seed है ना, seed of avocado has Mahalakshmi inside it. So don't throw the seed. Keep it in your locker. What stupidity, man! So
Don't know how people are.
the problem is that everyone is latching on the fear of people and trying to get money out of their pocket.
No, the problem is that before 10 years or before 7 years before now, or I think there is no social media like in such a way. Now every person has YouTube, Insta, and every person has podcast and doing these videos. Write this number here, write this number here. One day we will become Gajni because number three here, four here, five here. For wealth, I have written number on everywhere. So I think karma is important, and that is why we are forcing karma because we are talking about Saturn today. And beautifully you explained everything, that Saturn is given 3 7 10, and in this chart in which is there for the Gemini ascendant, if you see Saturn sitting in the 10th house, in the house of karma. Now Saturn says, see, I am giving you the big task. I will give you growth, no problem. But what you have to do, you are going to spend money. Okay, spend money. But you have to make balance between your mother and wife also. This should not be complained that, oh, mother, you are spending 100 on wife 50, or wife, you are spending 500 and nothing giving to mother.
Same way for husband and husband's mother also, or
Mothers
same
also.
way, both
So,
way. Yeah.
so this is balance required here for 7th house and 4th house and 12th house. If activating by Shani Dev, then definitely he's saying, please make your balance here. And 10th house, the house of karma, drishti, on the 7th house, also said that your karma towards your wife, towards your business, should be pure karma. Should not be, impure karma or with some wishes or with some motives. No, it should be pure karma.
Yeah.
And
See, it is, as a human being, it is very difficult to always be pure. है ना? Sometimes things will come, but something that does not harm other people is pure karma. That's what I would suggest. And sometimes if you have to take a wrong route to do the right thing, which is consciously very clear that, okay, you know what, I have to get it done because otherwise it will not happen, then it is no problem. But try to be as ethical as possible, because all the money that you earn is going to be eaten by your kids only, no one else. And it will bring bad luck to them. So this is the transit. So please take it in a very positive way, not in a wrong way. Sade Sati also means that it is going to be, extra responsibility. And for a Sade Sati proper, for all the people, we are going to be making a video. Now, Roji, also one more thing. If you see here, one more important thing is that Roji, during this time, what happens is that many people say that, okay, Saturn is coming, it's happening. If you're not into any Antardasha, Mahadasha of Saturn, the transit is just nothing for you. Like it's just like 10% layer in your life. Rest, if you are in Dasha Antardasha, then Saturn transit, or in Sade Sati, then Saturn transit is going to affect you. Secondly, Rohitji, important thing to note. I was doing a chart reading and Sun exalted in the second house, Rohitji. Second house exalted Sun. I'll tell you. 1 number Kundli, 12 number Kundli, Sun in the second house, Venus in the first house exalted. Okay, Sun in the second house exalted. This person is born in the nakshatra of moon, Rohini. His Mahadasha started Rohini and he's very poor, it does not have anything in life. I said that you will never ever get anything because Moon Dasha started. Before Moon is Sun, before that is Venus. So in your lifetime, you will never get either Sun Mahadasha, neither get Moon Mahadasha, neither get Venus Mahadasha. How will you become rich? Sun is exalted, very good. Venus is exalted, very good. How will you get the Dasha only when there is no way that
No, but in second way also, I never seen exalted planet giving a good result. Yesterday, I was listening some podcast and someone was saying that I give you a challenge that you see Jupiter exalted in some female's chart and that woman can never stay in a peace. Married life, no. Money, no. So this is disaster and tested. So I think this is my research also, Akashji. We always talk about this thing that exalted planets, you don't need to be happy because they give you nothing, and even that planet like Jupiter is exalted. This is not a Dwapar or Satyug. This is a Kali Yuga.
exactly.
Rahu if exalted, then you can little bit happy.
Rahu is exalted, Ketu is exalted, very good. Saturn is exalted, third. Saturn still exalted is a little bit challenge, but otherwise, all the Papa Grahas exalted is very good. All the Krura Grahas exalted is not good. That's what it happens. Anyways, so this time you see all the three transits and then moving on to Nakshatra. So as soon as Rohiji, this layer is happening on 27th of April, the Nakshatra will also change and it will enter into Uttra Bhadrapada Nakshatra. This nakshatra is a very, very important nakshatra, and it is about Ahir Bodhnya, the deep serpent of the seas. That means you have to go in a lot of depth. Now, the 10th house is a critical house for achievements, recognition, public standing. Saturn here ensures steady progress through the discipline effort. So, this is number one required. It may feel like challenges are mounting, but the rewards are equally profound and enduring. I have spoken to many people in Sade Sati and they have all achieved property through difficult times, but property, this, that, everything. So they have achieved a lot of things also. Now, Uttar Bhadrapada Nakshatra is also symbolized by twin back legs of a cot, indicating stability, rest, and groundness. Saturn's placement in this nakshatra allows your career growth rooted in ethics, patience, and spiritual wisdom. And exactly these are places where Saturn is also aspecting. Ahir Budhne, who's the nakshatra lord or serpent of the deep, inspires depth, transformation, and inner wisdom. Very, very important. It is about apne andar kya hai. It is not about what is outside. It is inside. What is inside, reminding you to find meaning and purpose in your professional pursuits rather than just only working on material plane. It has to be a lot of meaning that you need to have during this time. In fact, Rohit, if we go more detail into it, we're going to make a complete video on all the aspects of this nakshatra, how to activate this nakshatra, what if you're born in this nakshatra, how to go about it. We will look at this. Other major events that are happening this year is Saturn will start moving retrograde on 13th of July. Every year 5 months Saturn gets retrograde, and then Saturn will enter into Purva Bhadrapada again in the nakshatra of Aja Ekapada. For this also we'll be making a video, because here in retrograde motion it will be a different case altogether, and especially in the house of Pisces. Here then Saturn will be again moving forward in Pisces in on 28th of November 2025. So it's going to be a very action-packed year, and I would suggest that do subscribe so that you do not miss anything in this case. And conclusion is for 2025 in all the aspects area, expansion in profession, because Saturn wherever sits gives expansion, wherever aspects gives trouble. Need to take care in communication. Gains will start completely again. Connection with foreign lands will happen. Job or business in foreign will expand. Relaxation in workplace will come, and good relationship, good for relationships and partnership, is what we see during 2025 transit of Saturn in the sign of Pisces. Thank you, Rohitji. Do subscribe, everyone, and let's move to the next. Cancer ascendant, not miserable, But yes, very difficult position of Saturn in the last few years. Especially first it was in the sixth house, then seventh house, then eighth house, and this is considered to be last 7.5 years to be very very extremely challenging. Not only 2.5 years. Now what happens here is that Rohiji, when we talk about first Saturn was of 7.5 years ago creating a Vipreet Raj Yoga, then it was in the own sign in a Maraka place, then now it is in the sign in the eighth house of sudden ups and downs. Out of all, Saturn is the only planet that can destroy its own sign also. It does not care about its own sign and whatnot. It says that okay, if there is requirement of destruction of own house, I will destroy my own house also. That's how the nature of Saturn is. Because eighth house is where Saturn is placed right now before moving into the ninth house, that is Pisces ascendant, Pisces sign for 2025 of March. Now, what happened here, or what you must have experienced? Number one, if you see, because Saturn is in the eighth house, so eighth house would have been not a big problem. That means transformative energies, things related to do with, in your career, in your inheritances, anything to buying of a property, buying of a vehicle, getting some debt solved, and all these kind of things must have happened. But on the other hand, because the aspect of Saturn is going on the house of profession, the 10th house, a very important, very what do you everything to do with occupation, everything to do with the residing power, everything to do in current state, that how your professional life is depending on the 10th house. And when Saturn is widely known for one great thing, and number one thing is that where Saturn will be placed, it will be a good result for everyone. Where Saturn will aspect, it will be a challenging result. And last 2.5 years Saturn was aspecting on your 10th house career and on your fifth house collectively, that on the house of creativity. So in both the places, because the places of Mars and Saturn do not have a very very good relationship, you must have had a lot of struggle, conflicts with your bosses, problems in terms of your career, no growth professionally, some kind of challenges and whatnot. So 10th house was afflicted because of the debilitated Nietzsche drishti of Saturn. Saturn's another aspect was going on the second house of speech, family, wealth. Here, because this is the seventh aspect, so many people in Cancer ascendant must have lost money in partnerships, or because of the speech or wrong commitments, they must have lost a lot of money, or sudden ups and downs must have happened. Dispute in family relationships, problems in speech, giving very very wrong type of, like you saying something, someone understanding something. So these can be the this can be one of the areas. Here, if you see, second house is the house of accumulated wealth, and when seventh aspect of Saturn falls here from the eighth house, there can be challenges that if you have put some money in partnership or some relationship or some friends, the money must have now been lost. So accumulated wealth destroys when Saturn puts an aspect on the second house of Sun. Sun is not another good friend of Saturn. Same way, Rohitji, when we go into the third aspect of Saturn, that is the 10th aspect of Saturn. What is the fifth house? The fifth house is the stomach in the body. The fifth house is anything to do with also, children, with speculative gains, anything to do in romantic relationships, any area where we see, what you say, any kind of speculation is seen from the fifth house. Education, creativity, speculative gains. And look what happened. Because of work, because of extreme work also, you must have neglected your children. Because of extreme, pressure of work, because the 10th aspect of Saturn is on the fifth house. Currently, in the last 2 years, it was here. So because of these, lot of things related to children must have been ignored. Lot of things related to love life must have been ignored. You, your partner, would not be even like in good terms right now. In case of love, you should have forgot love. Only daily work and routine is going on right now. So if you see, it is not. It is little bit of challenging because this is also the house of Mars. So Mars energy and Saturn energy does not go together. Saturn says, I want to have patience. Mars says, I want to be impulsive. So these two energies do not go together with each other. But now, Rohitji, things are changing, and things are changing for good. The placement of Saturn changes in Pisces. Okay, it has come to Pisces now. It will come to the ninth house, the Bhagya Stana, and also seventh house, eighth house Lord in the ninth house is supposed to be very very positive. So one good thing is it is the house of um, Jupiter, where Jupiter is not a very big problem. Saturn respects Deva Guru, Jupiter. Saturn's Guru also is Jupiter only. So it is coming in the house of its guru. The aspects are changing now. The aspect will be coming on the third house of on the 11th, third aspect on the 11th house of gains, social circle, lot of aspirations and wishes coming through. The aspect is going on the third house of communication, written communication, verbal communication, what you say, commitments, contracts, short distance travels, younger siblings, friendships, yeah, very nearby social circle. And the sixth house of enemies, sixth house of competition, sixth house of anything to do with a workplace, health. These are the areas where Saturn is now going to be looking and giving one of the best results. Now, if you see, Rohiji, why these aspects are not bad like these aspects. So these aspects we show that all the bad things are happening. But here, because the aspect is on the Taurus sign, which is a friendly sign for Saturn, is on the Mercury, that means on Virgo, again, very, very positive for Saturn, and on Sagittarius, where Saturn is neutral, summer, neither good, neither bad. Only great thing that is happening, that is from 14th of May, is Jupiter will come to the 12th house, make a Vipreet Rajyog, and from here it will also aspect the 6th house. So after 18th of May, if there are going through any exams, anything that needs expansion, your workplace needs expansion, you need more debt to expand your life, everything will happen after 14th of May also. So in an overall sense, Rohitji, this is one of the very awesome, nice, good placement of Saturn. So those people who are vomiting only fear on social media that Saturn is coming, barbaad ho jaoge, this will happen, everything will destroy. They will get destroyed. They will go to hell. So you don't worry about it. You are going to be positive only. Now, Rohit, after 29th of March 2025, the first aspect of Saturn. So Saturn's placement is in the ninth house, okay? And ninth house is the place where we talk about, Bhagyasthana, anything to do with destiny is this. And why, how will destiny work? With the karmic imprint in our life. And that karmic imprint will be through accumulation of karmic wealth. Karmic wealth is different. So now here it will open lot of great avenues for higher learning. Those who are in teaching field, very, very great time for them. In fact, those who are in learning phase, amazing learning they will get. They'll find actually the true gurus. Long distance travel, guidance from mentors, being brings profound growth during this time. So you will be completely guided now. It's not like you're just left in the middle. There will be a lot of guidance that you will see. Ruji, what do you think? This placement, do you have any kind of more high over insight over the ninth house, because it is a very important house related to long distance travel, related to long distance travel for education, related to long distance travel in term, or related to pilgrimages. Ruji, what do you want to say?
Yes, this placement of Saturn is very important placement because in my natal chart I have the Saturn placement in same place. Now Saturn here when comes to the place of this is house of religion, this is house of dharma, this is house of a culture also, this is house of Pitra also, and the Saturn represents the older people. So
Older
if you
people.
have a Saturn here and Saturn is coming here in a transit, then you need to take care that during these 2.5 years you should stick to the things of your family tradition.
Family
You should
value.
follow, yes, family values, family tradition, which are your old peoples of your home are continuously following that tradition. You have to follow that. Only then you can have a result. Only then you can have the ashirwad of pitras, and you have your fortunes here. And this is house of culture also. Now this is a family traditions. Now you have to follow the culture of your country, your society. You have to follow ethically wherever you are living. Like Akash ji, now Canadian citizen is living in Canada. So yes, he have to respect India also, but he have to respect the Canadian culture also because he residing there and follow that culture also. So in this way, they will get, yes, very good journeys, long journeys. This can be spiritual journeys also because the house of Jupiter. This is sign of Jupiter. Good long journeys, good education, as you told that good higher education is possible there. Good knowledge of granthas, different Purans they can read, different knowledges they can take it. Expansion of ninth house and very good health of father if they are feeling any problems from past years. Now this is the time when they can get rid of these health problems. Good relation with father even.
Saturn gives longevity, so it gives longevities to father's life
Father
also,
and
to
guru
gurus also.
and they can get they can met a true guru they can met this time.
Yeah. So in an overall sense, Rohit, this is like a very positive kind of an aspect that is happening for Saturn. Another thing that we will see is that the aspects of Saturn is on the 11th house. The first aspect, the third aspect of Saturn is on the 11th house. Now here, because the third aspect is there, it is all about showing courage, showing determination, taking action, and here to make sure that to get gains from your networking and gains from people around you, a steady progress in financial gains through strategic networking and collaboration will happen, and for that you'll have to put lot of efforts. This is also the time of taking action. Third house is the house of taking action. So any long-term goals that you have set, so we can set a goal. This is my goal, but to achieve it, you have to show some action, right? So this is the time to take actions as well. And by God's grace, other things are also helping you. 11th house is the house of your social circle, and anything that in your social circle, your friends, or your colleagues, or anyone, your colleagues may help you during this time. You may suddenly find some kind of help from those people also, like very someone not known, someone who's on added on your Facebook or Instagram from where 5 years you never ever spoke to them, but this time something will happen where you ask for something, they will have the answer, or they need something and you will have the answer. So somehow a collaborative approach in from your social circles will be happening. Only gains can be only received during this time through extreme hard work and nothing else. You have to be extremely hardworking, otherwise the gains will not come. In fact, you have to be very communicative. It cannot be silent, it has to be written communications. Both the houses of communication, the 11th house of social circle and networking, and third house is activated by Saturn's aspect. So here both the places communication is required. Rohiji, do you want to add anything, or should I move?
Yes, and because this is the Saturn and sitting in the ninth house, using a platform of ninth house to deliver the results through aspects. So Saturn say that I am sitting here and I told you that if you follow your traditions, your family traditions, your culture, then I will give you gains. Because I'm aspecting that house. The only thing is I'm using this platform. I will give you fortunes. Your bhagya will rise. Your fortunes will rise. You will get gain. The only thing is you should be very respectful with your siblings and in the society. And if you want gains, then you have to think about people and society rather than your own gains also, because this is a house of a collective society around you. So this is why Saturn say that okay, I am ready to fulfill all your wishes. Now fulfilling wishes is not very easy thing. Every person want that when my wishes will be fulfilled. Now this is the time when you get your wishes fulfilled, but with the blessings of Guru, Pitra, and Pita, Father. All blessings, all they are showering their blessings there. But in return, you have to give respect and follow the tradition. Then your wishes will come true, and the gains are for sure going to come for you.
Rohiji, this is the third aspect. Now moving on to the aspect, the seventh aspect on the third house. Now this is the aspect that is seventh in command. That means very auspicious aspect of Saturn. If you do anything wrong here, if you try to make it inauspicious, Saturn will give you very troublesome time. Now third house is the house that is related to siblings. Third house is the house that is related to younger siblings, friends, anything to do in little bit, your neighbors or your people who are regularly in touch with you. People who are thing is also short distance journey. Anything to do in contract is also here, and the main house of communication is the third house. Now here it will tell you that a lot of thoughtful expression and enhanced relationship with siblings is required, but on top of that, if you see, unless and until you have a collaborative approach, a partnership approach or a partner approach with the third house activities, that means when you're doing something related to community is communicating something, because the ninth house is a platform, as Rohit ji is saying, that is the place you will have to collaborate with your guru, with your mentor, with any of your teacher, to enter into a communicative space. That okay, you know what, I got some offer from this World Bank and I am working in one of these organizations. So you go and ask your guru, your mentor, your teacher that okay, listen, I am into such situation where I have got something like this, and I need to communicate to them that what I should be doing, how I should be doing, how I should be going forward. And that is where it will help you, and their guidance will be the one that will be giving you right clear picture. It does not mean that if they are telling something wrong you should agree, but I would suggest that take multiple opinions, maybe from your we know, right? Everyone knows people in their lives who are little bit intelligent, who have little bit of extra perspective to life, who have different perspective to life. Here you will find people with that kind of perspective, and that is where you should be looking. That may be your siblings, that may be your gurus, that may be your friends, that may be your, in fact, anything to do with, neighbors also, like sitting somewhere in the neighborhood. You ask them that there are two plots to be sold, and here is where I have to buy them. Should I do it? What are the pros and cons? You are in this area for a longer period of time, so such kind of collaborative approach related to communication is required. In fact, if you see, third house is house of the courage, to take courage also. If this Saturn, whenever it will look at this house, it's a very friendly sign for Saturn, so no problem. But Saturn is not the planet that will take initiative, that will go and start it. Saturn is the planet that will say, okay, you initiated, I will give you the result for it. But Saturn is not an initiator. So to initiate things also, there may be delays for contractual purposes. There may be delays here in the third house as well. So for removing this delay and obstacles, the remedy here is to be in contact with your mentors, with your teachers, with your gurus and everyone, so that such kind of problems are solved. Short distance travel may be very, very collaborative. Like for a lot of partnership, you will be going short distance partnership, to sign some documents, to review final things, to see products. This is where a lot of short distance travel is also starting for all the Cancer ascendant people. Ruji, what insight do you have for the third house placement?
Third house, this is very good placement. And if you see, Saturn here is a lord of a seventh house and sitting in a ninth house. This is sure that your fortune is going to rise after a partnership or with the help of your life partner. This is a no, hidden thing here. And because the Saturn is here, lord of eighth house also, transformation house coming in the house of Guru and Father. This say that the life, this life transformation is sure in this period, and this will come with the guidance of your guru and your father. And if you follow that, and for that thing, what is important is a communication. It's not only that you to guru place and you go to your father's place and you just bow down and go away, because it aspecting the communication house. So you have to communicate with them, and whatever lessons they give to you, that is an important part of your life, and that lesson will bring you such a prosperity what you want. And because the seventh house is also house of marriage and life partners house, and go to the ninth house, this shows that maybe if you are unmarried now, this is the time when you are going to get a life partner with the help of maybe your neighbors, because third house is neighbor aspecting them, maybe for somebody from your nearby society. Maybe you go to some guru place and you get some family there which ready to marry with you, being a male or female, that is different case. But yes, these good things are going to happen with for them. But the key for these people is guru, pitra, and father, because Saturn is there and aspecting different places. So key is with them. So don't forget that key. You have all that prayer inside, but you need key to open this prayer.
Absolutely. And Roji, in fact, if you see, the third aspect of Saturn is going on the sixth house. That is the 10th aspect of Saturn going on the sixth house. And that is the house related to very, very much Saturn energy. That is discipline, health, service, anything to do in terms of debt, enemies, anything to do in terms of workplace. you know if you see, the seventh house lord is putting an aspect on the sixth house. If you want to gain status here, it will be through your workplace or through your service. The moment you will keep your karma not as karma but as service, you will automatically start overcoming all obstacles, strengthen your resilience. Health will improve with excellent discipline habits. If you have discipline, your health is also improving, because Saturn is aspecting the 10th aspect on this house. Those people who are in fitness industry, those people who are in service industry, health industry, anything to do in terms of research industry, they will see a great growth in your life. Pharmaceuticals, medical, medicine, physiotherapists, and anyone who's doing any practices related to service, those who are in government service, a lot of growth is coming for you guys as well. See, Saturn's 10th aspect on this sixth house is also telling that any legal challenges if you are having in your career, through your career, now it is the time for it to solve. And you know why it is solving? Because of Jupiter. Jupiter will be transiting on 14th of May to the 12th house, and will be aspecting with the seventh aspect. So with perfect collaboration and using your karmic skills, or collaboration, what you say, using your true self to solve the problem, you will be able to solve some legal troubles also. So in an overall sense, this is a very very good placement of Saturn, very very good aspects of Saturn, and especially competitions anywhere where you are thinking that giving interviews, because of the 10th aspect of Saturn on workplace, many people will be joining new workplaces, new work is starting for them. Such a beautiful thing happening. I'm so happy that I've been able to do this kind of motivational chart reading for all the people. Rohit, what do you think of the sixth house that we have missed, and what is going to happen here?
Yes, this sixth house Saturn is giving tenth aspect. Tenth aspect is again the karma, and the sixth house is our job and karma place, job
Service.
service place. So now Saturn say, I am ready to give you every rise, whatever you want here in sixth house. You can clear competitions, interviews, you can rise in your job. The only thing is you need to follow the ethics. You need to be honest in your service. You need to be disciplined, routine in your service, and you need to follow the advice of your father and guru regarding something if they advise you regarding this thing. If you do this thing, I am surely, because Saturn's aspect, this is the time also, I think, when they can get rid of loans and all these old things if they are going through these things. So yes, this is very beautiful aspects of Saturn. I think all the ascendants should be happy that the in last 2.5 years Saturn have very tough aspects, and now they have a happy aspects. But Saturn is like, I told in my earlier Hindi video that this is like a IAS exam. They're ready to give you everything, but you have to clear the prelims and then mains and then interview and then training part. So Saturn is like, that's why Saturn need 2.5 years of time. Throw challenges every time. Once you clear stage one, then stage two, then stage three, then final stage, Saturn will give you something which may be with you for next 30 years, 40 years, not go anywhere. So
Yeah.
ready to
So
unlock these gifts
don't
once.
worry about Saturn, that Saturn is this, that it will do this, that, whatnot. It's going to be very positive only for all the people. And not only this, after this, in the month of April, 27th of April, after the 29 March transit, 27th of April, 1 month, Saturn will also go to a nakshatra, change the nakshatra and go to Uttara Bhadrapada nakshatra from Purva Bhadrapada nakshatra. Purva Bhadrapada nakshatra is all about balance, and Uttara Bhadrapada nakshatra is all about research, coming deep, going deep down somewhere and bringing research out. And here, key house will be the ninth house of dharma, luck, higher learning, spirituality. And Saturn in the ninth house, overall, in this nakshatra, emphasize growth through responsibility, maturity, and dedication to dharma. It encourages you to focus on long term goals while aligning your actions with ethical and spiritual values. As what Rohitji said, that this is what is very, very important. Ethical and spiritual values should be not left, and everything else, whatever you're doing, whatever you're trying to procure, whatever you're trying to achieve, you will be able to achieve. Uttarabhadra Nakshatra, symbolized by the back legs of a cot, represents stability, introspection and balance between worldly achievement and internal pieces. So it will be a very very relaxing time for all the people after a very very long time. The deity that is associated to the nakshatra is called Ahirbudnya, the serpent of the deep, symbolizes hidden wisdom, patience, and spiritual transformation. Now, planetary ruler of this sign is Saturn, which reinforces the qualities of perseverance, discipline, and focus on long-term success. So, Saturn is only the owner of this, and Saturn is also going to come here. So, it is a time where absolutely we can see that something great, something wonderful is coming for all the 12 ascendants, especially Cancer people. A very big time of ups and downs is gone, and finally your destiny will start working for yourself. These are not the only transits of Saturn. Here we'll be doing very very bigger videos even on the nakshatra transit, but here Saturn will start moving retrograde in Pisces on 30th of July and enter into Purva Bhadrapada nakshatra on 4th of October. So 5 months Saturn is always 140 days, almost 140 days is when Saturn is always retrograde in a year. So here Saturn will start moving forward on 20th of November 2025. For that also we'll be making a video. So do subscribe so that you do not miss any of these videos. And Rohit ji, the conclusion for 2025 is number one, expansion in fortunes. Your fortunes is going to be multifold, giving you multifold results. But we still need to take care in speech and wealth matters, because somehow what happens is that Saturn is a planet that can create some illusion also. It is a shadow planet, right? It can create shadows also, which may feel that something is real, but it's not real. So we have to be very careful in speech and wealth matters. Gains will start again. So no more struggling about money and gains are starting. If effective communication skills, but with lot of guidance from your mentors and teachers. Good and fruitful journeys are also seen, and short distance journey will be rewarding as well. And if short distance journeys are about collaboration, that collaboration will bring out something great out of it. Lot of winnings in competitive exams and workplace. That means new jobs and new pass outs with great percentages are happening. And loan repayment and winning over enemies is the another area which you will see that completely is going to be benefit for all the cancer ascendant people. All the best, guys. Do subscribe, because this is just an tip of the iceberg. We are doing Saturn remedies, we are going to be doing Sade Sati and so many things. So I want everyone to be tuned with this so that you do not miss any of that. We talk about Saturn Shani Devta for Leo ascendant. It is the owner of the 6th and the 7th house. That means anything to do with diseases, anything to do in terms of any problem that has to happen, enemies, is governed by Saturn, and also relationships are governed by Saturn. Now here, when we look at Saturn's transit here, this is how it will look like. So right now, as we are making the video, this is before 29th of March, Saturn is in the 7th placement. So for relationships, great time. But in terms of, if terms of your destiny, in terms of anything to do with your personality, and in terms of anything to do in the area related to your house, your home, here is where there was a little bit of challenges that Saturn was putting. Now, remember, Saturn is the planet. Saturn is a Maraka, an extreme Maraka for Leo ascendant people. That means Saturn is not a good planet. Unless and until Saturn will be in the 6th house, 8th house, or 12th house, or in 3rd house for Leo ascendant, Saturn is not considered very, very good. Here, health issues would be number one, because 7th house is Maraka places. So here, health problems can be happening in the last 2.5 years, especially health related to health of father. Very, very troublesome health of father. Maybe some people must have lost their father also, and I know many Leo ascendant people who have gone through these problems. Conflicts, or some time away with father, like maybe the separation from father can be also seen. And even not only father, gurus, mentors, teachers, everywhere, because ninth house is the house of long journey also, and the third aspect of Saturn is going there, was going there, and that is related to your long distance journey, especially spiritual journeys or any journey. Sudden journeys would have been happening, which would have costed a lot of money for all the people as well. Fortune also not that awesome, because of the seventh aspect of Saturn on the ascendant. Every time worrisome attitude from the last 2 years, you must have seen that every time there is worrisome only, like always worried about something. Oh my god, this is happening, oh my god, that is happening. So this worrisome nature also is what Saturn actually creates for all the Leo ascendant people, and might have created. Now, because we talk about conflict in property matters, especially if you have done any kind of, or thinking of any kind of getting registered into property or something, things might have delayed and did not work out. On terms of that, must be concerned about the health of the mother or well-being of the mother. This is also another challenge that is happening. Peace of mind is not going to be there because of the aspect on the first and the fourth house, because fourth house is inner peace, and inner peace is not there. Always worrisome, because seventh house, is the house where Saturn is residing. Saturn gives good results here, but problems sometimes related to relationships or delay in expressing your thoughts in relationships can also happen. And on top of that, problems with vehicles, family, real estate would have been creating a little bit of challenges. Now these are very generic predictions. These are the things that Saturn is going to do. Many people must have gained a lot also, because those who are having very, very positive Saturn in their birth chart and not going through any Sade Sati, any Dhaiya, Saturn would have given them lot of power of communication, good health, victory in court cases and stuff also. So depends on your placement of Saturn, you would have got results. Now, since Saturn is 29th of March, is going to enter into the 8th house in the sign of Pisces. Number one thing that Saturn will do is here make a Viprit Raj Yoga. That means anything to do with extreme success in relief from long-term illnesses, relief from lot of work-related problems, workplace problems, lot of goals being met. So the things that have become suddenly slow for you will become super fast for all the Leo ascendant people. On top of that, Saturn's aspect are changing. Saturn is aspecting to the 10th house, Saturn is aspecting to the second house, and Saturn is aspecting to the fifth house. That means creativity, career and wealth is all under the control of Saturn after 29th of March 2025. Now the placement of Saturn. Number one, Saturn is making a Vipreet Raj Yoga in the 8th house. Sixth house lord in the 8th house, problems or challenges related to enemies will go away. Court cases kind problem which are going from a very very long time now will get some kind of, you will get some kind of relief here. Also, the number one thing that Saturn will do here is partnership, gains through partnership, inheritance, shared resources, any money or any wealth that you're supposed to get from insurance is also seen during the time of Saturn's transit this year. When we talk about Saturn in the 8th house, Rohit, 8th house is the house of major transformations that we see in life. That may be, physically also, mentally also, and in like, spiritually also. So some that kind of transformation is what that is promised for all the people who have Saturn in the 8th house. 7th house Lord in the 8th house gains from partnership. This time is the time that it will encourage transformation and personal empowerment. It supports diving into research, spirituality, healing, inheritance, and joint finances may stabilize. So those people who are in partnership business, those people who are in any kind of service industry, like those people in medical, uh, astrologers, numerologists, vastu, any kind of mystic sciences, Leo ascendant people will see a great growth in their intuitive power. Not only that, Rohit, intuitive power is one area, but you will also see growth in terms of your what you say mental ability. Also, you will be able to think and do big researches and even get great results in those researches. Because Saturn is here, Rohit, in the 8th house. 8th house is also the house of intimacy. Anything to do with husband and wife, or that kind of intimate relationships. Here there can be a little bit of challenges because Saturn does not promote any of these energies at all. So Saturn may create a little bit of what we say vacuum in this area. Ruji, do you have any insights about Saturn in the 8th house? How it is going to be? Aspects we are talking about, but the 8th placement of Saturn, what do you think?
I think this placement of Saturn, as you already explained, is a gift for the people who are, into the eighth house profession. Rather, they are surgeons, astrologers, occult professionals, manufacturers, engineers. They are the, accountants, CA. This is a because Saturn will expand their business here. Now, especially the people who are into researches. Now, this is occult or PhD or whatever you are doing. Saturn will inspire you to research more and more, go deep and deep. Because if you will go more and deep and do more researches, now Saturn is a karma. Saturn is a profession also for every person. And when you will go more deep and deep, you will get this knowledge, and this knowledge will later convert into the money things, wealth things, because aspecting the second house also. So yes, Saturn is going to give you lots of knowledge here. Lots of transformation will happen because this is in the sign of Pisces, Jupiter's sign. So lots of transformation will happen, and being a sixth and seventh lord sitting here, so this is, yes, shared resources will increase definitely. Your enemies will go down definitely. uh, I think very nice placement, because so many astrologers also believe when we called or talk about karakas of house, they say that there is only one
8th
planet
house,
which will give you longevity. This is eighth house, and
Saturn.
there is one planet Saturn which will give you longevity, and both when come will together, this will erase your so many diseases and challenges which you are facing from the last 2.5 years. So beautiful, beautiful placement.
So, Rohitji, Vipreet Rajyog does not mean eradicating of things. Vipreet Rajyog means that Saturn in the 8th house will bring the problems on surface. Saturn in the 8th house will be that it will bring the problem on surface and show you that, okay, this is what the underlying condition or underlying health problem is.
And
And
then
that
erase it.
you will solve it, and then
Yeah.
your longevity will increase. I told you, Rohitji, some of my client, she she got breast cancer, very very dangerous. But Saturn did that for a reason, so that her longevity could be increased. So here in this time, getting sick is happening. Not really, like it's not like it is going to happen, but it will be for making sure that your longevity increases, you taking care of it and you coming into the right routine discipline is what Saturn wants. And for that, Saturn is an unorthodox planet. It will use all its tricks to bring you to the right state, right placement. Okay, Rohitji. Now here, when we talk about the aspects of Saturn, the first aspect, that is the third aspect of Saturn, will be on the 10th house. So Saturn has two special aspects, the third and the 10th. Third, because of courage and hard work and guidance and personal interest. Saturn is the planet that tells you that unless and until you show courage and communicative abilities, it will not be able to help you. Slow but steady career growth through determined efforts is 100% promised. Opportunities for leadership will arise, and because this is a very, very important aspect of Saturn, especially on the 10th house of Taurus, and Taurus, the ruler of Taurus is Venus. Venus is very, very extremely dear to Saturn, and when Venus and Saturn's energy is together, or any way Saturn has any combination with any house or with Venus, this is the time that especially your career is going to pick up to the next level. This is another area where you see that effort, the more effort you put in your career, the more you are going to gain from it. The more and more communicative you will be in your career, in your area related to workplace, because the sixth house lord is aspecting the 10th house. There also you will see the more and more discipline and ethical nature you will keep in your career, you will get more and more hierarchies, more and more money, more and more wealth, because both the houses of wealth are being looked by Saturn. So the discipline is equal to wealth in this next 2.5 years for Saturn's transit. Many people will be entering into second phase, first phase, third phase of Sade Satis. For that, we'll be making a complete separate video. So don't mix up with this. We will be making a very specific video to make you understand what is Sade Sati, how does it affect you, and what are going to be the results for all the signs, all the signs. Now here, on the other hand, if you see, Saturn's third aspect means short journeys due to your workplace. There can be some kind of sudden short journeys. In fact, if you're in partnership business, there can be more and more short journeys now, because your work will be flourishing. So you will have running here and there. So that is another area which shows here that this aspect of Saturn, the third aspect of Saturn, which has now moved from the debilitated aspect to the aspect on the sign of a friend, will be a very, very beneficial one. And it is in front of you. There is nothing made up here. Someone is telling something. You are seeing it in front of you. 8th house Saturn in Dushtana, 6, 8, and 12. Saturn is very good. In this Upchaya, the third house also Saturn is very good. And Saturn is sitting in the 8th house here. In the sign of Jupiter, Jupiter is very favorable. Saturn and Jupiter are summer. That means they are very, very neutral to each other. They do not do anything wrong. So Saturn is very comfortable in the 8th house. In Patala, in depth, in darkness, Saturn is very, very awesome. He says, yeah, I'm the perfect placement for me. I don't want to be in the limelight at all. Roji, what do you think? This 10th aspect of Saturn regarding the status, improvement, power, judgment, those who are in police, cyber security, anything to do with protection, judgments, how this will be for everyone, Roji?
Akashji, I will answer this. First, you need to answer my one question. Whenever you go to some, shopping mall or any place where CCTV camera is installed, do you
Yeah,
fear of that or you feel secure there after seeing that CCTV camera?
obviously secure only.
Sure, not feeling like, oh, why this CCTV camera is keeping eye on me. Now this is what a Saturn's aspects is, a CCTV cameras. Only those people say, oh, Saturn Drishti is coming, those who are doing wrong things, and those who are very much ethical in approach, this CCTV camera of Saturn is very good for them, feel secure. So you can compare the Saturn as a CCTV camera, and now one aspect is on 10th house. So Saturn is aspecting 10th house, watching your 10th house from 8th house. So what he's saying, be ethical, be honest on your profession. Everything should be in ethical way. I can give you sudden loss or sudden profit because I am here on that platform. I have this charge now. I can give you this thing in your profession. The only thing is you need to be very ethical. You need to be very professional. You need to be very honest. So Saturn can give you a deep insight into your profession from here. Saturn can give you a great hurdles from here also, because he's sitting here, and if CCTV camera is here and if he's seeing something is not going according to me, then definitely Saturn can give you hard time also. So this is a story of this aspect. Yes, this aspect is beautiful aspect. Third aspect, Saturn say put all your efforts in your profession, but with research. Don't go blindly and just put your efforts. I am here in the field of research, in the house of research. Do research, go deep into everything, go into roots, then you do something in your profession, and I will give you results.
And be very, very communicative. The more communication you have during this time, more research, and then after that communication to exactly give logic to whatever you're doing is going to be happening. So great time for all the people. Then the Saturn's seventh aspect will be on the second house of Virgo. Again, a very, very great aspect because Saturn and Mercury are very good friends. So here Saturn is not going to be doing any kind of mischief in the second house. In fact, this is the time that Saturn is going to give you great partnership opportunities, maybe with family members, maybe whatnot, great partnership opportunities to make sure that you are what you say, your business, your work, your money, your bank balance, everything is increasing. Financial stability improves and will improve with lot of careful planning. Here, family relationships strengthen through more responsibilities. That means you will have to take more responsibilities of your family members. There's also possibility that these family members can be also rooted towards the children, and that's why because of the aspect of Saturn on the fifth house also, Saturn's aspect cannot be seen on an individual level. It has to be, see, the family that you create in your workplace, that means your friends and all. The end of the day, you are staying more than with your family, with your colleagues. So they also stand as a responsibility to you. Your normal general family life also, because seventh house lord is Saturn looking at the second house, also says that there is a possibility that your partners or your partner's family will also be required. You may be required to give assistance in that area. Eighth house is in-laws also. So in-laws also, like working towards with in-laws or getting some kind of partnership with in-laws is also required or may be required during this time. Wealth wise, Saturn is not a very big wealth promoter, but when Saturn comes to give something, it will give you something in such large scale, either stress also, either happiness also. And here, if the karmic pattern is very, very good for all the Leo ascendant people, and you know what your karmas are, you will understand that this is a time that wealth will finally start accumulating. Slow, but for sure, it will start accumulating. Your bank balance will be up. Your bank balance will be very, very, heavy now, and you will feel that okay, finally things are happening in the good scale, because this is the seventh aspect and second house is a maraka. Remember, maraka means it can create health problems also. Eighth house Saturn looking at the second house, sudden events related to the lower abdomen area of the body, that is uterus, anything to do with your genitals, anything to do with your anus, anything to do in terms of kidney stones, appendicitis. These is what the Saturn's placement tell about the eighth house placement. And the second house aspect can be dental problems, suddenly spending for dental problems, mouth related problems, some challenges there. Or we can talk about specifically many Leo ascendant people will start seeing that whenever they are doing anything wrong, this is what the universe, how it works. And I've seen this research of someone who has Saturn in the eighth house aspect in the second house. They will start, whenever they will start becoming angry and this and whatnot, they will start getting mouth ulcers. So mouth ulcers will be another area which will be start showing up so many things, because this is also the house of the mouth area. Sinuses will also happen because Saturn is a cold planet. The seventh aspect of Saturn on this house, Mercury, which rules the the mouth for you. Your sinuses and some blockages near the nose and this and that also can happen. For that, you will also need to have medical advice. Remember, the sixth house lord is looking at the second house. That means death, repayment of debt is also seen here. Seventh house lord looking at the second house, that means lot of gains through partnership is also there. So it's a beautiful time for all the people. Rohiji, you have give some insights. Rohiji, your insights are like so wonderful.
No, in fact, I am listening to your insights very, carefully, because I always love this. But yes, what I think that sixth house lord in eighth house, aspecting the second house, definitely you are going to going to get wealth. You are going to accumulate wealth with the help of sixth house. Now, what is sixth house? Sixth house is your job, your professional workplace. Now, what will happen that maybe your boss will give you very tough KRAs, because eighth house planet will not give you anything without pain or without obstacles. He will set you
True.
very high KRAs, and you able to achieve that, and you can suddenly get some bonus. You will suddenly get some financial incentive from your company, from your boss. And here is the place when your enemies, whom you think they are your enemies, they will also help you in earning wealth. I don't know how, but 6,000, 8,000,
So
and
Rohit,
suddenly
no, this is another true reason that you're saying. What happens sometimes? I've seen one enemy. So one person I know, uh, he's from Chennai. He's now in US. Been in US only for a very long time. So this is how research works. His wife created a very big case on him that this, that, whatnot. You know, only I think 2 year, no, 1 year of marriage. Yeah, and he's a rich wealthy guy, working for a very big IT company in a very big position. The girl is like nearly 8 to 10 years younger to him. So the only marriage purpose was so that just we can, take all the wealth away. She did all the cases. I want this property, that property, and because of that person also, her green card was also there, and everything was going on and on. Luigi's, look what gains from enemies you get. So when it went to the court said, okay, so you got married 1 year ago. He was the one who sponsored you from India to come to US, and he is a green card holder, so you are getting a green card. Everything good, good, good. Now you want this property. You have said that the husband is also bad. The mother-in-law is also bad. The sister-in-law is also bad. The father-in-law tried to do anything wrong to you and stuff like that, whatnot. He said you don't have any evidence or any proof about it. You are just saying it. Huh? I can also say that okay, this person is good, bad. So now there are two things. You have 30 days to give me all the video evidence or any evidence that you have, that you have been hurt. Did you do police complaint? You went to hospitals? This nothing was there. She's just putting all these false things. Or then, if not, then I will make sure that your green card processing is cancelled. You'll have to pay $1.5 million to this person in damages because you have just ruined his life and made his life worse. And $1.5 million in damages. I will tell the lawyer to file a case against you so that you can get it. Or you come very clean and say that okay, I did everything false and I will not do anything to you. Only then you cannot stay in US anymore. You go back. This is what happened. The girl in 3 months gave a statement that everything what I did was false, and everything whatever it is, and the judge ordered her to pay $65,000. That was the lawyer fees that was supposed to be going to the lawyer, and also Rohiji, she was sent back to India. Just imagine, this is the judgment of Saturn, because in her chart Saturn was here. So gains from enemies, problem also created by enemies, but everything, the problem, the money and all, everything is received back, and finally very very nice and happy he is.
in Hindi we can say that लेने के देने पड़ गए.
हाँ, लेने के देने पड़ गए, because what happened is that you cannot play with Saturn's energy, and especially with Leo ascendant. He was Leo ascendant. Leo ascendant people don't play with them. Enemies, Saturn is ruling there. If you are really, the Leo ascendant is making an enemy with being in fault, the Leo ascendant will get destroyed completely. But if someone else who is making enemy with Leo ascendant and trying to just falsely accuse Leo ascendant, then that other person will burn into ashes. That is the power of Saturn, Rohit. It cannot. It is a judgmental. It is a very judgment-oriented planet. If you are good, I am with you. If you are bad, even if you are best friend, I will kill you. That's what Saturn tells, and that's why Saturn is very very powerful. We do not want to be scared of astrology. The only reason of AC Astro and this whole community, whole family people we are watching right now, our subscribers and those who are subscribing right now, are just so that we do not get fear. We get reality check. Okay, Saturn is a planet of delay. Okay, delay can happen, but does not, denial is not there. Delay is there. And this is what is happening with the second aspect of Saturn. And moving on to the third aspect of Saturn will be on the 10th aspect of the house of creativity. The more the creative you are, the more the rewards you get. The less the creative and attentive you are, no, you'll get no reward. This is a time, I say, many people, when Saturn is in the 8,000, I say lottery is going to come to you, man, but it's not going to be from like speculator. It's going to be from your work or from the research that you do. That will be your lottery. And here, because Saturn being in the 8th house is aspecting the 10th aspect on the 5th house, where it is going to make you a star. And commitment, or what you say, anything to do with children, commitment with children, the karma, the 10th house of the 10th aspect of Saturn is the karmic aspect. And here it shows that the karma is related to your children. This is the time that you have to focus a lot on the children, on your loved ones. That means someone you love deeply. Or it is also a time, because 7th house lord is looking with the 10th aspect to do a karma of the love. That means to get married. If you want to take any kind of debt related to children, you want to put them into some kind of activities and debt, and it's important for you to take debt also, because this is the time that you need to be completely pumping your energy, creative energy, as well as your karma towards children. Those good news for those people who are trying for children. Here the children energy is also coming. Good news for people who are delivering children, because Saturn will be in such a great placement for the next 2.5 years, that for Leo ascendant people, you will be progressing, you will be happy only that okay, good, my son or daughter is born with Saturn in the 8th house. Saturn from here, looking at the 10th aspect in the 5th house, is for people who are in hedge fund, people who are in creative and as well as insurance business, people who are in speculative gain business. You will see that the more hard work that you're putting, it is converting into the 7th aspect of Saturn, that in money. So number one is put hard work, third aspect of Saturn. 7th aspect of Saturn, put some money also, investment is good this time. And third is work very hard on creativity. Then reverse wise, because creativity you worked hard, money will be returned, and your 10th house, that means your occupation will be flourishing, prospering. So first you give and then you receive, is what Saturn tells during every transit. Rohiji, you want to give any insight on the 5th aspect of Saturn? 10th aspect of
10th,
Saturn from the 5th house,
10th
yeah.
aspect of Saturn from 8th house. Uh, you rightly said that this will be the time when suddenly you can see, when you don't know, oh, this happened, we are trying for a long time and now this happened suddenly. This is the time when your loved one, the person with whom you are in love relationship, that can be a person who can transform your life. This is a house of transformation. This is a time when your kids can do some research study, they can do some, I am interested in astrology or I want to do some research study, they can do in such a things. So 8th house and 5th house, whenever we'll collaborate, there will be sudden things related to love relations or this kids thing. And one thing more, Saturn never say that go to speculation. Saturn always say, no, I say always go to hard work. But because 5th house is speculation and 8th house is somewhere like sudden gains and sudden loss of things. Yes, you can go into shares and these things, but the shares which are of long term nature. Then maybe according to your personal chart, natal chart, if there are good placement of planets, that can be the time that you can get some long term benefits, long term gains in a share market also.
Very good, Rohitji. And this is not all. So in this time, there is a nakshatra change also. So Saturn will be entering into Uttara Bhadrapada nakshatra from Purva Bhadrapada nakshatra. Purva Bhadrapada nakshatra is the nakshatra of Aja Ekapada, that is the Lord and Jupiter. And here it is going to now enter into Uttara Bhadrapada nakshatra, which is Saturn's own nakshatra and ruled by Ahirbutnya, who was the serpent of the deep seas. And 8th house is the house clearly related to transformation, shared resources, hidden knowledge, hidden matters, something that is very secret. Saturn transit through the 8th house may initially feel very challenging, that, oh my God, what is happening? Because it brings attention to the hidden aspects of life, both materially and emotionally. It also gives you your hidden talents. It shows you that, okay, this is where your hidden talents are. Why are you not working on it? However, this is the house that also represents deep transformation, and Saturn ensures that the growth you experience is steady, meaningful, and enduring. So, Ruji, it's a very depth kind of a placement of Saturn. Uttara Bhadrapada Nakshatra is symbolized by the twin back legs of the cot. The bed, it shows the back, indicating rest, stability, and introspection. It fosters a connection between the material and the spiritual realms, encouraging a balance between external changes and internal peace. So both the places, you will see that there is a balance that is getting maintained, because now it is and actually after so much of stress, it is a time to rest. When we are doing any research, we need to be very slow and very calm. We cannot be impulsive. And that's what earlier Saturn was impulsive, because it was in Ulmul Trigon, it had to perform. Now it is into the sign of Pisces, into very depth, into the deep seas, where the deity Ahirbudnya resides, the serpent of the deep, who governs mysteries, hidden powers, spiritual evolution, and aligns perfectly with the transformative energy of the 8th house. Planetary ruler Saturn enforces themes of discipline, responsibility, and karmic lessons. And I would suggest, and I would make sure that in this time, Leo ascendant people will be bringing something so deep from the, any in any of their field, that you will say that, oh my god, how the hell do they have so much power to bring all these things in surface? You were going deep into the sea on the bottom, getting that diamond out of there, which was submerged there for millions of years. That's how this powerful Saturn in the eighth house really means. Now, there are other major transits as well. That is, Saturn starts moving retrograde into Pisces on 13th of July. If you do everything here, you'll get confused. Saturn enters Purva Bhadrapada Nakshatra on 4th of October, and then Saturn starts moving forward in Pisces on 28th of November. We'll be making separate videos on all of this so that you are connected. So do subscribe, because that is the only thing that we have agreed here, that people subscribe so that we can grow together. All the best, guys. And conclusion for 2025 in a simple way is sudden gains, wealth going to increase, growth in profession, but challenges is going to be there. New leadership roles is going to be coming, but not with great responsibility. A lot of short distance travel because of work also is there. New twist in romantic relationship, because this twist is twist of permanent romantic relationship, you getting into marriage. Very good time for research, gains through inheritance, and good time to learn occult. And for that, we are doing astrology for beginners classes also. So WhatsApp link is here, you can join ASAP. Yeah, I don't think so. After watch, if you're watching after 29th of March, then it's already started from 14th of 15th of March. If you're watching before it, so please make sure that you are all enrolled here and do subscribe, because we want you to be a part of us. If you don't want to be a part, we ask to be a part of you, later unsubscribe, but subscribe now whenever you feel that our energy is matching. So we are doing today to understand Virgo and the position of Virgo people. Now, what has happened for Virgo right now? Saturn is in the sixth division. Okay, in the sign of Aquarius. It will be entering into Pisces on 29th of March 2025. Whenever any big planets like Saturn, Rahu, Ketu, Jupiter, they transit, they bring us a lot of sometimes opportunities and sometimes obstacles also. Saturn is the most feared one, and it is supposed to be feared because last 2.5 years of Saturn was a very, very difficult, very obstacle related time. And the reason was because whenever we look at Saturn, even as our elders used to say that when you go to Saturn temple, don't look at Saturn eye to eye. Look at the feet of Saturn. You should never have drishti of Saturn on you. And the drishti of Saturn is very, very difficult. The placement of Saturn is never difficult. The drishti of Saturn is very difficult. And what if it is in the house of all the malefics plus all the enemies? And here Saturn had that same kind of drishti. Here when we can see Virgo people, Saturn was in the sixth house, aspecting the eighth house, that is the house related to Mars, and where Saturn, absolutely very, very challenging placement of, challenging aspect of Saturn, because this is the place of sudden ups and downs and debilitated aspect of Saturn. So suddenly your life must have gone from up to down and life right to left and so many things. On terms of inheritance, investments, health wise also, there may have been lot of diseases that must have come on surface, and you must be working on it. Why? Because here Saturn promotes longevity, so there can be longevity that was happening and which was promoted for you. So many things in the seminar, Rohitji, we understood, and we saw in the seminar what people said. They said that mostly people who are going through multiple Sade Sati layers, that means father also has Sade Sati, son also has Sade Sati, mother also has Sade Sati. Everyone going through this laser are losing family members. That was another challenge here, because Saturn is the planet of longevity. And why it is called the planet of longevity? Because of the brother it has, that is Yama. Nilanjamam Yamabhasam Raviputram Yama Nilanjam Samabhasam Raviputram Yamagrajam Chaya Martanda Sambutam Tam Namame Shaneshwaram. Yamagrajam. He is the brother of Lord Yama. And wherever Saturn energy will be, Yama energy will be. So longevity, that is why is associated with Shani Devta, Saturn. Here what has happened is that longevity must have increased for Virgo ascendant, but the challenges that they must have faced is because of the third aspect on the eighth house, one the seventh aspect on the 12th house, and aspect on the third house here. Expenses, more expenses on health could have happened, because sixth house placement looking at the eighth house here, because of communication, because of trouble, you may have entered into legal issues also. Sudden health problems may arise, hidden enemies because of the 12th, 7th aspect of Saturn, or your partnerships may have been turned enemies for you. because Saturn is here in the sixth house, loans and expansions in these areas which have created much more debt on you and much more enemies. Problem with younger siblings could have happened because of the 10th aspect of Saturn. And those siblings who were working together, like me and my sibling working together to get something, or friends working together, may also have had a little bit of rift between them. Conflict with neighbors also. Suddenly your other people around you, you may have people who you must have known from a long time. Suddenly things did not work out with them, and also short journeys that you were doing related to business were just expenses and not fruitful. This is what is happening before 29th of March 2025. Many people will be watching this beforehand, right? So you may connect to these dots that okay, this happened. But on the other hand, many people must have taken loan, nice loan, good debts to increase their comfort, and that is by buying a house, buying a car, you know and also in the area related to legal challenges that you happen, things will be in your favor. It may just be a time consuming process, but things will be in your favor. So on an overall sense, if we see, Saturn is little bit malefic during the time when it is in its own Mool Trikon sign. Mool Trikon sign, for that house it will do good only, but for looking at places it will create problem. Now, starting 29th of March 2025, Saturn will transit into the seventh division for you. Here, if you look at this division, here it is going to come into the seventh house, and the aspects are changing. The aspect is now going to be on the ninth house, but that is the house of Venus, which is an extreme benefic and friend to Venus, to Saturn. Saturn is going to look even in the ascendant, which is the house of Mercury, again, extreme benefic planet and very good friend of Saturn. Third aspect of Saturn is again on going to be on Jupiter, which is the guru of Saturn. Brahaspati is the Deva Guru. Saturn is the Devata. So the Guru of Saturn is Brahaspati. And here that is also benefic planet. So Saturn is making association with all the benefics during this time, as per the Saturn that made association with malefics. If you see Mars malefic, Parashara says, Lord Parashara says that Mangala Kuja is malefic. Surya is malefic, and here it made combination with Sun and Mars. Here in the sign of Pisces, coming to the seventh house, there is going to be a lot of endings that will happen. Remember this, endings. This is not bad endings. This is good endings. Ending in quarrel between husband and wife, ending in quarrel between business partnership, ending in any kind of, you know, what we say, any kind of legal troubles in any kind of partnership business. Lot of things are going to get closure during this time, and that will be for the best reason ever. If we talk about more intense way that how it is looking here, the seventh house placement of Saturn is mostly on the relationship pattern only. That means good maturity in relationship area is coming. It is now time for not any short-term commitments, but to reconcile and also get into long-term commitment. And these collaborations will be very responsible and disciplined. Seventh house is the house that is related to long-term commitments for marriage also. That's why this is called the house of spouse. Here, those who are getting married also after 29th of March, they will have long-time commitment, because Saturn was in the placement of getting you into that kind of area during the transit in the seventh house for long-term commitments only. See, seventh house is also the house that is fourth from the fourth. The happiness of mother is seen from the seventh house as well. So here, happiness of mother is going to be also seen. There is going to be positivity in terms of your and your mother relationship. Those who are thinking of buying a property in second property is also the seventh house, because fourth is the first property, seventh is the second property, 10th is the third property, then again first is the fourth property. So this is how you start getting property in life. So those people who are thinking of buying their second property, second home, second vehicle, here you will see that you're getting expansion in that area also. Unlike Jupiter, Saturn, wherever it will sit, it will give expansion, and Jupiter, wherever it will sit, it will become very neutral. No expansion, no destruction. Same way, wherever Jupiter aspect, there will be some kind of growth, and wherever Saturn aspects, there will be some kind of delays. This is how it is supposed to be. But this time, it is not that way. Only because of Saturn aspecting the house of friends. Rohitji, do you have any kind of thing for the seventh house which I must have missed?
Yes, this is a beautiful placement for Virgo ascendant and back-to-back beautiful placement because sixth was also, natural placement for Saturn where it ends all diseases, all loans and enemies. And now, finally, Saturn is coming to their seventh house, give them, now they can be the business person. This is a place of business. So Saturn people, Virgo people now can become a businessman, get new partnership offers and opportunities. Uh, Most of them, those who are not getting married, people say Saturn give delay married. Yes, Saturn give delay married, but not denied marriage. So
Yeah.
definitely Saturn will give them marriage here, new life partner they will get. And if you see, according to the Lal Kitab, this is the place of Saturn where it become exalted. So
Salted,
Saturn is
yes.
very comfortable in this house. So yes, this is a, I think, very good for Virgo people, especially who are going through Saturn Dasha, Antardasha. So this is a great time to achieve so many things. But Saturn gives you so many things. But the only thing for Saturn is, yes, I can give you everything, but you have to go through my test. I will put you test. I will give you challenge, and then you have to pass that challenge, and I will give you the everything. And that is for the permanent time, not for 5 years, 10 years. It will for life now. So this is good placement, and
Yes.
drishtis will clear more things. Aspects will clear the more things.
Aspect, yeah, the more important you know aspect is the most important thing. Without that, there is nothing. Here we can see the first aspect of Saturn, that is the third aspect of Saturn, is going on the ninth house. Here, this is the house of luck, higher learning, gurus, mentors, teachers. And third is always struggle, always hard work, always initiative. And here you, it will create a lot of opportunities because this is the house of a friend, especially Venus. Saturn is very benefic when it has any association with Venus. Here it will create opportunities for intellectual growth and distant travels, either for higher education, either for some skill training, or either for work also. Continuously partnership work. You have partner in a different country or a different place. There is going to be a lot of to and fro to these things. The faith area. Saturn is an extremely spiritual planet. Ninth house is the house of dharma. Now, those who do not know, this is how it works. The first house, any ascendant you are, first house is the house of dharma, second house is the house of artha, third house is the house of kama, fourth house is the house of moksha. Fifth, dharma, artha, kama, moksha. Dharma, artha, kama, moksha. If you see here, fourth house is moksha house. Okay, one, two, three, four. Fourth from the fourth is moksha house, right, Rohitji? And then one second, dharma, artha, kama, moksha. Dharma, artha, kama, moksha. Fourth, eighth, and 12th. Sorry, that's where my confusion was. Fourth, eighth, and 12th are the area of moksha. Also, this triangle specifically tells you about moksha. Here, if you see, this is moksha, then this is again dharma house, the ninth house. And when we talk about dharma, Saturn looking here is means that your dharma or your karma will be all related to righteousness. That means you will do very, very great deeds. This is the time of doing higher education, learning, traveling somewhere abroad, trying to meet different people, learn different languages, start different cultural practices, and also get into little bit of religion, because this is the house of religion as well. Here we see that those people who have Saturn placed here, they are very unorthodox in their approach. And Saturn is an unorthodox planet. It does not mean unorthodox means you are a bad person. It means that you have a very, very wide overview of all the religions, and you feel that, I can choose my dharma myself. No one is there to give me my what kind of religion I want. I will choose my dharma. And the third aspect is also about the choice that you make. This is the house of Guru, blessings for Guru. And third house is house of the communication. This is the time you have to keep yourself much open to receive communication from your mentors, from your teachers, from your gurus. Ninth house is the house of intuition, also like some kind of bhagya, fortune. And intuition, my intuition, your intuition is something inner self will communicate to you now. This is the house of soul also. Your soul will communicate to you that, okay, yes, this is what you need to follow. And this is the time not to fall into different traps. Try to be as much as disciplined and make sure that you listen to your soul and understand your soul in a much better way, so that all the intuition that you're getting is going to take you in the right direction. So you're signing a contract, you see there is a lot of money, this, that, but suddenly you feel, no man, something is wrong. It does not seem right. So do not sign those contracts. Say, okay, I need more time, think about it, do research. Nothing easy. that should be done. Otherwise, great time for any higher studies. Your luck will be favoring you. In fact, short distance travel are going to be very, very lucky for you this time. Luigi, you have any kind of insights that you want to share about this?
Yes, the Saturn's third aspects is always about your courage, your bravery, your self efforts, because this is third aspect. And third aspect on ninth house says that you want your fortune to rise, you want your bhagya to rise, show courage, do hard work, show your purushart, then only I will let your fortune rise. Secondly, I want you to do your self efforts to respect your gurus, respect your pitars, respect your father. Then only I will let you rise your fortunes. You want to go abroad? Okay, you go for religious journeys, spiritual journeys, you go to different places. I will let you do everything. So Saturn here is again, Saturn is never a denial mode. Saturn in never denial mode. Saturn always in delayed mode, because Saturn says, see, I will give you anything, but if you are not a patra, if you are not a person who can handle this name fame, then what is the meaning of giving this? I am a Nyayakarta, I am not Venus, I will give you everything. So I will make you gold. I will put you in the furnace. You just go into that process, and finally when you come out, you will be gold person. So I am here to give you everything. The only thing is, yes, get ready for the hard work. I will let your rise fortune rise for this 2.5 years.
Ruji, exactly in the Sade Sati seminar, this is what came out as the number one thing, that Saturn, those who are going to Sade Sati or the period of Saturn, the most challenging area that they felt is that everything delayed for them. It was not denial. Saturn did not, money wise, Saturn gave something or the else just for survival pattern, but never ever did denial to things. So, this is the great reason that, okay, in Saturn period, our desires has to go down and our learning or our discipline has to come up. That's what really it means. This does not mean that you stop desiring that I want this and that. Everything in this world happens with a material gain only, but more spiritual approach for the material gain is required. That means no cheating, no kind of doing any kind of bad things. In fact, try to be very legitimate, try to be very ethical. That is what Saturn requires, so that it can give you great results. Here, first house is where it will be aspecting. This will be the seventh aspect of Saturn. Now here, it will enhance the personal discipline area, maturity, leading to admiration for others. That, okay, suddenly you have become such a nice person, you have become so religious, you have become so what you say, so disciplined. It's a complete new, like, it is in one of the books it said that whenever Saturn aspects the first house in transit or in real, such people will be shedding their skin like the snake. This means that they will keep evolving themselves, they will try keep improving themselves, they will remove all their impurities, and they will make sure they're completely taking a new form for the universe. So this is what happens when Saturn looks at the first house. It is a time for self discipline, working on your body, working on yourself, working on your eating behavior pattern, working on your verbal behaving pattern, working on your thinking pattern, working on your physical outlook, body, eyes, hair, everything body wise. You have to start loving your body. Otherwise, Saturn will say, if you do anything wrong, I will show you that what this problem means. It will, because see, it is the Karaka, the significant of longevity. And this, looking at the first house, means that it wants you to make a relationship with yourself. You, your soul, and your body are in a relationship. Remember this always. Okay. And this relationship breaks when we die. After death, 10-15 minutes, they say, oh, body is decomposing, burn this, bury this, whatnot. Body and soul have a relationship, and this is the time to listen to your soul and work for your body. This is what the aspect of Saturn on the first house means. There is another thing here which we have to understand, that Saturn's seventh aspect is considered very, very powerful. And this seventh aspect on the ascendant, so you must have seen that now only Virgo ascendant must have started to get into discipline, started to get into starting new things, exercising this, that. Please continue that. Try to keep it more and more, you know what you say, more and more evident in your life. In fact, Also, if you see, this is the house of Mercury, and Mercury and Saturn are very good friends. Mercury is Kendra Lord also. Now, this is the time that lot of relationships you will have to make with other people for the business, for the work, for the occupation. Again, seventh house, partnership, seventh aspect, partnership, your partnership for achieving business goals. So, rather than saying that I can do everything, you have to hire or you have to make sure that you're working together in a collective way with the people. This is very, very important. Later, Saturn will look at the 10th aspect of Saturn goes on the fourth house also. Now, what does this mean? 10th aspect of Saturn, what is that? That means karma here is related to you working towards your house, either building your house, either furnishing your house, either refurbishing your house, or either doing anything good to the house, like buying. And if selling is also happening, then again buying something, reinvesting home life here in a positive way, because again the sign of guru. And what happens here after 14th of May, Jupiter will also transit here into the 10th house, an aspect with the seventh aspect. So 10th aspect of Saturn, seventh aspect of Jupiter. That means many people will be buying houses with partnership. Many people will be also doing lot of things related to buying a vehicle, property, their property related to partners. That means husband and wife. From the sina, the karma of the seventh house looking at the 10th house, 10th aspect on the fourth house, that means husband and wife together may come to buy any property, any wealth. This is also the time that your mother may be a constant, what you say, support. For your support system of the mother will be absolutely constant. Home life will become very secure, nurturing space through consistent effort. Remember, Saturn means effort. It can delay in the home area also. If you're going for buying something, it may delay for 3, 4, 6 months, but there is no denial. It will happen for sure. On the other hand, fourth house is the house of you know uh, emotional security also. So emotional security also becomes very, very great. And why it becomes great? Because of the aspect of Saturn on the ascendant also. Somehow you will start feeling much happier, healthier, and very, very content that okay, you know what, God has given me everything. Which I was talking to my wife 2 days ago. Little bit, her job was in trouble, and she got, and she was crying and what. Obviously, job goes away. Everyone feels right. Our home, family, income, this that. So she was crying. I said, "Ki somewhat God must have thought something, right? Before bringing two children in our life, they must have thought that how they're supposed to grow up and what they're supposed to achieve. So why are we worried about anything? So from last 2 days, she is now okay, like doing very good. The reason is that somehow nothing is in our hand. 3,000 people were fired. I said you were one of them. So it's not like someone targeted you. It was a very big company decision. So forget about all the same way. Now she's happy, content. Now what she's saying, now tell me what higher learning I should do, where I should focus, what I should develop. This is what happens. Sometimes with pain only, your gain happens. There is no gain without pain. It is all not written. It is true. Everyone here who's watching, very hardworking people, very, very intelligent people. Virgo ascendant people, Rohitji, are the most analytical people in the world. They are the one who have analytics for everything. They can prove how what is right and what is wrong in 2 minutes, because they are very extremely intelligent. The power is with the buddha, that means buddhi is the main thing that they have. And such people are mostly businessmen, mostly people who do dhanda, like means, oh, I want to do, like, sir, I will do business, I will make an empire. Such people are very aspirational also, and this is the time that your destiny, yourself, and your social security, all three are coming together for making sure that you take the right action. There can be delay in foreign travel, there can be delay in buying a house, but there is no denial. So you do not have to quit in middle. You have to say that okay man, why not, let's work harder, more harder, and it will come to me. So all the best, guys. And but this is not what all. There is a nakshatra change also, Rohit ji, which starts from 27th of April 2025 on the birthday of Rohit ji. Rohit ji's birthday, and Saturn is saying I will go to new nakshatra. Here it is going to the, it is going to be in the seventh house. Before, just before Revati nakshatra, there is the 26th nakshatra, and that is very much dear to Saturn because it is number 8. When you total 26, it will be number 8, and Saturn's number is also, everyone knows. Here, this is where Saturn will be very, very extremely comfortable, especially in the area related to partnership, marriage, business, public image. It is a time to go in the depth now. See, seventh house governs your relationship with others, including your spouse, business partners, and general dealings with the world. Anywhere where we are doing any dealing for 1 minute, also, we are in partnership, and that is all related to the seventh house. Here, if you see, that Saturn's presence here will foster a sense of responsibility, urging you to establish partnership based on mutual respect, integrity, and long-term goals. Uttarabhadra Nakshatra is symbolized by the back legs of the cot, which represents stability, patience, and inner contentment. That means with these partnerships that are coming up, you will be completely relaxed as well. So that is the number one positive scene for you people. Secondly, the deity of this nakshatra is called Ahir Budnya, the serpent deity, which emphasizes depth, transformation, and power of introspection. Now, these all words look very common when we listen to astrology, but this actually means it. Ahir Budnya is sitting very, very depth in ocean. You know, it's like meditating there, trying to just releasing the energy of, the subconscious mind is completely active to make sure that right deeds are done. And how right deeds are done? When we become mature. If we let a small child cross the road, he will not be that alert like how an adult will be, because maturity has come to the adult. Young people are not aware of the dangers around them. Elder people are, because we get experience. Oh my god, car will hit this, that, whatnot. Here the power, this alignment of Saturn's, power, and the power of Ahirbudnya's nakshatra, that is Uttarabhadrapada nakshatra, will align you towards maturity and growth. That means you will know that these are potential dangers in front of me. I cannot go forward. That is how this period can be. Saturn, which amplifies theme of discipline, karmic lessons, structured growth, judgment, anything to do in terms of result for your karmas, is going to be much more powerful and active in this nakshatra, which is going to be the Ahirbudnyas nakshatra. So honestly, it's a very great time. Other major events are also happening. It's not like Saturn is not going to just stay in one place. Saturn will start moving retrograde in Pisces on 13th of July. Then it enters into Purva Bhadrapada Nakshatra in retrograde motion. Again, the Nakshatra of Ahirbudnya. That means it will create a balance in your life on 4th of October. And Saturn will start moving forward in Pisces on 28th of November 2025. So do subscribe so that when we make these videos or when we give information regarding these, you do not have any kind of, you are always aligned with the energy of AC Astro as well. So Rohit ji, what do you think overall? What is happening as conclusion? Expansion in business, right? Because of seventh placement of Saturn and aspect on all the good areas, new partnerships, long journeys because of Saturn's aspect on the ninth house, pilgrimage journey, because this is the house of dharma, dharmic people meeting guru. So pilgrimage is not only temple. Your workplace is also your temple. You going to your head office to learn something new, meet your mentors is also pilgrimage, and that is where different culture, different areas. When we go to any organization, they have a culture. They have specific boundaries and timelines set. Okay, these are the values that we follow. Exactly, that is what will happen and come to your life. So that means new beginnings, new jobs also are coming, good physical and mental health because of the aspect on the ascendant, joint property with partner. We spoke about seventh house, looking at 10th aspect here. That means karma together with new vehicle can come to the house, and time to transform in the more partnership way. Partnership area you have to transform. Thank you so much, guys. It's an amazing, amazing time for all the people. We'll be making the video for Sade Sati as well, Rohichi, right? Every Sade Sati, every Dhaya, so that everyone can understand what is going to be their challenges or opportunities. It is one of the best things that is happening to Libra ascendant people. Earlier, also, it was not bad because for Libra, Saturn is the yoga karaka, and it can create some obstacles in terms of relationship because of the niche drishti on the seventh house. But now it is turning to be very, very benefic. Here,
See a very big smile and glow on your face when we reach Libra.
always Libra is the best ascendant in the world. I don't have it, but I still love it. Here, because number one, Venus is the ascendant lord. Number two, Saturn is very benefic for you guys. It's not malefic. Here, when we look at some of the ill effects of Saturn, and maybe if Sade Sati was layer, then it could have been challenges, and that may be problem in married life or relationships in the past transit. There could be partnership issues related to delays in anything to do with partnership business. Life partner health issue can be seen and must have been seen here. Some kind of challenges or health problems, but if something that has come as long term illness is also for the longevity of the partner. Delay in marriage but not denial, so that means now it is a time to get married. Also, wishes can be unfulfilled because of the 11th 7th aspect of Saturn on the 11th house. So delays in wishes to get fulfillment of wishes, challenges, lack of gains, and then conflict with family or away from family is also another challenge that we will see. Wealth accumulation might also not have been that great, but still, other than other ascendants and other people are having much more problem than Libra ascendant. Libra ascendant is still safe, still positive, still powerful, because Saturn is an extreme yoga karaka for all you people. Now, that is not all. These are just the little bit of challenges that Saturn did. But on the other hand, Saturn started, a lot of people started a new business. A lot of people started, very much committed relationships, like not to the area of marriage, but otherwise committed relationships. There could also be things where we can talk about speculative gains, that Libra ascendant people must have got some speculative gains, or some sudden gains also might have come. So it's not always only bad, Rohiji. It is good also. Especially for Libra and Taurus ascendant, Saturn is a benefic planet and it will not do any harm to them. It will see, the nature of a snake is to bite. That is why the nature of Saturn is to give you hardships, but still there is a little bit leniency with Libra ascendant people always. Here, Rohitji, after 29th of March 2025, something very great is happening. Whenever Saturn will sit in a Dushtana, look at Dushtana, it becomes extremely benefic for anyone in the world. That has been, Parashara has mentioned that when malefics, yani Papagraha, when they go to the 6th, 8th, and 12th houses, when they go to these places, this is the time that they will start giving you very, very great results in terms of their placement and their aspects. Saturn placement is supposed to be the best placement. Wherever Saturn will sit, it will show that there is, in that area there is some kind of progress. But wherever Saturn will aspect, that is where we have to be challenges. Our ancestors used to tell us that, okay, when you go to the Saturn temple, don't look at Saturn eye to eye. Look at the feet of the Saturn. The drishti of Saturn should not fall on you. And the mamurtis, the deities we have in the mandir are pran pratishthit. That means they have been given, that soul has been installed into them. So that means they're active. That's why there is so much positive energy when we go to the temple. Here in this situation, Saturn in the 6th house is a very, very great placement because it is a Dushtana. Secondly, it is aspecting the aspect of Saturn earlier, where on the house of enemies only, all enemies, Mars and especially Sun. So here enemies, so that's why it was not able to give you 100% good results. Now, because it is the sign of Venus, very, very great. Ascendant of Venus also, like ascendant sign of the Venus also. Here it is looking at the 12th house, again related to Mercury, and again related to the ninth division, the third house. Sorry, the ninth Rashi, that is the third division for you, third house, that is related to Jupiter. So all the aspects are on benefic planets, OHG. This is going to be a very, very great time for all the Libra ascendant people. Now, the placement of Saturn after 29th of March 2025 comes on the 6th division. That means the 6th place, that is related to health, service, competition, enemies, daily routine, debt. Any kind of debt that we acquire is exactly this house. Here, the number one thing, that Saturn comes in a very benefic placement because of the 6th division, where it is supposed to be working more than its abilities, more than its power, is going to be reducing of debt. That is the number one thing that Saturn here wants to come and focus on. On terms of that, it will enhance all the abilities to, you know, to overcome obstacles, challenges, especially in the area related to workplace, because this is the place that which shows our daily work and routine workplace. In some cases, if there will be a lot of enemies that you were having, Because see, your Jupiter is making currently a Viparit Raj Yoga. It is sitting in the eighth house, and it is the Lord of the sixth house. What happens in such cases is that Viparit Raj Yoga means that problems, and in the end, the solution to a problem. So a learning happens. This is where learning also is coming to you, and now Saturn comes here and ends that trouble. That means it is a time for you to you know have victory in obstacles that were coming through workplace. Saturn is fourth house lord, it has to bring you peace. Saturn is fifth house lord, it will make you very, very creative. Saturn here in the sixth house will make sure that you stand out in a different crowd in your workplace. So this is going to be a great time for all the Libra ascendant people. On terms of that, Rohitji, when we talk about health, especially Saturn, Jupiter here is making a Viparit Rajyoga. That means health might also have got affected during this time. Some surgeries happen in the last year in 2024 after March, after May. Some surgeries happen. There can also be possibility some kind of threat to life must have come. Some accident must have happened. But everything happened. You are safe. Heart problems could have happened. Suddenly, sugar, diabetes, medicines would have started. But still, you are very safe. What happens here is that as soon as Saturn comes here, it brings you into a disciplinary manner in your workplace, in your daily life and routine. It will make sure that you come into disciplinary line, and also a better and a healthier lifestyle is then started. And that is also like a tick mark, a great news for all the Libra ascendant people. Sixth house is the house where we see that what kind of competitive, what kind of enemy is in front of us. That enemy can be health also, that enemy can be a person also, or that enemy can be a person in position also. That means someone who's in the service industry, government also. Here Saturn has the potential to remove such kind of obstacles from your life, and make sure that in areas related to competition, especially giving competitive exams for government services, great time, especially during this time for interviews. Very, very 10 15 candidates are interviewing for the same position. Somehow, if you're going to Saturn Mahadasha or Jupiter Mahadasha Antardasha, it is a possibility that you may crack that interview and get that job. I know we other 14 people are also person of God only, but they will find their way. But here, Libra ascendant people, and especially if you're going to Saturn Mahadasha or Jupiter Mahadasha, have major what you say chances of getting some hierarchies also, like getting some job offers also. Because this is the sixth house of absolutely service. This is the time that you have to become service oriented, that you have to make sure in any work that you're doing, you're not doing just to make money, you're doing is as a humanitarian act also, like sometime where service is given. That okay, does not matter, my someone told me to work 10 hours a day, no issues, I will work it, no problem. It is let do as a service. This does not mean that come under pressure of other people and start getting exploited. But yes, if it is required, if you feel that there is a need for the hour, then try to be very accommodating during this time. Roji, when I was in Reliance in Big FM, our boss used to be very, very. Today, I understand the real meaning of that. He used to be very, very strict that, okay, we have to work this, that. And I used to work, Roji, for sometimes a stretch of 12, 14, 15 hours, 16, 17 hours, sometimes 20 hours also. But it has not given me anything wrong here. It has given me that experience and to work under extreme pressure, which is just like peanuts now. Any pressure comes, does not matter easily. That is what life sometimes give you, that kind of opportunities or that kind of situations where you become so invincible that next time if you have to work for 15, 16 hours a line, you don't even care about it. You say, oh, it's a very known thing to me, I know how to tackle this situation. So that's why always try to be service oriented during this time. Try to now, Ruji, this is not all. Sixth house, is also the house related to your maternal uncles, any kind of brothers, siblings that your, maternal uncles are there. So if you're Virgo, if you're Libra ascendant, and here there can be prosperity for your uncles also, maternal uncles also. That is also a good news here. Ruji, you want to add anything here? If I missed any.
You explained very well, and now this is a time when their loans will go, but this is a time when loans will come also, because fourth house owner is coming here, so they can take a property loan or a
House
auto
property.
loan.
Yeah.
and fifth house honor is coming here.
Education.
They will bring their brains in their job, and now they will put their brain in their job. And the only thing they need to take care is the star here is the health of mother and kids. They need to take care, little care, because in fact the both are honor of the fourth and fifth house and coming in sixth house of diseases. The only thing is this, otherwise everything is fine.
We will come to the loans part because the aspect of Saturn is on the 12th house of expenses also. So what areas the expenses happen, I will tell you. But other than that, this is a very, very positive placement. Dushta, that means a papagra, a malefic, sitting in the sixth house, which is a very comfortable place for him. And the karaka, the significator of sixth house, eighth house, 12th house is Saturn only. And it is sitting here, significator, not the owner. Significator means someone who signifies the role of these houses. Sixth house, obstacles, trouble, Saturn. Eighth house, longevity. 12th house, losses, endings of things, Saturn. So everything is related to Saturn. And also, the third aspect of Saturn, that is the 10th aspect on the third house, is on an Upchaya house, where also Saturn gives very good results. So automatically, this is, and it is not something you can just search it up. That what I'm saying. There is no scary business here. There is no sugar coating also. Whatever is there is there. I cannot stop it, you cannot stop it. But all the best. Now, eighth house is where Saturn will put the third aspect. Now, third, anything that is number three is about showing courage, is about something that has to do with, you know, research or skill development, something that has to do with communication. And here, the aspect of Saturn, the third aspect is on the eighth house of longevity. If your younger siblings are going through any kind of longevity issues or health issues, they may feel a good relief here. That is one number one thing that is happening. There can be sudden ups and downs in terms of your travel schedule also, that there may be a lot of traveling now required for your work purposes. On the other hand, this is an absolute house of transformation. That means coming completely removing the skin of snake from your body and putting a new skin on yourself. This is exactly that kind of a planet. Here you will see that it will help you navigate life's difficult to difficult problem, if you use resilience, wisdom, and proper communication. This is not the time to be quiet or isolated. This is the time to make sure that you speak up. If anything is wrong, speak up, because eighth house is also the house of fear. So you have to come out of the fear phobia here. Okay, this is required. Then this is also the sign that is related to inheritance, joint resources, money from, your lineage, or we call money from your ancestors, property of your ancestors, property of your fathers, property, any property that is supposed to be coming family property is seen from the 8,000. Here you see that there is going to be financial growth also through joint ventures, through things related to do with your family. Family wise, money is coming to you. This is also the in-laws place. Here proper communication with in-laws also has to be maintained. Also health of in-laws has to be taken into consideration during this time, because somehow it may affect Saturn's. This is called interdependence of the birth chart. What happens is our chart is not us only. In this chart you can even go to the layer of seventh cousin also, like first cousin, second cousin. That's how you can go. Even your mother, your grandmother, their mother, their grandmother, this is what the layer is here. So you can go into depth and depth and depth, and that for that we have extreme divisional charts also, which tells you about everything. Now, eighth house is housed something to do with research. Here third house aspect, here you will start initiate some research that will be a great opportunity for you to transform yourself, or maybe understand the reality. It is the house of hidden things. It is the house of fear, phobia. It is the house of habits. This is the time that you will show courage to leave your bad habits and get into great habits, as well as drinking, smoking, even phone addiction nowadays is bad habit. Even something to do with, in the intimate section, sexual energy, that kind of a bad habit is also there. So in all these areas, drugs, and hallucinations, everything is related to the 8,000. You may come out of it because of this beautiful aspect of Saturn on the house of Taurus, that is the sign related to Venus. Rohitji, anything you want to add up?
Sure, I want to say that this is the time when you are doing job somewhere and you are being transferred to the research department. Go and do research there.
I
So this
told
is
you,
also
yes.
that you can put your brains in a research department. This is a time when you Shani Dev will sit here and aspect the eighth house and finish your diseases which you don't even know, finish your enemies which you don't even know. So this is a good thing. The only thing you need to take care caution while you have to deal with your in-laws, because in fact this is Saturn's drishti. Yes, this is a drishti on friend's sign, but if you will not take proper care, as Akashji told, that communication is a key factor. If communication factor is missing when you dealing with in-laws regarding anything, then there can be some confusion. So you have to put your communication there well with them. So last 2.5 year not gone very well with your in-laws, because life partners was disturbed, seventh house were disturbed, so this was impact there also. So this is the time. So Shanidev's drishti, Akashji, I see, uh, from my experience, I see my Saturn in the ninth house aspecting my sixth house always give me, very comfortable in job, and I always easily get jobs anytime, and good win at job, good in competitions, everything fine. But and that is on the sign of Mercury on Gemini. But Saturn Drishti is Saturn Drishti. What he did there, he just finished all my relation with my uncles, with my parental uncles. So what they Saturn say, I am doing my job. If I will put the drishti, I will finish your enemies, finish your diseases, I will give you win. But yes, this is my drishti, I have to do this. So Saturn drishti has always a double effect. Only thing you handle with care. Written on the glass boxes every time, handle with care. So drishti is handle with care.
Yeah, but this drishti is a good time. Many people will detect cancers. Many people will detect some kind of critical illness also right now as soon as Saturn enters into Pisces. The reason is that Saturn is the planet of longevity. It will bring the problems to the surface so that you can take care of it in the right time, right space, and then you can get rid of such problems so that your longevity increases. So if something like this comes up, don't get scared about it. You are very lucky that it has been now detected at a very early stage, because Saturn wants to get rid of all this. They say, I just don't want any, don't want to compromise with this person's health. I want to make sure that this person is healthy, and for that, eighth house is also the house related to surgeries, house related to sudden ups and downs, accidents. So somehow, one of my clients, you can't even imagine what happened. He was riding a cycle in Vancouver. He was riding. He fell down. He broke his left hand. And when they took him to the hospital emergency, they started doing CT scan, this that, and to understand x-rays and what's happening. They said no, there is fracture. Finally they said, he said that I have lot of pain now in my chest also. So they put him into an MRI machine. They found out that there is, and did some angiography, something to the heart. They found out the heart was 78 to 80% blocked. They immediately put stunts into him. Now he's very much fine, doing very fine. So just imagine what happened is that he fell down from the bike just to break his hand so that he could go to the hospital. So what was the source? Pain. Pain was the source to go get into stunt in the otherwise doctor said you would have got a heart attack. That was the next thing that is coming to you. You got saved because of this. And his hand, nothing was fractured, nothing happened. It was just muscle tear. It later on healed. He had to wear that band for almost a month. He was healed now and everything is good. He had stunt. He said suddenly happened. I don't even know what happened. So this is how sometimes planet work. They will create some problems so that you get to know the bigger problem. That is there in your chart. Here, let's be very hopeful, very careful, and very this opportunity should not be missed. On the other hand, Saturn is now looking at the 12th division of your chart. That means the 12th house, which is related to foreign travels, which is related to spirituality, expenses also. And now the common aspect of Saturn on on the 12th and the third house, that means here also Saturn is aspecting, here also is aspecting. It means that there can now be lot of expenses related to travel that is coming, expenses related to health also that can be coming. Maybe you are getting into a lot of healthier routine, and being healthy nowadays is very expensive. Earlier it was very easy. Now this all the vegetables which are very very exotic are very expensive. So if you eat zucchini, this that, it's a very expensive meal. So getting into such kind of areas is where you will be going. This is the time that honestly Because of the seventh aspect of Saturn, there will be lot of partnership from foreign countries. Long distance partnership will be very very benefit for you, and that is going to give you some new hope and growth in your workplace. In fact, Rohiji, there can be possibility that many people will be going abroad from their workplace. And this is because of the 10th aspect of Saturn also that is going on the third house. We'll talk about it. Here, 12th house is also the house of spiritual exploration. Saturn can put you into isolated places. And isolated places, as soon as you start feeling lonely, there is no one, no mother, no father, nothing, nothing. That time you start remembering Hanuman Chalisa. That time you start remembering, your prayers of to Allah and your prayers to Jesus, and every religion, any religion that you follow. Suddenly, as isolation happens, you start feeling lonely. You know that if no one is still around me, if my parents, my friends, my family is not around me, at least the universal force of the creator, the God, is around me, and whatever way you look at him is. And that is what happens with the 12th house. 12th house is the house of sorrow also. Here, when sorrow comes, you say, oh my God, dear God, please save me, please save me. Right? This is because you know that that power is inheritedly with you. It is whether your mother, father, brother, sister, wife, kids, they also go away from your life. There is only one permanent person that you have, and that is the holy, the supreme, the Lord, whatever name you have given. No, does not matter. Here, your connection or your partnership to the spiritual zone, to your spiritual life, to your spiritual guru, to God is going to become much more stronger. And this stronger means actually really stronger. You will see that when you are in isolation, only and only the peace will come when you go to any religious place, any place of humanitarian work, any place of volunteering, any place related to do with where you can devote yourself, your time. And that is where you will start seeing peace coming from that areas. This is the house of Mercury. Serving little small girls with sweets is a very very great thing to do in this kind of placement when Saturn is looking at the 12th house. Also, during this time, working with older people, like in NGOs, some people where there are old and vulnerable people, like old age homes, if you have it around them, or if you, even if you can't work, just to take care of one small element of that old age home. So we have, Rohitji, I am in Bombay right now. I am from Canada, but I'm in Bombay right now. So here I was going somewhere and I went to a friend's building. Watchman was changing the bulb. So I asked him कि क्या हो गया मतलब bulb, why you are changing? He said, oh Sahab, this bulb which I have put is what you say, it is the 60-watt power bulb, and it is not LED. I got LED, so society's money will come less. This is actually true devotion. It shows that okay, this person did not think about himself. He could have just had that bulb and enjoy life, but he's putting an LED so that society money can save. So just see kindness in people. And once he got educated, that he said, I saw on वो क्या बोलते हैं उसमें इंस्टा व्हाट्सएप, आई डोंट नो, व्हाट्सएप or something, where they say that using this bulb will run for so many years and the bill will be like less. So he said, I learned that and I'm doing it. So education is also very important, and see, people are getting educated through communication, through all these communication devices. This is that time, that such kind of spiritual, if you know that in your job area something where you can save money and not get other people into pressure, save expenses. This is what exactly it means. Wiser financial management in for you or for your interdependence should happen during this time. Roji, you want to say something about this?
I think you have told in so much detail, and I think you told that yes, aspecting 12th house as well, and now this third house
Third
as well.
aspect.
So I think work visas people will get very fast now. This is the time then
That
they'll be.
is where we are coming for the third aspect. Now here, sorry, I just did not write anything. For the third, I think we played same game, but okay. Third aspect here. When we talk about the third aspect of Saturn here on the 10th aspect on the third house, this is going to be more and more related to communication, siblings, friends, social circles, social media, It will improve your courage. There will be lot of personal initiatives that you wanted to take here will start happening for you without any tension at all. There is going to be lot of personal initiatives. Those who are thinking about doing something, some business with their sibling, very good time. Doing something or closing some business with your siblings, also very good time. Saturn is about closure also. The 10th aspect of Saturn is about closure also. So here it says that closure of business also is very good. Those people who are thinking of, they were completely stuck now because of their short distance journey, were completely stuck because they were not able to travel due to some reason or the other. Here Saturn empowers you to work. For work, you short distance travel, 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 travel. This is the house of Jupiter. Very soon Jupiter will be coming to the ninth house, aspecting here with the seventh aspect. So lot of new partnerships are also being created for work purpose, which will help you in your workplace to increase your increase your potential in your workplace. Now, one thing we have to remember: Saturn is a malefic and sitting in the house of health, aspecting the third house. What is the third house? The shoulders. What is the third house? The ears. What is the third house? The neck. This area, exactly this area. You have to be very careful with cervical pains and stuff like that. Long hours of working can give you pain in these areas. So constant exercise and daily routine has to become nice. Otherwise, there will be challenges that you see. Third house is the house of contracts, signing of contracts. Here you will see that many signs, signatures you will put on contracts, which will be like such a beautiful time for all the people. Rohitji, so overall, Saturn's eighth aspect on the eighth house, 12th house, and third house, all Dushtana and Upchaya house, and sitting in a Dushtana is going to be positive for Libra ascendant people. Those people who are in Libra very soon, 27th of April 2025 is when nakshatra change also happens for Saturn. So Saturn will enter into Uttar Bhadrapada nakshatra from Purva Bhadrapada nakshatra, nakshatra of Ajayakapada to nakshatra of Ahirbudhya. Here, the serpent of the deep is associated with protection, hidden wisdom, and spiritual insight. See, the Saturn is in the same place in the sixth house. Key areas are health, service, competition, enemies, daily routines. Here, you will see that you will get more strategic thinking, patience, routine change, discipline, wisdom, everything is coming. And the symbol of this nakshatra is back of a cot, which means represents stability, rest, and introspection before major establishments or achievements. Why? You know why, Rohitji? Because some people, Saturn here in the sixth house is also called Saturn in comfort zone. Saturn will come to its own comfort zone. When Malefic is in comfort zone, then you are also in comfort zone. Saturn, which reinforces the qualities of discipline, patience, karmic justice, law, order. This is the time that you will see that in these areas of life, if you are struggling in any case, it will be in your favor and a benefit time for you. Other major transits are also happening, Rohitji. That is, Saturn will enter into retrograde motion from 13th of July 2025. Then in Purva Bhadrapada Nakshatra, again in retrogression, will enter into Purva Bhadrapada Nakshatra and then again move to Pisces, forward. And I will become direct in Pisces on 20th of November. For this, if I would say everything now, then you will forget. That's why we'll make videos closer to the dates. That's why subscribe so that you do not miss it. And the conclusion from 2025, Rohitji, for all the Libra ascending people is: number one is good results in competitions. So start giving exams, start applying for jobs, good results in interviews, winning in enemies, win over hidden enemies as well. Job abroad, make sure that your workplace put them pressure that I want to go abroad. And good in service industry and good for communication industry as well. So overall, this is such a beautiful time, and everything is in front of you. Nothing is made up. If it is made up, go and read up about this. For Scorpio ascending people, yes, as we can know that the challenge or the placement of Saturn was in the fourth division. That means related to their home place. Wherever Saturn will sit, it will try to give you expansion in that area. Wherever Saturn will aspect, it will can create destruction or challenges in that area and delays in that area. Here, Saturn was sitting for Scorpio ascendant people. If we look here in the fourth house, so that means during this time there could have been possibility of buying new property. In fact, even fourth house, when fourth house gets disturbed or challenge after 17th of January 2023. There could also be placement in a foreign country, you going to a foreign country, living in a foreign country, taking nationality of a foreign country, even taking buying a property in a foreign country away from your birthplace is also possible, because Saturn is an unorthodox planet. Unorthodox planet actually creates, sudden, in the area of residence only, but sudden changes where you will be completely out of this place, that place. Now, aspects of Saturn were not really, really great. First of all, the first aspect, the third aspect of Saturn was on the sixth house. Workplace problems, politics, challenges, legal troubles. Saturn aspecting the 10th house, problems in professional life. In fact, because of the third aspect of Saturn on the sixth house, there could also be possibility of loan problems, problem taking debt or delay in getting debt or dealing with the bank. Such kind of problems must have also happened. Health and routine issues like out of discipline, always traveling, some kind of health problems, not taking care of yourself, loss or theft of items is also possible, because sixth house is loss also. So you coming into debt, or some of your items that was there from you from the past might lose, you may suddenly lose something.
One thing I want to add here, that I know one of my friend who I remember is Scorpio, and his mother has taken some loan from some relative. I don't know when, but in this period he has to repay that loan. He say, even I don't know when she took loan, and now I have to pay this, money out. And this is a person who goes through this full body checkup also number of times, due to the thing that, oh, my health is okay or not.
Absolutely, Rohit. See, this is the time of losing something that you already have or did not know. So, for example, some people, one of my friend also lost her gold chain. One of my friend lost her gold bracelet. So, such things happen in people who have Saturn placed in this area. On the other hand, Rohit, if you see, there could be problem in business expansion, but on the other hand, Saturn is a planet of, the seventh aspect of Saturn is still better. It will put you into authority in some way or the other. Lack of gains could have been there, and conflict with maternal uncles, and else also brain fog, mental stress, somehow feeling demotivated, tired is what can happen. And this body fatigue can create to, or extreme stress can create to wrong decisions and create problems for all the people of Scorpio ascendant. This is what was happening. Now what has happened we cannot change, but what is coming forward we can be ready for it. That's why astrology comes into play. Who am I or who are you to decide anyone's fate, Rohitji, right? It is all the Almighty God. And these planetary positions show us over years that whenever these kind of things happen, what kind of things manifest. Here, after 29th of March 2025, absolutely. Number one, if you see here on the left side, Saturn aspecting the house of Mars, Sun and Mars, all are enemy. They are enemy to Saturn, so there is an enemy aspect on all the houses. Now, Saturn aspecting the seventh, the 11th, and the second house. These are benefic houses, and these are actually signs of benefic planets only. Venus benefic, Mercury benefic, Jupiter benefic, all three are benefic. There is no malefic nature that they have. And the best part is Saturn has a very, very great relationship with Mercury, Venus the best, and Guru Brahaspati, Jupiter is the guru, is the mentor of Saturn only. So how can someone whose mentor is Saturn can have challenges in them here? Now when we look at this placement, or this what you say, the challenges that has happened here, the challenges were limited, and that was limited mostly in the work area and mental stress. Now the opportunities are unlimited. The unlimited opportunities comes number one from the placement of Saturn in the fifth house, and that has to come with startups. Some kind of startups can happen here. You may have or must be getting some kind of great accumulate speculative gain from the partner, also because of the third aspect here. 11th aspect, all your wishes, hopes and gains are now absolutely aligned. And here the 10th aspect, that means now money is okay in business is there, but when the money will become ours, this is the time that money becomes yours. You will start accumulating wealth through business, through work, through profession, through career and whatnot. So it is honestly one of the best times that has happened, has started for Scorpio ascendant people who are extremely well versed with research. Okay. Now, Ruji, here when we come on the placement of Saturn here in the fifth house. Fifth house is house of children, speculative gains, anything to do with creativity, anything to do with startups, anything to do with you say education. Everything is seen from the fifth division of any birth chart, and fifth is always the most benefic place for any planet to be. Even planet like Saturn comes to the fifth house, it is a benefic planet only. This time Saturn is making combination with Jupiter, because sitting in the house of Jupiter, aspecting the house of Jupiter, both the houses of Jupiter are under the influence of Saturn. This means that education wise there has to be lot of discipline that is supposed to be maintained by all the people, because otherwise there will be challenges. Those who are working, those who are in higher education, those who are working and studying together, they have to give equal importance to study also to finish these studies. Otherwise there can be more delays here. Saturn in the fifth house in the sign of Pisces. Another thing that is very, very positive about this placement is about marriage, because this is the house of love, relationship, romance, and Saturn delays things but gives something for permanent. In the next 2.5 years, there can be possibility that your love and romantic life is now turning into marriage proposal, and marriage is going to happen for you in this time. Not only marriage, if you're thinking about partnership, that has to be started to start a startup, you three four friends and coming together, getting collective goals, that is also very, very much easily possible. It is a very important time of testing creative pursuits and romantic relationships, so make sure that creativity wise you do not leave any stone unturned. Rohitji, in this placement, whenever Saturn will be the third house and fourth house lord and comes to the fifth house, it is the time that it gives collective good results of the third and the fourth house also. That means gains through communication, gains through real estate, gains through mother, gains through home country, gains through your siblings. That all also Saturn gives, because any planet in progression and exactly one house ahead of its house, it gives the good results of the previous houses also. And both the previous houses, because Saturn is a very slow planet, is both joint to him. That means Capricorn and Aquarius are both ruled by Saturn coming into the fifth house here. Roji, this is also the placement in terms of speculative gain. Those who are in share stock markets, yeah, it will not be like before, like how it was supposed to be. Now there will be more civilized, more disciplined, and more long-term investments that you will look for. And this long-term investments are going to give you maximum speculative gains in the next 2.5 years. So make sure that you invest now, so that in the next 2.5 years, when the market goes up, you are also in that green standing position, and then you can write down and say that yes man, Saturn came in this house and it gave me these kind of speculative gains as well. Gains from children also, if you're thinking about some kind of gains or some relationship bonding or disciplinary action in children, or if you want to make your child disciplined, this is the time that Saturn empowers you to do that also. Children will be Saturn sitting here, so remember Saturn is a malefic. It can create a little bit of rift between you and your children also, you trying to control them. So don't try to be controlling, try to be more on the education side, that this is what happens, this is what not happens. So that way you will be able to be very, very absolutely making the use of this transit, rather than getting scared of any kind of stupidity that you're hearing on YouTube and Instagram. Saturn is coming, barbad, this, that, do this remedy. Nothing, man. The remedy really is, praying to God. The remedy really is doing good karmas. The remedy really is spiritually very, very evolved. That is what the remedy is here for all the people. Ruchi, do you want to add something here? Your
I,
voice is not coming.
I want to say that, Scorpio people, I think the very lucky people. Now we are discussing only fifth house, but in nutshell, I am telling you their wishes are going to true, and then wishes will be regarding, because they expansion in the fifth house, they can get a first baby, they can conceive if they are thinking about this. They are thinking, and the many time I see comment people say, please tell something about education. Now, the kids who are in this age group and are Scorpio, they will get expansion in education also. The person who are in teenagers and they, finding their love life, they will find a very good long term relationship here, but with little delay. This is not that 29th March it started and 30th March you get something. No, you have to wait for that. So yes, this is expansion of your skills, expansion of your startup. So long you are putting money and efforts but nothing is happening, now the expansion will happen here. So this is, I think, a beautiful placement. When we will conclude this video, then we will tell that how lucky Scorpio people are, because many of my friends are Scorpio and I know how they struggled in 2.5 years, and now the time for reward has come.
Especially Rohit, those who were Scorpio moon were also struggling because they were
Ah,
going through Dhaiya, 2.5 years of Saturn. So those who are in now Sade Sati also will benefit from this Sade Sati. If by chance they are Aries Rashi and their Scorpio ascendant and Aries moon sign, they will also, this is a great time for them. So for that we'll be making a video on how the Sade Sati effects happens and what are supposed to be expected during this time. But otherwise, very happy to make this video. Now, Rohit here, seventh house is where the third aspect of Saturn will go. This is the house related to marriage, partnerships, but we never should forget that this is the area related to Pada Prapati. That means any kind of designation that we get is only through the seventh house, because that is 10th from the 10th. And this is the principle of a astrological branch called Bhavat Bhavam. Many people don't even look Rohit at this way unless and until Bhavat Bhavam they have learned, because Bhavat Bhavam is very important to understand what placement and what is happening. Now, as we discussed Rohitji here, seventh house is the house of marriage, partnerships, and stuff like that. This is the time that fifth house, that is love and romance, will turn into that communication of marriage, into that manifestation of marriage. And it will be a time where it will encourage deeper commitments, long time commitments in relationships, and that can come through marriage and association. Again, startups, fifth house, startups, but commitment to startup and starting getting partners, getting designation there, getting work there, getting contracts there, everything is the role of the seventh division of a birth chart. That is also going to be happening here, which is going to be again positive in every sense. Here, the number one thing that people has to work on is called mutual trust. Mutual trust is what people will have to work on during this time, because that is where they will see that there can be some kind of communication gap or communication loss, or you know maybe you are trying to express something but not able to express in your relationship, and that can be in business as well as personal relationship, both the cases. Third house is house of obstacles also. And third aspect of Saturn is about struggle in that area, showing courage in that area. So now you will have to show courage into getting into partnership or for long term commitment. So some kind of courage you also have to show, some kind of courage your partner also have to show, depending on your partner's birth details and where his planetary positions are. Then we will be able to understand how it manifests for you. But Saturn's third aspect here also encourages you to do short distance travel for partnership business, to make different partners, to go to different places. This is also what can be seen during the time when Saturn transits in the sign of Pisces for all the Scorpio ascendant people. Seventh house is the house that is related to your health, also Maraka house. And Saturn's third aspect mean very, very extremely careful in terms of health, of especially related to your spouse. Their health can be of challenge. There can also be possibility that you may have to spend or show courage with your partner to go through a disease together. Some kind of problem comes, you have to say, okay, no, don't worry, I will stand with you. One very unfortunate chart I saw Rohit a few days ago. So the girl, she was getting married. She was supposed to get married, but before 3 or 4 weeks before marriage, she discovered that she has some problem related to blood. Like, blood related problems, like not blood cancer, but some blood related problem, maybe anemic or hair. Like she was getting lot of fatigue and problems. So she checked. So, autoimmune disease where our blood cells are only attacking our blood cells. That kind of disease. And she was very kind to tell the family of the groom that, okay, you know what, this is what happened, and I have just found out that I have an autoimmune disease. They immediately called off the marriage, and she was like completely, she's like, they were not marrying me, they were just marrying, just for the money of my father, this, that, whatnot. I said that this is good, somehow maybe you got saved from a very, very big mess up. Because what you should have got married, they would have known and they would have started cursing you, giving you problems, trouble, struggle, then automatically divorce would have happened. Now at least you are fresh. There is no marriage and there is no divorce. So you will find a person who will accept you in this condition. And fortunately, uh, unfortunately, it is very, what you say, very bad of such people to do this, but fortunately it's very good for the girl that she got saved from such narrow-minded people before marriage only. This is that time that if such situation comes with your partners, try to give them extreme support. That is what is required. Later, Roji, Saturn's aspect will also be on the 11th house. And this is the seventh aspect of Saturn from the fifth house of speculative gains on the 11th house. 11th house is house of massive gains and wishes coming true. This is the time that gains will come through networking, partnering, and this partnership will happen in more of isolated places. Try to go to isolated places, try to go to temples, try to go to religious organizations, try to go to a lot of volunteering activities, because that is where networking with like-minded people happen. And you never know, you are doing some kind of charitable work, and next to you CEO of a multi-million dollar company doing charitable work. And that is how they also find people that, okay, you know what, these people are connected to humanity and stuff like that, humanitarian activities. So why not make sure that you are completely associated with that kind of energy and that kind of acquaintances during this time. Gains, networking are the main effects of this house, but long-term financial goals will start showing results. That means if you have been also working hard or long-term from some projects, it will start showing very great results. In fact, new connections will happen and they will prove extremely very, very fruitful. 11th house is the house of wishes. 11th house is the house that whatever you wish, 11th house has the power to manifest that for you. That means in this chart, Mercury has the power to manifest your wish. And Saturn and Mercury are very good friends. Saturn's aspect here, and when in the mid of the year, when Mercury will come here and get exalted, that is the time your wishes will come absolutely black and white true. So make sure that you have your long term goals, your wishes, your hopes, your goals ready, so that you can achieve it as soon as Mercury enters here and gets exalted. So it is going to be that time when you will achieve your goal. On the other hand, this is the house of elder siblings. If you are working in partnership with elder siblings, this will see a major upward stream. Like there is going to be a lot of growth in your life. In fact, if you are working with elder, what you say, siblings in terms of family business, that will also show a great impact, because the 10th aspect of Saturn is also going on the second house of family. So there is a link between family business, partnership, and elder siblings. So if that is the case, then absolutely in all the areas you are, there is a tick mark, and that means you have achieved it and you will be able to achieve it. So such a beautiful aspect of Saturn, such a beautiful placement of Saturn. And 11th house, all your wishes, hopes will come through true, with little bit of extrovert behavior, not introvert behavior. You can go to introvert places, but being extrovert there to talk to other introvert people will bring you success during this time. There is also possibility that because the seventh aspect is here, so Saturn being the fourth house lord, being the third house lord, there can also be possibility that money can come from real estate or some kind of what you say, some kind of construction, real estate, anything to do with um, what you say, fifth of creativity. That means maybe those people who are in acting, singing, dancing, that kind of careers. Those who are in creative fields, those who are in marketing, sales, they will see a major their goal getting complete. They achieving their goals during this next 2.5 years. Roji, anything you want to add up here? Your
The main thing what is happening here is the wishes, and the wishes which is kids related issue, that this can be first kid, second kid, this can be love relationship, this can be marriage, this can be gains, and the gains from startup. and you never know that your this startup will be with your life partner also, with your love partner also, and you are getting your wishes to him. So this is, I think, a beautiful placement. Scorpio people suffered so much, now they deserve to get this kind of happiness. So their wishes are going through, and you see, whatever we see in the chart during consultations, when you do consultations, you see wealth, you see kid, you see marriage, anything you want to predict. If 11th house is not supporting, nothing will happen, Millie. Because the 11th house is a house of wishes and the blessings. If it is combining with any other houses or any other dashas, 11th house dash, then only things fructify. So this is beautiful thing that these people are getting this, combination of 11th house along with this Saturn transit. So I think yes, they are going to gain so much things, and all wishes are now coming through for them.
Ruji, here when Saturn, the 10th aspect of Saturn goes on the second house, that is also an area where you can see some kind of growth, some kind of positivity. Health, especially in the area related to family, family planning, family expansion can happen, and that is where comes the birth of a child, the manifestation of fifth and the second house. That means family in like growth in family through placement of Saturn in the fifth house. Wherever planet Saturn will sit, it will give you growth. So if you're thinking about progeny, getting into some kind of new love life also can come. There can also be possibility from that love life you get some kind of child or something. So let's hope for the best. In fact, those who are in relationship partnership, there also you will see. Now the 10th aspect of Saturn on the second house of wealth, accumulated wealth, family will promote number one. Why will it do wrong in the house of Jupiter? Sitting in the house of Jupiter, how can it destroy other house of Jupiter? Jupiter will not leave him. That's what the beauty of astrology and sometimes safety is. When good time comes, it comes from all the sides. When bad time comes, then no one is here to save you. Here, it will promote financial security and harmonious family life, both at once. We call about work-life balance, right? This is the 10th aspect of Saturn. So you will be equally giving that many same importance to family as you will give to work. It is the time, but second house is also the house of speech, also house of teachers, by the way, the teachers who speak to us. This is the time that if you see, it will give right guidance if you want to start up a business by using your accumulated wealth. If you want to start up, this is the time that fifth house lord, 10th aspect on the second house, that means business, occupation. If you want to start up something, you will get proper guidance right now that okay, we need to start up things. And for that, using our own money, using our own wealth is going to be a layer here, that okay, now you can use your own wealth because partnership is very good, goals are very nice, and now we need to invest, and investment wise also we are very very sorted. Second house is also the house of speech. This time, the 10th aspect of Saturn, if your speech has discipline, if your speech has what you say, ethical motive, if your speech is very, very, kind and not cunning, you will see that without even putting maximum effort, Saturn here in this chart is the planet of effort, third house lord, planet of fourth, emotional security. Without even putting effort, you will start receiving blessings for Mahalakshmi. That means your wealth will start accumulating and increasing. It is slow wealth accumulation, but it is going to be wealth accumulation for sure. And no one can take you away from this kind of a, wealth accumulated or placement of wealth accumulation. One thing that you need to focus on during this time is health, because both the maraka houses, the seventh and the second, are ruled and are seen by Saturn. If such cases happen and Saturn sees both the maraka as well as the second and the seventh house, then there is challenges to health. If by chance, if you're going through Venus Mahadasha or Jupiter Mahadasha, then you have to be more careful about wealth. And if in Venus and Jupiter Mahadasha, Saturn is also coming, then you have to be careful about the health of your children also. Somehow, Saturn is a malefic planet. There can be ill effects also. There can be negative news also. If you are in multiple layers of Sade Sati, that I just did my seminar, which is on YouTube on the channel, you will see that multiple years of Sade Sati people complained that they lost family members. Whenever anyone was saying, my father died, my this died, my that died, I used to ask, anyone else was having Sade Sati in your family? He said, yeah, me, brother, and me, my husband and I was having. And my mother and my father also had Sade Sati, I also had Sade Sati, and he passed away. That also cases came. Everything is on evidence record. on the channel. So make sure that in this cases be very extra cautious, and any kind of medical advice that you need to take for especially your spouse, your extended family members, you should be not hesitating, neither delaying it from your side. Okay, this is not all, Rohit. Saturn will enter into nakshatra also. That means into the Uttara Bhadrapada nakshatra. Right now it is in Purva Bhadrapada nakshatra. It will enter into Uttara Bhadrapada nakshatra on 27th of April 2025. If you see the key house related to this nakshatra, it is the fifth house again. Saturn is in that placement. In fifth house only there is this nakshatra, and also the next nakshatra, that is going to be Revati nakshatra, is all in the fifth house only. This year Saturn will not change or go into Revati Nakshatra. It will go next year. But this year it will be going to Purva Bhadrapada Nakshatra again. But before that, the fifth house area where this nakshatra will be very of useful is the symbol of this nakshatra is back leg of the cords, signifying stability, rest, and deep introspection before achieving significant milestones. That means you will be at peace during this time. There will be no hodgepodge, there will be no impulsiveness, there will be calm down kind of energy that you will have. The deity of this nakshatra is called Ahir Budnev. The deep water serpent, Rohitji, represents hidden wisdom, profound transformation, and patience. So, even in childbirth, if it is not happening right now, just be patient, because in this next 2.5 years, you are supposed to have the child in your hand. So, make sure that also your Antardasha and Pratyantar, Mahadasha, they are also of key areas. If you're going to Saturn Mahadasha, then you can expect 100% something happening in that area. Planetary ruler for this nakshatra is Saturn only, which amplifies the theme of discipline, structure, and karmic lessons. So, if you are in all these areas, you make sure Saturn is equal to discipline and nothing else. Saturn is equal to righteous behavior and nothing else. Saturn is equal to prayashchit. Saturn is also called prayashchit. That means he comes to give you the suffering of the karmas that you have done and the rewards of the karmas that you have done. So, here. Later, Saturn will start moving in retrograde in Pisces on 13th of July. For that, we'll make a complete separate video. Saturn enters into Purva Bhadrapada Nakshatra on 4th of October 2025. For this also, we will make a separate section video. And Saturn starts moving forward in Pisces on 20th of November. Since they are very, very far away and March, April is here, that's why we covered the first Nakshatra transit, for which we will make absolute very great story based. I have a story, beautiful story of Saturn in this nakshatra, and why it was given the ownership of this nakshatra. Here, this is the story where Saturn goes to meditate in the jungle, Rohitji. Very nice story. I will tell you. And it is all Lord Vishnu is very, very powerful, Rohitji. It can manipulate anyone, even Saturn. In fact, I have not heard any stories where Lord Vishnu was under the spell of Saturn, because Saturn never ever went that way. The other reason is that because of the age of Lord Vishnu, his age is so long that his Sade Sati does not come at all. So that's how also it is supposed to be. We will see about that. So conclusion for everyone is that gains and gains is number one thing that you will see. Love marriage, but with effort. You have to put effort. Love marriage can happen. Good for business, good for fulfillment of your wishes, accumulation of wealth, and wealth from startup, status from startup. Everything is going to be the conclusion for this 2025 transit of Saturn for the next 2.5 years. Do subscribe so that you are always connected to us, so that when we make next videos you don't miss that. And all the best to everyone who's going through this transit. Everyone on this earth is going through, so all the best. Yes, so we are discussing about Sagittarius ascendants. Now when we talk about Sagittarius, last 3 years, 2.5 years actually, are the years that are related to extreme hard work, extreme effort, but less results, more enemies, more trouble related to higher education, and losses also, mostly related to friendships. And why? Look here, Rohitji. When we talk about the third house is the house of your siblings, your friends, your close relatives, everyone who's very much closely associated with you. Saturn is in Mul Trikona. So Mul Trikona currently and in this Kali Yuga means that Saturn is powerful. And when Malefic is powerful in Upchaya house, then it can create some havoc also. Not like we did not have any kind of gains through hard work, perseverance, Not in that way. We are going to get gains. Everything is there, but still, the aspects of Saturn's have been creating a lot of challenges, especially for kids, higher education, unnecessary, both the education places. If your kids were supposed to go for some education, or you were supposed to, make some education embarkment, nothing happened here. On terms of that, Saturn looking at the 12th house could create a lot of expenses. So, unwanted expenses, medical expenses, sleep pattern disturb, kids related issues, or, maybe delay in childbirth, hurdles in education, problems in love life, fortune wise, your destiny did not work for you. In many cases, it must have worked very, very well also, because at some point, Sun was also exalted in April of last year. That time it must have been good. And problems in any long journey because of the aspect on the ninth and 12th house. Now, what happens here is that whenever Saturn will be in Mool Trikon or any kind of placement, Saturn, the placement is okay. The placement where Saturn is, it will make you do hard work. It will make you start take initiatives. It will do you short distance journey and stuff like that. But the aspects of Saturn this time was on the house, all the enemy houses. That means Mars enemy, Sun enemy, and Mars again enemy. Now, what can Saturn do here? Obviously, when we look at the house of the enemy, we don't want it to become very, very much better. And this is what happens when Saturn is present here. Now, moving forward, Rojit, see, these are the problems. Achievement also must be there. You must have achieved social status, social circle. In social circle, you must have achieved that kind of, a designation, or a character where they said, oh, this is a very hardworking kind of person. On other hand, your communication skills must have enhanced, must have improved, and that is what was the takeaway from all this kind of Saturn dasha. Now, moving forward, after 29th of March 2025, Saturn is going to go into the fourth division of, Sagittarius ascendant. So very, very positive. The second house lord, the third house lord, and then anything to do with wealth, fixed assets, anything to do with accumulated wealth. Third, communication, siblings, all in the fourth house of inner peace, happiness, mother, homeland, real estate, vehicles, and superb time for all the Sagittarius. And the reason, not because Saturn placement is still okay. The aspect of Saturn is what is really important, because Saturn, wherever will be placed, it will try to give you expansion in this area, happiness in this area, but and discipline also in that area. But here now it is looking at the sixth house, the 10th house, and the Lagna, which is a very important time for all the people, those who are going to Saturn Mahadasha, Antardasha, even Sade Sati people. This is the time that number one thing that will happen is growth and some positivity you will see in your home, in your house. Roji, so finally the problem area is gone. See, all the three aspects of Saturn are going on the house of Venus, house of Mercury, and house of Jupiter. Saturn resides in the house of Jupiter and will be aspecting the house of Jupiter as well. So this means that the guru of Shani Devta is also Brahaspati only. In, Lord Krishna says, among priests, among sadhus, I am the Brahaspati. And this is what it means, that Brahaspati is just like Lord Vishnu. Do you think any Saturn has any power to challenge Lord Vishnu? No, there's no one. It has no challenge to. It has no power to challenge Lord Vishnu, Lord Shiva. Although because the rule is set that okay, Saturn will be similar for everyone, they have to go to the raid. But Saturn will, it will never ever try to do anything wrong in that energy. So those who are devotees of the Tridev, Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh, you don't have to fear with any kind of transits in the world. So that's number one. Those who are not spiritually very aligned with the universal energy, then you have to look at some astrologers like us and find out what is happening in the future. Here, Rohitji, the first thing that will happen is Saturn in the fourth house will enter on 29th of March 2025. It will bring major focus on the emotional well-being, family life, and real estate investments. This is the time for growth in real estate investments. Many Sagittarius ascendant people who have just turned 30 or who have just turned 31 or maybe earlier also, younger also, you may achieve your first house during this time. You may achieve some kind of positive energy for your home, like Home wise, this is a time that you will invest and you will try to get something like maybe a house, maybe a car, maybe a investment property, maybe a small land. Everything in that area is possible. Family life is very, very extremely important. See, Pisces is a very deep sign. Right now, Saturn is not in a nakshatra that is very deep. It will enter into that nakshatra in April, 27th of April. But here it will start building you to get into depths, like someone who's not family oriented kind of person will start at getting attached to the family, will start getting more involved in the family life. It is in fact a very, very good time to strengthen your roots. I told you, family wise, you will get into the details of the family. You will ask that, okay, how many, what are our relatives, what are our things, where did we come from, what is the origin. You will try to get into those kind of depths, and nothing, just so that you can follow the family traditions, you can keep up with the roots. There is a very big story that we learn about Saturn, and fourth house is that energy exactly. So one day Saturn was hungry. He was hungry, very hungry, and then he was asking mother to give him food. Mother was dealing because he was working in some other case. Saturn became very angry and he kicked the mother. The mother cursed, whereas a mother never ever curses their children, even if, but that was not a right action. That was not a right, karma. She cursed that now you will be limping, and that's why Saturn became one of the slowest planet in the solar system, and that's why it is always limping and very, very slow in any approach. Here, fourth house is that energy of your mother. Those who had disrespected mother, those whose mother are already in old age homes, those whose mother are already, there, you have no connection with them or you have given them sorrow. Our conscious 100% knows what we have done with our parents, with our mother, with our father. If in any scenario you have done anything wrong, then this transit is the worst transit for all the people of Sagittarius ascendant. But in case you have been kind to your mother or motherly figures, you have been very nice, you have been always trying to help them, trying to do seva for them, trying to always be around them, then this is the time that you may reap the benefits of that beautiful Saturn. Saturn is karma phala data. Anything that you do, any karma that you do, it has to come back, and Saturn will give the answer or the judgment that this has to be in positive influence or negative influence. Saturn will be the one that will decide it. Do not, in case you are in vulnerable situation, many people I have seen that after marriage they are in vulnerable situation, either to choose wife or their mother or quarrels and this and that. I know it is important, but I and the Shastra both say that choose mother first. Mother is most important. She's the one who brought you to the world. There is a relationship, a very, very long relationship with your mother. So make sure that you are, I know marriage is also important. So somewhere you have to balance now things. Whoever, there cannot be someone right and someone wrong, but try to see when Saturn comes here, it will create some problem related to if you have disrespect or any problem with the mother area, then then this is a challenging period that no remedy also can help you. On the other hand, Rohiji, Saturn in the fourth house is also the house that is related to, building of real estate also. That means something that comes from lineage. That means if you have a land of the family, second house lord in the fourth house, second house is fixed assets, immovable property. If your parents, if anyone has immovable property, this is the time that you may be able to build on it. So that is another great news for all the people who have Saturn coming into the fourth house. Communication in the home and attachment to the home will be at the most peak level during the next 2.5 years of Saturn's transit. Rohiji, do you want to give some insights here and tell us what how Saturn is going to behave here?
See, I know few of the Sagittarius people, and these people not only suffered on the home front and other fronts, they suffered on the business and job front also, because Ketu was there in the 10th house, changing jobs again and again. Now the time has come when they will buy property, when they have a good terms with mother, when they have blessings of mother. There is the time when maybe mother got retired and give some money to them. Okay, I got this money, and you take this money and buy home for you. This is a gift from me. So this is a time when expansion of fourth house, new vehicle can come.
This is a time when mother's health will improve and they will feel very good. Okay, from the long time I was worried. And the most important point, the key point is, whenever third lord will come to fourth house, this is a bell, this is a time that you are going to change your place. You will go and reside at some other place, because third house is 12th from fourth house. And when it will make connection with this house, your house is going to change, you are going to change your place for sure. And if you are in the Saturn Mahadasha or Jupiter or something like this, then definitely this will be more prominent for you. So yes, this is a good position. After long, they will have this peace of mind, because if you know you have everything in the life but no peace of mind, then also you are suffering somewhere, because money can't heal any everything. Na? So peace of mind will restore, and so many things they will get. I think the best position they are getting. And the Saturn, whenever in the fourth house, one thing you should remember, either it's in a natal chart or in the placement of transit, you should not run away from responsibilities. Saturn will keep throwing responsibilities on you, and you have to do that. Till the time you are doing, you are at the best. So this is the time when Saturn will give you few challenges, few responsibilities, but you will do this very well.
Rohit, that brings us to the next aspect of Saturn, that is on the sixth house, the third aspect of Saturn. Now, sixth house is, as we know, health, enemies, obstacles, competitions, debt, anything to do with workplace, the physical workplace where you work is all related to this house. Now, here, if there are two only ways to prosper. Number one is discipline. If discipline is maintained, you will make sure that you are, competition, everything, it is going to you achieve everything that is related to workplace competitions and stuff like that. Second is open communication. What happens here is that communication in workplace need lot of attention. It has to be made sure that your communication is, or maybe your ideas or your creativity or communication is not going waste. It has to be heard by the people. So make sure that you choose the right time and the right place to do the communication. That is very important. This is the house of competition, Saturn's third aspects can make you slow in making approach. But here, because this aspect is on the sign of Venus, Saturn has a leniency here. Saturn is lenient towards Venus and energy of Taurus. Here it will make sure that the energy that is always slow for Saturn suddenly will become very very what you say, impulsive and fast. This is the time that Saturn will tell you that if you have given up on some competitions or some exams or something where it was too much struggle, it will come back to your life again, and you will have to clear that obstacles because you are going to win this time. Your the 10th aspect of Saturn, Uruji, this is in relation to the sixth aspect. 10th aspect of Saturn is on the ascendant. That means you yourself will become so powerfully, what you say, competent, that you will start competing with other people and you will win here. So that is another great news. Whenever we talk about the qualities of the third aspect of Saturn, this is also about, short distance travel. Many people of Sagittarius ascendant will be doing short distance travels for work related purposes also. In fact, because of career or because of extreme stress, you may also have to take a little bit of medical advice during this time because you will be completely burned out. That's how powerful Saturn's aspect, both on the sixth and the 10th aspect, are working together here. So there is an interrelation between aspects. Here, lot of work pressure, lot of travel, lot of stress, and on top of that, you will climb this ladder, which is supposed to be the ladder of getting hierarchies in life. Travel this time is going to bring you a lot of growth opportunities, so don't run away from, don't try to be in comfort zone, try to get into difficult situations. The more difficult the situations, the awesome communication and analytical power you will have to solve them because of the third aspect of Saturn, and that is going to convert into, opportunities. That is going to convert into, your winning. Like, this cup, this guy is handling a cup. This means, yes man, I have won this kind of problem no one was able to solve. I, being at a junior level, also solved it. So all the seniors should now resign and I should become whatever this should be. So that kind of power you will have. Sixth house is also the house of debt. So here the third, this is the time of extreme hard work. in your workplace. This will also, and also looking for another opportunities also, especially related to work, maybe dual work, because you will be so disciplined and powerful that you will be able to conclude your normal routine work in a very very short period of time, so you will have more time. So a second income or a second job on the side can also help you with debt recovery. It will be slow, but it is 100% possible here. So what a beautiful transit here to the sixth, or for a beautiful aspect on the sixth house. Then Rohitji here, 10th house is where it will aspect. Now when we look at the 10th house, and especially the house of career, I think here by mistake my presentation got some kind of wrong thing, but it does not matter. Now here, 10th house is the house that is related to career, power, rank, gains, your honor, anything that has to do with your social, your image in the society, that okay, this is that person, this is what he achieves, he has. Now here, if you see that career opportunities always come through consistent efforts only, but this consistent efforts will be now noticed as well. It's not like it's an effort we everyone is doing, no one is noticing the effort. Later they also blame sometimes that you have done wrong, but this is the time that you will see that opportunities will come through this continued efforts, and this there is going to be people who will observe. Recognition is going to be well earned during this time. Whenever Saturn will put seventh aspect here, new partnerships in workplace, getting new partners, trying to be very open about your communication with your partners, that okay, you know what, listen, we need to work together to achieve this. This is what is going to be very very extremely rewarding. Also be prepared for professional elevation, because seventh aspect of Saturn on the 10th house and the first aspect here tells that more responsibility, additional responsibility is coming on you, and that additional responsibility can come only when you are on a higher level in your workplace. Roji, you have any insights about this? Saturn looking at the 10th house.
Yes, Saturn looking at 10th house, it will give them a mix of results, because when Saturn will transit here at that time, Ketu will be here. So Saturn Ketu will again detach them from their professional responsibilities. Little bit detached they will feel. This is a matter of time. In the month of May, Ketu will move from here. And the second version for this is not for all the people, that all people will detach. Now Saturn Ketu give you the various professions in the one time. You can do various jobs because Ketu are roots. So this is a time when you can say, okay, I am earning this much money from here. Okay, let's do this also. So I will get an extra source of income. So this is a different for all people. So this is how it will work. And yes, Saturn will give new responsibilities, new leadership roles, and I think Saturn will give you here leadership, but with when you have a very good relationship with your boss, when you have in the good books of your boss, he will assign you something. Okay, now you will lead this team, and let's see the result because appraisals are coming. So this is what happened with you. So yes, Saturn's drishti here, Saturn's aspect here, very important for the Sagittarius people, because they are the who one those who from last 1 year suffering very much professionally due to Ketu placement there.
And due to the Lagna Lord placement in the sixth house, also obstacles, because Jupiter is also giving obstacles to them. Rohitji, there is another layer here. The money, the Lord of the second house, wealth is looking at the 10th house, the third house. That means communication will convert to wealth here. So make sure that you have open communication, you have clear ideas about what you are looking for, what you are demanding, because that is what is going to add more wealth and wealth opportunities for you. This is so beautiful aspect of Saturn. Then the aspect on the first house, this is the 10th aspect of Saturn. Now this will be the time, this is about self and your image. This is the time that you build a solid responsible image that inspires others to follow you. And that is where, I'm telling you, before getting to this point also, Saturn is going to make you achieve things, and you will say, that people will say that they will give examples of people like you, that look at this, one of the most notorious person who did not have any kind of responsibility now has delivered such great and shown such great potential. Now discipline here will improve financial and professional condition. This is the only key here. Discipline is the only key. Saturn's 10th aspect says that okay, for the career we have to have two things, that is, we have to have discipline, and secondly we have to have ethical nature. Ethical nature and discipline, two things Saturn says you do and you are the winner. Because here the most of the focus is on your career. The third aspect on the sixth house, that is related to workplace. Seventh aspect on the 10th house, that is related to your profession and career. And the 10th aspect on your ascendant, that you are the one who will drive your either job, either business, either any freelance work, either any contracting work. You are the one who will drive with discipline, because Saturn is a very extremely spiritual planet and has association with two Kendra houses. They are Vishnu Sthanas. And Lagna, the ascendant, is always called Kendra and Trikona both. That's why it is the most auspicious house of all. Here, because it is looking at these places and also your daily routine places, your routine. Spirituality or spiritual progress will be part of your routine. So you will also evolve spiritually during this period. Remember that spiritual progress in your attitude is going to be very much, you know, should come very much in alignment. That means your attitude, if you're ruthless, if you're treating bad to other, now start spiritually. After, who was Valmiki ji? Who was Valmiki ji? Rohit ji, he was a daku, he was a thief, right? Unglimal, right? He used to cut the uh, fingers of people and put it in the neck. He transformed his life and became the one of the biggest that anyone has known. So sometimes our past sins does not mean that in future we cannot transform, we cannot change. And this is where we change here in very, very beautiful, beautiful way.
Not only they become Valmiki ji become a very big saint, he became like God. Now Valmiki ji is being prayed by people all over the world as a god. He written Ramayana after this, and there are the temples all over the India.
But what is
Valmiki
the
ji.
past? What is the past? The past is that he was an
Yes,
Unglimal.
first he started with this and then transformed into a very big saint, a god.
And do you know the story when he transformed? It was Satbhisha Nakshatra. That time he transformed completely. Rahu's Nakshatra. Just imagine the power of Satbhisha Nakshatra, because Satbhisha Nakshatra is Nakshatra of healing. His soul got healed and he understood that, okay, there is nothing here which I am achieving. Let me move towards God. And he achieved everything. So this does not mean that sinners cannot find moksha or cannot find any kind of, if you have done sin in the past and if you realize that, okay, this is wrong, I am wrong, 99% of your sins are forgiven. That's why it does not mean that people start doing sin saying that to 2028 I will stop and I will forget. No, that's not how it works. It has to be a continuous process in life, that okay, if there's something wrong, sometimes we are not in the right state of mind, some wrong things happen, but later if our sins are, we accept our sins and try to improve ourselves, then we are sorted. And this is exactly that spiritual progress yoga that is happening to all the Sagittarius ascendant people. Self needs more ethical approach. That means ethical nature is the best nature. Try to do that, and Saturn will give you expansion in all the areas, because all these places are the places of benefic planets. The sixth house is ruled by Taurus, that is Venus. The 10th house is ruled by Mercury, that is, again for Virgo. And the ascendant is ruled by Sagittarius, and that is Jupiter. So if you see, everywhere benefics are there. And what can Saturn do to benefic? Even with sitting in the house of a benefic, in fact, being a, you know, it has a hard mass, but it is called Chaya Putra. That means shadow kind of, personality it has. So it also takes the quality of wherever it sits. So it will also take little bit of qualities of Jupiter here, trying to be a guide rather than a, what you say, rather than someone very strict. He will be a guide that, okay, no wrong, go this way, no wrong, go this way. This is how it will be. Ruji, now here nakshatra change is also happening. So when we talk about Sagittarius, Saturn on 27th of April will move into Uttar Bhadrapada nakshatra. Now here the fourth house that governs your private life, emotional foundation, sense of security. Saturn's presence in this house, and especially in this nakshatra, will encourage a lot of patience, a lot of responsibility, and structured efforts to create stable home environment. And long-term security will come only after that. So patience is required. It is a time that Saturn will also put you in a lot of comfort zone, because the symbol of this nakshatra is the back legs of a cot, representing stability, rest, and introspection before major achievements. And the deity for this nakshatra is Ahirbudya. Here the deep sea serpent, associated with wisdom, transformation, and spiritual depth. Saturn rules this O nakshatra, which enhances discipline, patience, and karmic lessons, and especially for the aspect on the sixth house, we have to be very careful for the health of the mother as well. Okay, very, very extremely careful, because sometimes when Saturn sits in the fourth house and aspects the sixth house, it tells expenses related to mother or home or vehicle. So vehicle and home, to know, we can do whatever we want, but for mother, if there is any kind of challenges that are you're facing, immediately go for a professional approach and professional services. There are three more transits. That is, Saturn will start moving retrograde in Pisces on 13th of July. It will enter into Purva Bhadrapada Nakshatra in retrograde motion. That is the nakshatra of Aja Ekapada and Jupiter ruled nakshatra on 4th of October. And Saturn will start moving forward in Pisces on 28th of November 2025, which is going to be then Saturn direct, and nice position of Saturn. Now, the conclusion that I see for 2025 for all the people is that personality will be very strong, confidence at higher level, professional growth. You will win over your enemies with your, the approach should be very, very genuine. Okay, then only you can buy new property, new vehicle, and get new roles and responsibilities. That means hierarchies or higher, what you say, responsibilities coming to all the family members. Do subscribe so that you do not miss the other videos or other topics that we make. Thank you, Rohitji. Thank you for your service as well. Here, when we talk about Capricorn ascendant, if you look at the clarity of Capricorn ascendant, so last this 2.5 year transit was not that bad. But Rohitji, this is the time of resistance build-up that was happening in the last 2.5 years. If you see, Lagna Lord has gone to the second house, that is a Maraka house. So, no, second house is always like only Saturn is the one who can create this kind of a yoga where he's Maraka for him own self. And this is what Saturn is here. Second house. I said it does not say that if I also do wrong, kill me as well. This is what Saturn's principle is. And the aspects of Saturn are very, very important. Here, aspect of Saturn was on the fourth house, eighth house, and 12th house. Now, look at Rohiji aspect signs, that is Aries and Scorpio and Leo. Sun plus Mars is equal to enemy of Saturn. So now this time the Saturn was associated with all the aspects on the enemy sign, so it could not do much better for you. But the placement of Saturn in the second house must have been good for you. You must have built fixed assets. There could have been possibility of family support. There could possibility of lot of family dynamics to solve, accumulated wealth. Even in the worst to worst case, Saturn is still letting you survive. That's what how Saturn was benefic for you in the past. But in terms of the collective things that you were seeing, that no peace of mind, health issues to mother, property, vehicles related to issues, then because of the seventh aspect of Saturn on the eighth house, inheritances problem in fixed assets, quarrels in types of, sometimes related to do with your inheritance also. Many people might have also got bad news related to the demise of their immediate family members, which could have led to this inheritance kind of stuff to come in their life. Problems with in-laws. The eighth house is also the house of in-laws. And gains wise, because it is 11th house, problem in gains. Socially, you were very isolated. There could also be possibility that your goals and your just goals were on the paper, they did not get fulfilled. This is all because Saturn's aspect, even in its own lagna, that means own ascendant, does not make any difference unless and until Rohiji, unless and until this, Saturn is the one that gives pain to itself also. One very important thing I learned out here: Saturn, how is the planet of justice? When in the foreign culture, when they are getting educated, they wear black and white robes. They wear the black hat. Even the judges, any judge, any lawyer in this world, they will wear black only, and black robes or anything black determines justice. Anything black will tell about justice. And see, majority of the world, the police uniform will be either black or either brown. Brown is related to mud. And what is it related to? Mars. And what is signify Mars means security. So here, Saturn on the other hand, looking at the house of Mars, like both the houses of Mars could have compromised in security also, social security, your home security, anything to do in security related to your your social circle where people are, always constantly trying to put you aside. You must have seen such kind of indications during the last transit of Saturn. It was not bad in terms of wealth. You must have accumulated some wealth or saved some money, because this is the time that you have now realized that, okay, man, hardship can come anytime in life. By any chance, those who were going through the layer of Sade Sati, they must have gone through more trouble. But now things are going to change, and Saturn brings a change only when the aspect change. Rohitji, before 29th of March for Capricorn ascendant, the aspects were bad. But now after 29th of March, look at the aspects. The aspect is on the fifth house, that is the house of Taurus, again friendly sign. On the eighth, on the ninth house, sign of Mercury, again friendly sign, and on the sign of 12th house, again a friendly sign, that is Sagittarius. Sagittarius is not a friendly sign, we can say it is a summer. That means a neutral sign. Now, third division of Saturn, when we talk about Saturn in the third house, you will see that this is the time that will encourage and boost your communication skills. What is the third house signify? Courage, short distance travel, anything to do in parakrama, taking initiatives, talking, maintaining good relation with your siblings, with your neighbors, social media, arts, entertainment, journalism, media, writing, literature, everything, and thousand things more is ruled by the third house. Third house is the sign Pisces, and Pisces is the sign that we call or always talk about closures. Lot of closures in many things which has been going on and on and on and giving no results. You will say close it, not to waste any more money in it. This is what your whole, what you say, scenario will look like. When we see here, if you see about your, efforts, this is the time that finally, see, wherever Saturn will sit, it will give you expansion in these areas. So your courage, efforts, everything will be very, very high, and the results will come from the aspects of Saturn. Here, a relationship with siblings will improve. That means you will put a lot of efforts in relationship with siblings. This is not only siblings, Rohiji. This is also the people who are friends, like, you know, brother from another mother, or some friends who are just like, our siblings only, always there for us, always helping us. There also you will improve. There will be a lot of responsibility that you will take on your head. Saturn means additional responsibility, and third house means additional responsibility and additional hard work that you will do. And now this hard work will not also feel hard work, because automatically you have been resistance has come to you, that okay, now anything happens, we have to struggle, man. So this hard work is just like a daily routine for you now. Those people who belong to communication field, social media field, there will be growth in this area as well, because Saturn, wherever sits, is expansion, wherever looks, gives obstacles. But this is the time that Saturn has become extremely benefic for you, and it is in front of you. Go and read any book, any research chapter you pick up, and see that Saturn is very good friend with Mercury, Saturn is very good friend with Venus, and Saturn is very good Sama, that means very neutral with Jupiter, because it is his own guru. How can you have a trouble or have challenges with your own guru? This is the time that you will, any short distance travel that comes to your in the next 2.5 years, it is coming to you, that is equal to gains. That means short distance travel will not go waste. It will be for your gains, for adding up more gains, and all positive things only will be seen here and can be seen here. Those people who are in hospitality business, any business that includes travel, tourism, short distance travel, those who are in marketing, sales, you will see that what kind of power you will get, man. Like suddenly things are moving on very good for you. And I just, Rohiji, coincidentally, I was reading today that travel industry in the whole world after COVID, before COVID and after COVID, has risen to 68% around the world. That means travel industry and tourism industry is going very up and up. And this is the time you will see that travel tourism industry is going to be very, very great. Those who are working in these areas, very good. You want to write a book, you can start now. You want to get famous, you can start now. Social media. If you want to get into teaching business, start now. Both, everywhere, the interdependence of this, as this placement of Saturn to the fifth and the ninth house tells that education will be at the major what you say, discussion in your brain right now, that okay, I want to do some higher learning, I want to go to foreign country, I want to do this, I want to do this with my children, this, that, whatnot. Guruji, what do you want to add? You are a Capricorn ascendant, and your idea, your insight will be very very useful here.
Yes, because yes, Capricorn can tell better, and this third house transit of Saturn definitely giving expansion here. And anyhow, giving expansion here and telling that okay, I am sitting here now. You have a three aspects also, and you have to do this all things. But we are talking now in this particular section about the third house. So third house is courage, yes. And one thing you very beautifully said, that Saturn is the only that planet who can say that yes, I am your Lagnesh and I am your Mark. I am your Markesh also. So this is what happened with the Capricorn people during the Sade Sati, because before Sade Sati was going starting, everyone saying, oh, on Capricorn people it will very good, very soft, this that, but this is wrong. And now the Lagnesh is coming to the third house. Uh, it's in a Mahadasha or not in Dasha, but Lagnesh always active, always working for you because king of the chart. So yes, Saturn here will give you everything whatever you want. Only thing is hard work and courage, which is a natural instinct of Saturn. You have to adopt that, and I hope in these next in last 7.5 year, 8 years, you already used to be that, as Akash told. So yes, this is beautiful, beautiful placement of Saturn. Saturn here do very good. This is a soft planets like Venus, Jupiter, Moon, Mercury can't do very good here because of their soft nature. Now planet like
Sun, Mars, Saturn, Rahu, Ketu, they do very good. Ketu also does not do so good here, but Rahu does very good here.
Rahu does.
Yeah,
So this
both my
is,
daughters have Rahu here, and they've made my life like crazy.
I know. I know. Yesterday we together, so I know. So yes, but this is a very good placement now to get the maximum benefit of this. So get ready for doing Purusharth. Now, before this, you were doing Purusharth, but with no results. Now Purusharth with results. Get ready for this.
Rohitji, the best aspect of Saturn will be on the fifth house. The fifth house, house of creativity, children. It's such a beautiful aspect that this is also the house of Purva Punya. That means those people who say that I have done so much hard work, not getting any results. Now you will see that conversion in the next 2.5 years. There's results because you have put effort. Saturn is going to be giving you results. What Lord Krishna says, karma kar, phal ki ichha na kar. Like you do your karma and wait, I will give you the result. And without the right time, nothing can happen. You do whatever remedy you want, without the right time, nothing happens. So right time is now. If this is related to your creative effort, it is related to your children, it is related to your romance love life, it is related to speculative gains, share market, stock market, cryptocurrency, you will see now that there is going to be great achievements that you will see now. Relationship with children, if it is even bad, now this is the time to communicate with them, trying to make sure that you forget about your differences and start a very very fresh and very very beautiful relationships. Patience will be required, nothing will happen overnight, but yes, it is going to be an ongoing process for you. Family planning will be very successful. Absolutely, this family planning that is related to your childbirth, those who are waiting for the younger siblings to come, your for your children, this is also very very great aspect of Saturn, the third aspect, always related to younger siblings. So that is going to come for your children. There is also the possibility that your children may be getting into some kind of partnerships during this time. Maybe their marriage or their romance and everything that you know about now, you will start acting on that also. Speculative gain, on the other hand, will come through patience and long term investment. Saturn is all about patience. Saturn is not saying impulsive. If this was Mars, then we would have said, oh, fatafat, it is coming very fast. But when we talk about Saturn, it is about patience, patience, and patience. And here, speculative gains will come through patience and very, very long term investments. So make sure that if you're thinking that today I put money, tomorrow it becomes big, no. But in the next 2.5 years, if you put the money or if you put any kind of investments now, after March 29th, and exactly look at February of 2028, you will see that, oh my God, this has gone 2, 300, 400x. That's how powerful this placement is. It is a very, very great idea to start business with children. If you want to partner with children, very good. If you want to partner with your romantic partner, your loved one, very, very good. In fact, education, if someone you're studying with and you comes and you know what, listen, I have this idea, let's do this together, then also this is a very good period of starting up. Those people who are in hobbies, those people who have very great hobbies, this is a time for their hobby also to become their business. Ruchi, I was talking to someone, sorry, I have to move a little bit. Ah, I was talking to someone. They started a small business on some website called Etsy or something. They were first creating small handicrafts at home, small wall hanging handicrafts, this, that, whatnot, pouches for baby bottle and all. She tells me that, sir, I made my, because she has a placement of Saturn in the third house. That's why I'm referring to this. Not this sign, by the way. Remember, not this is Leo rising, not this sign. It is in the sign of Taurus for them. They said I started making my creativity my passion and my work, my hobby, my work only. And now she's like, I make like $8,000 to $10,000 a month from Etsy, selling this, that, custom made items and this and that. So she made, and she is a engineer, like broadcast sorry kya bolte, mechanical engineer. She worked for mechanical companies also for a very long time, but she said, no, I am now only following my hobbies. So if that is the area where you have nothing to lose right now, Capricorn ascendant, because you are the most powerful ascendant that can go through any kind of tough situations because of Saturn, this is the scenario, then make sure that you are absolutely motivated to make your hobby or some creativity or some art that you have into your profession. And that profession is going to be helping you to the maximum level. Rujit, anything I missed here that you want to bring forward for the fifth aspect,
No,
fifth third
no,
aspect?
you told this here in very detailed way. Only thing I will like to add this, you told that relationship with children or love partner, romantic partner can be good. But the only thing is this is third aspect, and yes, this is aspect on the sign of friend, which is Venus. Only thing is you need to put effort. I know you people are totally disheartened from last so many years, so you think that okay, what is the meaning of putting effort? I'm not getting results, but this time believe me, you will get result. But only thing is you need to put your efforts. Now the field can be anyone. The fifth house has so many meanings. Whichever result you want from fifth house, just put your effort and you will have results. Especially I think Akashji, in next plate when we will talk about nakshatras, there it will be more clear that in which during which period, which slab you will get that results. But yes, you will get results.
You will get results, and there is also possibility here that reconciliation with children also can happen. Those who have formed proper communication with children can be a new channel that you will start here. So very, very, this next 2.5 years are very good in that perspective. When we talk about the ninth, the aspect, the seventh aspect of Saturn on the ninth house here, this is the house of luck, higher learning, steady progress in higher education, long distance travel. Also, Ruiji, the biggest role of the ninth house is faith, religion, spirituality. This is the time that your faith will be restored. If there is anything that has to become with, your faith become little bit of fade off during the last 2.5 years and nothing was happening, what the hell, this nothing at all. Your faith will start becoming much powerful now. And this powerful faith, even in the hardest condition next time, you will not lose this faith. Rohit, what is the ninth aspect? What is the seventh aspect of the ninth house? That means partnership. With what? With the areas related to the ninth house. What is that? It is a very great time to find a guru or a spiritual exploration should be done here. You should find your guru now. That guru can be your friend also. That guru can be your mentor also. That guru can be anyone around you. You have to find your guru and make a relationship with your guru so that you can progress together. Luigi, I don't know how it is you are going to take this, but this is a time of wandering. Look at the aspects of, Saturn. It is on the ninth and the 12th house. Those who go to Saturn, Mahadasha, Antardasha, Pratyantardasha, Sukshmadasha, Pranadasha, you will see that whenever Saturn will come, it will make you wander. Suddenly you are on your feet, going here, there. This means that you will be exploring multiple landscapes, going to different places, trying to understand the essence of those places. Father is also related with 9,000. Saturn and Sun has a very important relationship. Okay, earlier it was challenging, but as soon as Saturn turns 17 degrees in a chart, it becomes very, very pleasant with father and son. Here, this is not to do with any kind of sun placement here, but relationship with father also will be very, very good, because there is a lot of closure on things. When Saturn comes in the third house, and especially in the sign of Pisces, there is closure happening. So a lot of sorrow that was in the earlier times will now get closure, and new beginnings will happen. Father will act as a great partner and can benefit from the advice of father. Even the smallest advice of father will be a very, very helpful advice for you. Ninth house is also the house of spiritual exploration and intuition, even learning different languages. Roji, this is the time that people of Capricorn ascendant will start learning new languages, trying to explore new areas related to their, what you say, related to learning new languages, new culture, new, maybe new religion also. They will explore that. Okay, let me go into this religion and explore how this is. Intuition will be at supreme level this time, and you will be very, very extremely powerful by your destiny wise. This is the house of Mercury, remember this. And in this chart, Saturn only has given Mercury the house of destiny, and when it looks here, that means your destiny is supposed to be rising as well. The dharma activities will rise, which is always very, very accurate with Capricorn ascendant, because they are very extremely dharmic people. And fortune will awaken only with effort. If you are thinking that fortune will come only just like sitting down and because my planetary position is good, no. You have to put effort, you have to put communication, you have to talk, you have to ask, you have to demand, you have to work towards it to get it. Ruji, what do you think? Ninth house is also the house that is related to foreign, going for higher education in foreign country. So, do you think that this is the time of skill development? Many people will go to foreign countries. Tell me about it.
Yes, definitely. Fifth house is included in this combination, and this is the skills. And third house is efforts and courage and communication. And ninth house, the higher education. Now, all these things are correlated, and it can be also possible that your kids can go for higher education for some. This type of things can also happen. Now, ninth house is included, and these days, if you see, Jupiter is transiting in the fifth house these days before the May. So this will be the time when your father can be the biggest advisor for you, because fifth house and ninth house is both a house of advising. And Saturn, when will aspect here, Jupiter will aspect ninth house from fifth house. So this is the time when if you have any problem, any confusion, you think you are more intelligent, more educated, why I can ask my father. No, go to your father or guru, and whatever they say, follow that blindly, and you will park on the right move. You will be landed on the right place, because this is a time when this will work. And yes, ninth house, you said that, because when third house, the short travels, ninth house, the long travel, 12th house, the foreign lands, when everything is included. So I think don't unpack your bag. Always keep your one bag packed, then you have to move here and there. Where? Only he knows. But yes, this is the time.
Ruji, this is the seventh aspect of Saturn on the ninth house. Now, the 10th aspect of Saturn on the 12th house means that karma. 10th is karma, right? Ruji, remember this: karma, occupation, karma. Also, your investment into your occupation. This is the time that it says that there can be lot of short distance travel to foreign countries also. This is also the house of spirituality, expenses. That means there is going to be growth and expansion in these areas also. Expenses will happen for travel for sure. But remember, Saturn's aspect, the 10th aspect of Saturn, slows down things also. So here, expenses may also slow down if it is happening unnecessary, out of your, crazy expenses are happening. So, lot of practical and wise financial planning will be done by you, which will make sure that you are calm down and relaxed here. When we talk about expenses for children, expenses for your father sometimes, or expenses for your siblings sometimes, this can be a point of concern where you have to do some kind of expenses related to them for the next 2.5 years. Now, because of the placement of third, 11th, third, 12th, 9th, 5th, this says that chances of abroad settlement and foreign travel is on the higher side, and this is going to be a constant thing for the next 2.5 years. Those who are applying for visa getting rejected, not getting accepted, no visa, nothing at all. Out of a blue, if you apply after 29th of March, especially let Rahu and Ketu also transit to the 8th and the second house for you. You will see exactly same kind of videos for Rahu and Ketu also over every ascendant. You will see that then finally your things are working very nice for you, man. In fact, it is a time that you will feel that my visa application is done, my foreign settlement is done, my new studies is happening, my beginnings of new spiritual journey is happening, me having more faith in God, and so many things are going to get restored here. Only thing, because of fifth, because of children, there can be some spent on luxuries. Maybe your children will say, I will not go to this college, I will not go to this school, I will not stay in this condition. So because of thing, expenses can be higher to buy luxury items for your kids. Expenses for kids, and also education of children will be on the priority this time for all the people who are married and have kids. But on an overall level, the 10th aspect of Saturn means lot of karmic connection that you have from your foreign will manifest now, and things from very different distant places, different cities, different cultures, different landscapes will come to you, and you have to fulfill those karmas for this whole universe to continue. Luigi, 12th house and the 10th aspect of Saturn on the house of Jupiter, and Jupiter will come to the 6th house. Look at the 12th house. This is another area which says foreign settlement due to work also. So, work wise, also foreign. Now, which country to choose, what not choose, I will give you a clear thing here, Luigi. Many people do consultation, say, oh, shall I go to London or shall I go to. For that, you have to go to astrocartography. Astrocartography is a thing that we also do. Here, we make sure that we make the maps of the world and guide you that these are the places where you will be able to do very well in life. So if anyone is saying go to west, go to east, that is all stupidity. Nothing like that exists. Yeah, the kundli has directions for sure, but the most important thing is astrocartography, because that will tell you where your energy is and you will be able to prosper in those areas. Moving from here, Rohitji, when we go to one more important thing that is happening, that is nakshatra change. And this is included here because this is happening just after March, like 27th of April, in a month. Not even a month will happen, and Saturn will go into the nakshatra of Uttra Bhadrapada. Saturn is a slow moving planet. It will take 3 to 4, 5 degrees, and as soon as it takes more than 3 degrees, it will get into Uttra Bhadrapada nakshatra. Third house, the key house of communication, courage, siblings, short distance travel, skill development. What it says, this nakshatra transit also gives you that self effort, determination, how you engage yourself to the world through speech, writing, your actions, your body language is what you will see that is giving you results in return. If you are impulsively you will say get no. If you are patient, then with very, very vigilant, very, very showing your courage in the right way, then good things. Showing your courage in the wrong way, falling into a lion's den and saying that okay, I'll fight the lion, that is stupid courage. But going there with a tranquilizer that okay, tranquilize that lion and make sure it is sleep, and then I will fight with the disease that lion has, that is intelligence. Thoughtful decision is what you need to be making. Symbol of this nakshatra is the back level of a cord. So the relief time, very, very represents stability, introspection, and deep rooted wisdom is what you will see. The deity for this nakshatra is Ahir Putnya. He is a very, very important deep serpent of the seas, and very important that he is the one who gets you to Revati. That means to absolutely nurture, like you're completely nurtured. That's how it takes you. And this is the time that Jupiter's nakshatra, that is Purva Bhadrapada, is now Saturn is exiting and entering into its own nakshatra, that will enhance qualities of discipline, patience, and karmic responsibility. So overall, your planet is also supporting you, and your nakshatra is also supporting you. This is also not all, Rohitji. Here for Capricorn, there will be three more things happening. Saturn will move retrograde in Pisces on 13th of July. We will make a complete new video on this, so subscribe. Saturn will enter into Purva Bhadrapada on 4th October 2025. So same way we'll make videos with proper aspects and what's happening. Subscribe. And Saturn is moving into Pisces on 20th of November, so we will also make a video for that. So you need to be connected to us so that you can also experience these kind of changes, and by the time you will understand what is happening to your life, you will automatically come to watch. So I'm very confident because this is true. Everything is in front of you, black and white. So conclusion, Rohit for 2025 and onwards. Your bravery, your courage, your commitment will increase. There will be high confidence, happiness from kids, birth of new kids also, or maybe family planning in a very very right way. New startups can kick in. Fortune will rise. Overseas travel is 100% there, and there will be settlement kind of opportunities also. Fortune will rise abroad because of the 10th aspect of Saturn on the 12th house. Put your effort in for foreign countries and see you will get returns from them. And excellent results for social media, communication, arts, entertainment, film, television, every kind of business. You will see excellent things happening for you. Such a beautiful thing, Rohitji. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here and patient. And I know your Capricorn ascendant being suffering from last so much time, and now here you will start feeling much better. Rohitji, here Saturn in the ascendant. Saturn is the only planet that for Capricorn ascendant it becomes a Maraka, and for Aquarius ascendant it becomes the planet of losses as well. That means planets of extreme losses. The 12th house lord. There is no other planet who has the capability or the power to do this except Saturn. And that's why Saturn is called the supremest of all. Even Sun, we can still handle the energy of Sun, but Saturn is the wraith of Saturn. We cannot go through this. Now, because Saturn was sitting on your head, it's not bad. There must have been a lot of personality development, personal development that you must have seen. But Rohitji, here, things that must have been a lot of problem also. Number one, Saturn is sitting in the ascendant. Here, ascendant is the place where we talk about all aspects of life. That can be any aspect of life. In every aspect of life, there is one word that must have happened, and it is called survival. Survival must have happened. Okay, in some way or the other, you must have survived, and that is the placement of Saturn that is telling us. But the aspects of Saturn does not tell us that. Here, because of third aspect of Saturn on the third house, this is the house of Mars, enemy sign for Saturn. Aspect on the seventh house, which is proper Maraka sign and enemy sign for Saturn. And here aspect on the 10th house, which is again the house of Mars. So Mars and Sun are not benefic planets, and for Saturn in terms of in relation with Saturn, and these places where Saturn was aspecting, was creating and may have created and have created, because I talk to people every day, lot of trouble, lack of energy, efforts not fruitful, conflict with neighbors, conflict with younger siblings, problems in partnership and love life and spouse, divorces, in fact, problems in profession and problem in businesses. Everything is happening here because of the transit of Saturn here. Now, we should understand that this is every time Saturn transits, it's 2.5 years. So it's not a temporary phase, also. It's a very, very long term phase. And nothing happens on the first day. It is just happening throughout. It is going on and on and on, and that's how it is happening. What's generally what generally is happening here is that number one area where Saturn created problem was relationship and spouse, and that is the seventh aspect, the relationship aspect of Saturn. We want all of this to, Rohitji, get into the better place. That's why Saturn here entering into the second house from 29th of March 2025 will give you a major relief here. Since Saturn's drishti are very bad and very struggle, but we understand that uh, Saturn is a planet that will always go with its friendship table. Venus is a very good friend of Saturn. Mercury is a very good friend of Saturn, and Jupiter is Sama. That means it is neutral to Saturn. Here, entering into the house of Jupiter, second house of wealth accumulation, aspecting the fourth house, creating you social security, emotional happiness, aspecting the eighth house, creating inheritance. If inheritance is there, now this is a little bit of challenging aspect of Saturn this time for you, because it can create a little bit of separation from loved ones. So there can be some people in your family maybe departing during this time, so that your inheritance area is clear and you can get a lot of gains also. Ruji, do you think that Saturn in the second house is very good for wealth accumulation? Do you have any idea about it? Can you tell me about it?
Actually, what I think that Saturn in Lagna, if you say Saturn in Lagna, people will say it will give you lots of good health, lots of expansion, everything here,
Discipline.
discipline. But Saturn here can give you anything, but if you are very disciplined, I know some Aquarius people who are, not up to the mark, who are not have a daily routines and all these things, but they are suffering. Yes, in spite of the thing that Saturn is in the first house, but now the change from worse to good, better, and the best, which is coming in the life of Saturn, Aquarius people, I think this is as good as for Capricorn people, because Lagna Lord going one step ahead and giving
Exactly.
expansion in the house of wealth and everything and family relations. Now the only thing what you need to take care is, again, you have to be very disciplined regarding the second house, regarding your family and
Family.
everything. So this is the thing. In next slides, you will explain this in very detailed manner. I know your research. So this is how Saturn is not very easy planet to learn or understand. I think so many books written only on the Saturn, not all planets, only on Saturn. There are so many books, but I think as much as you write, keep writing, as much as you know that, still I need to know about Saturn.
So according to the research that I've been doing, Rohitji, so second house placement of Saturn, which is always a very, very important placement of Saturn in this ascendant specifically. Those who have Saturn here, I have seen them wealthy. It's not I'm talking about the transit, I'm talking about the placement of Saturn. They are wealthy people, they have money, they have wealth, they have inherited wealth, they have family income, they are very disciplined and always with the family. Such kind of things I have seen. Here Saturn has a role here to enhance or to build a very long term financial security. It will make sure that you will become now head of a miser, but not spending here, there, whatnot. Spending will be there, but not on any stupid items. It will be all on fixed assets. Somewhere you will be very calculative, analytical. That okay, if I invest in gold right now, in next 10 years, where do I see myself? This is what exactly the investment here, or this is what the Saturn here is telling you to do during this time, to make maximum fixed assets immovable properties. Saturn in the second house also tells you that it's a very, very great time for bank balance. It will reflect positivity now. You will see that everything is in plus now. As going, it does not mean that 29th of March Saturn transits and 30th of March we have plus everything we are going to know. It is a 2.5 year process that Saturn will go through. And those people who have not seen or bought their house will first go and buy their house. Number one. Secondly, those people who are very away from family, or there can be challenges like family wise, there is no involvement. You will see that a family is now very much involved in you. Second house is also the house of family expansion. Family expansion is possible. How it is possible? It is possible through you getting into new family members in your life, either a new child, either anything to do with your new spouse. Anything is coming. In fact, for your if we talk about your extended family member, there are also new family members may be joining the family. So such kind of things are happening. Second house is the house related to health as well, and here the health that it rules is the eye health for you. Saturn is not that great planet in the second house when it comes to the eye health. So make sure that nowadays social media has become so addictive that you are on one reel, you're going on and on. It can affect the eyes, and especially when we do it in the night when we are on the bed. Okay, let's see. 1 hour passes, we say, oh my god, 1 hour passes, let me sleep now. So this time, very careful about your eyes. Okay, and especially if we talk about the specific eye here, this is the left eye that we are talking about. 1 second. Right eye, sorry. Right eye we are talking about. Also, one more thing that here is speech, mouth, dental problems, decays, dental related procedures can be happening right now also, and going on also it will happen. Saturn, wherever it will sit, it will try to increase the longevity of that area as well. Here, Saturn is going to make sure that your heart health is taken into consideration, your longevity of your mouth, of your anything to do with your teeth, dental things will also be taken care of, and also related to your bones. Three things it will take care on eyes also. So it can give you problem in your eyes so that you get scared and then later say, oh, I just have to now have be cautious. On the other hand, Rohichi, here Saturn in the second house is also about money gains, like sudden gains. And because it is making a very big combination with the 11th house, there can be sudden gains. And because it is also planet related to the 12th house, it can be gains from foreign country. Self effort, gains through your self effort. You have done the past in building so many things, in working so hard. Now this is the time to manifest, to receive the blessings of Lord Saturn. Go and start reading. I also have very clear experience because I talk to people every day. Aquarius ascendant, this ascendant, that ascendant. When you start reading Saturn in Pisces, it will say that it will do closure of things. So it will do closure of sorrow for you. If there is any sorrow that you are seeing in your family members, some dispute over property, this, that, there will be closure in that areas and some solution will come out. That is also another positive area which we will see during this time. Moving on, Saturn will aspect the third aspect of Saturn will be on the fourth house. This is the time. Home and comfort areas is where communication is very important in these areas, Rohitji. Especially trying to do research, trying to ask people, trying to, if you're investing in any property, the third aspect of Saturn tells that before investing, try to see the neighborhood, try to talk to people around, and try to understand if you're making the right decision or it is according to your needs or no. Many people like me just buy the property, later see, oh my god, in my community there is no school, in my community there is nothing. So try to make sure that you are first aligned with the surroundings, then you make a decision about buying a property. Purchase of property can happen. Many people will buy their first homes, many people will be buying their first cars also there will be a lot of things related to harmonious domestic life will also be seen. Like your domestic life will be very harmonious, very peaceful, inner self, you'll be happy, there'll be social security, there'll be possibility of, relaxing, sitting and relaxing. And especially after 27th of April, there will be a lot of possibility of sitting, relaxing and being in comfort. Why? I will tell you in the end of the video. If there is anything related to inheritance or inherited property that you have inherited, now there is a case, court case going on, struggle, trouble, fighting, you will see that there is now a very, very positive outcome here in the inheritance area. Court cases or any problem related to hidden enemies in terms of in terms of your property or someone creating mess there, you will see that you will get relief in that areas as well. Time to invest into lot of family roots and rituals. What is the fourth house? Fourth house is the roots. It's your childhood. Any rituals that you were doing in your childhood regularly or continue doing it. And now because you are in comfort zone, you are elder, now you have your own life practice. You're not following your family traditions. If you can think back, try to ask your family members what kind of family traditions do we have, how do we do pitra puja, how do we do this, that, what are the days on, what are the family events that we do, who's our ishtadev, who's our kuldev. This is the time that you have to connect to those family roots and communicate with your family. Try to understand that, okay, where I have to connect and what I have to do here. Ruji, you have insight about fourth house, about mother, because you are mother expert. I don't have mother, so I don't have that expertise.
Oh, you
Tell me.
also have mother. My mother is your mother also. So
Every mother is my mother, but you have close experience of it. Tell me.
yes, I think for Aquarius people, the aspect on this house, especially from the second house, which is already accumulated wealth, and aspecting the house of property and vehicle, this shows that yes, with your courage, with your effort, with your commitment, you are going to get the property, vehicle, everything what you dream. The only thing is the need is effort and the commitment. And in the long run only, this does not happen that 29th March it will transit and you will get on the 30th March. It is
Yes,
2.5
exactly.
years transit. And regarding mother, this mother's role will be big in acquiring all these things. Wealth and fourth house, when together, if they are working, then it can be the time when your mother will fund you. They will give you some money. Okay, you want to buy new house, want to start new life. Take this money from me. I can help you.
Not even money, Rohitji. One advice of mother, one communication from mother will be more than your
Communication.
money that you get
Very
right now.
important. Communication. Yes. Communication from mother. And this is also, I think, because not only Rohit, this is about Saturn. Shani Dev himself loves his mother very, very, very much. Chayama.
But there is one controversy here, Rohiji. It was a problem when Shani Dev, in ignorance, kicked the mother, and that's why he was limping. So this is also the time that if you disrespect your mother, it will be creating a very, very crazy
And
kind
then
of.
he kicked the other mother, two mothers, Sandhya. He kicked that mother. And Chaya, she loves very much. Even he goes to Shivji for her life. So yes, this is important that Saturn say, okay, you are going into good times, you are getting everything, but don't break your communication with your mother. Don't let her feel that okay, I am now isolated. Nobody is here to talk to me. Even you can not even do if a single call. Then what is the meaning? So this is the time when your peace of mind will be prevailed through this fourth house only when you have a very good communication with your mother, very good
And
communication channel.
those who do not have their mother-like figures, and
Mother
those
like
who do not, and those who also, this means that the roots that you have to be also, those who are also thinking of staying in foreign country and investing in this home country, this is the time that you can invest
this
in
is
your
the
home
time.
country
And
as
I
well.
think Akashji, these are the people, those because this is a house of peace of mind. They people will get lots of peace of mind when their wealth will increase. And because the 12th house lord is sitting in the second house, definitely the foreign related wealth is going to come, that their peace of mind will increase. Now they are the people who correlate or attach their peace of mind with wealth. Oh, my wealth is increasing. Oh, my bank account is now this. Now my property. Oh, I'm feeling very happy. So peace of mind is connected with the wealth now for this.
True. Exactly true. Congratulations for those who are buying their first property or will be giving their down payment for their first property or first vehicle. Very, very heartiest congratulations to you. May you prosper more and more, and this becomes 10, 15, 20. Life is about coming here, making money, being very happy, spiritually getting very awakened, and continue your life. Then you have to die, who knows what is happening next. But till the time you're not dying, just make sure spiritually you're very active, doing the right deeds. Eighth house is where Saturn will look the next. That is, this is the sign that is related to transformation. This transformation is a very simple word, but it is a very, very deep meaning of transformation. This is the time that you will get lot of changes in your life will come through healing, through introspection. Seventh aspect of Saturn on the eighth house. That means it will make new relationships for you to achieve collective wealth. That means partnership wealth. Eighth house is also the house of shared resources. Your family members can now become your partner, and you can start achieving family wealth here. You can start achieving collective wealth here. If you want to change your scenario completely for everyone in your family also, pick up a book, try to change the way you think, and try to learn new things. Try to always read. You should have a book in your hand all the time. I'm telling you, this is out of experience. I, being the most worst student in my class, to worst academically, I was the worst person, Rohitji, that you can imagine. Worst means if there is 35 passing marks, I used to guess 34.5. That kind of worst I was. Just like pass. Just like pass. I was the worst in academics. But what happened later? Transformation happened. Suddenly books were my friends. I I will tell you, Rohiji, one small incident. I was in my eighth grade or ninth grade, okay? And the teacher, I was in a school called Dr. S. Radhakrishnan Vidyalay. It is in Mumbai, Bombay, Cambridge. It is called. It is Cambridge School. It is in Mumbai. It is in Mumbai, in Maharashtra, in a place called Malad. I was in that school, and the teacher I had, very very intelligent teacher, who was my English teacher. Her name was Balwinder, Miss Balwinder. She was from Punjab. I was eating, so what we used to do when teacher used to teach, he used to put the hand in the bag and remove sandwiches and whatever paratha we are eating. I remember this because everyone made fun of me, and then they used to tell bad things to me, so that's why I remember this. So I was taking, so here I was eating, and suddenly my hand was on the paratha, and she said, Akash, what are you doing? And you know what I replied? I was so stupid. I replied, I'm take outing my book. How stupid my vocabulary also was. My English was so bad. I said, I am take outing my book. Just imagine. This was my level of intelligence or my level of conversation. I was so stupid.
But I'm
But
still happy you. But I'm still happy you did not said I'm take outing my paratha.
I'm not take outing a paratha exactly, but everyone started calling me, "Hey, take outing idhar aa. Hey, take outing, come here. Hey, take outing, where are you going?" I learned my lesson that time. That time I still did not learn my lesson. It was my, I think it was my Sun Dasha, my Mahadasha Lord was Sun. I was in lot of enjoyment, nothing doesn't matter. But later, as soon as Moon Mahadasha, the 12th house Mahadasha came, there's a lot of transformation that happened. I started earning at like age of 14 years of age, Rohitji. I was 14 and a half when got my first paycheck of 4,000 rupees. And then in 6 months, I was not even, like, I can't say this legally, but I was in a company where I was not even entitled to get check on my name because I was a minor that time. So that's how I started. But this is all transformation, and this kind of transformation only planet like Saturn, only planet like Rahu, or only planet like Ketu can bring in your life, because they have seen extreme. Saturn has seen extreme hatred towards him. Extreme means extreme. Own father disowning a child who's always thinking, why the hell I did wrong. Extreme hatred. Rahu and Ketu, extreme. It wanted to transform and become a, what you say, become a ruler of, what you say, the whole universe by taking Amrita, because he was so powerful. Someone who can someone who can disguise themselves and create an illusion for Lord Vishnu also, like the Mohini Roop of Lord Vishnu. Just imagine the power they have. But they went through, nothing could they could achieve. They had to went through penance and again became God because of their powers. So somehow these planets, whenever they will look at the eighth house, they will start transforming you into a very, very great thing. And for transformation, you need to learn. Your brain is empty chambers in the brain. You have to put knowledge into it. With knowledge is only power coming. Without knowledge, no one will even talk to you. Today, people take appointments, they talk to me only because they see that this person has some little knowledge and he can tell something about us. That's what important it is. When you have knowledge, and what is the CV, what is the resume that we have? It is knowledge. And this is the time that it is telling you to partner yours with your conscious, with your research abilities, with your power. Those who are in research based professions here, new partnership can happen, and new partnership will make growth happen. Unless and until new partnership you make, and that partnership can be a book, a research paper, a person, a idea, a thought, anything. You have to make a partnership with that. Then only your things will move forward. Also, sudden news reflecting inheritance can also come. I told you earlier that this is not a very great aspect of Saturn as well on the house of law. For you, longevity is very not compromised. There can be sudden kind of diseases that also you will get. Suddenly some disease will come. Oh my God, I have to take diabetes medicines now. But that is to make sure your longevity is not compromised. It is going up. But this is also the seventh aspect of Saturn, very powerful aspect. This means eighth house is also the house related to losses of family member, mrityu sthana. It is called by Parashara says eighth house is mrityu sthana. Some kind of family members can pass, leaving you a lineage, leaving you a inheritance, leaving you something that to gain, which is not pleasant. But life is not permanent for everyone. Everyone who's scared about death, it's okay to be scared about death, but it is the truth, the harsh reality is that we all have to die. Saint to sinner, all have to go to this light or darkness, whatever we have achieved. All the best, guys. I know this is more I know, don't know, Rohit. When Aquarius comes, I become philosophical. Before that, in all the signs you go, there is no story. In our sign also, Aquarius, something connection with Aquarius people. Maybe, Aquarius is my seventh house. I am very partners with Aquarius people. Like always, Aquarius people and Capricorn people are my real partners. So, anyone to do any partnership with me, come, let's do it. Now, the aspect of Saturn, the 10th aspect of Saturn is going on the 11th house. Now, 10th aspect is a very major, very important aspect, because this has been given to Saturn in a very specialized way for making sure that karma happens according to that house where Saturn is aspecting. And this is the 11th house of gains, networking. It will give you slow. Saturn is very slow planet. So remember, the 10th house of Saturn, 10th aspect of Saturn will be slow. The third aspect of Saturn is fast. The seventh aspect of Saturn is medium. The 10th aspect of Saturn is very, very slow. Slow but rewarding financial gains through solid efforts. Effort should not come down, and I think no one in this Aquarius ascendant is a lazy person. They are absolutely very powerful in their approach towards life. Social circle will help you achieve your goals during this time. You will see that your friends, your acquaintances, suddenly who you met 10 years ago, you come back to them and they will help you in achieving what you're trying to achieve from last 2.5 years or 5 years. Basically, your achievement will happen like this. You say, oh my god, this person, I just had to reach this person and things would have been great for me. This is a time to show yourself more in parties, events. I know, see, good time for you is coming. Saturn is telling, go enjoy your life. Have a small drink, not a big one, and just be in your senses all the time. It says, have fun, go to the parties, go to the events, meet new people, love them. I'm Trump now, that's why I'm saying like this. Love them, have fun, put tariffs. Here, there will be great news from the party areas, from the social life area, your social life. Finally, social isolation will not be there. There will be no social isolation, and there can be things related to many acquaintances, colleagues giving you tips also for progress, for growth. Suddenly, they will say something, and you will say, "Oh, exactly, this is what I was looking for." Aim for bigger goals this time. Saturn is bigger goals. Aim for bigger goals, and there will be great progress in career, because look at the ascendant lord, look at the 12th house lord. Career growth from foreign countries, career growth from your self effort, career growth from your initiatives is what is going to happen. Those who are in real estate business, those who are in business related to research, this, that, you will see that absolutely great growth is coming to you in this whole scenario. What an amazing time for all the people, Rohiji. This is so great. I'm just in love with this. Aquarius ascendant nakshatra change is happening on 27th of April. This is what I was talking in the previous, previous times. I think 7-8 minutes here. Nakshatra change is happening from 27th of April 2025. The key house that will happen, or that you will see here, is the second house of wealth, family, speech, food habits, values, savings. The second house is a very, very crucial area for financial growth. You will see that personal ethics and communication style, Saturn influence here will enhance long-term wealth building strategies. So this means nothing is coming so quickly. It is long-term. Everything is disciplined speech, responsible family interaction, and this is the time that you will feel little bit relaxed because of the nakshatra Uttarabhadrapada. The nakshatra Uttarabhadrapada has the symbol of back legs of the cot. That means, when we have to go relax, we go back, right? Like the exactly, not on the front. You'll be signifying stability, deep reflection, and wisdom before achieving lasting success. The success that you achieve after this nakshatra transit will be lasting, long lasting. Saturn is long lasting effect. Remember, 8th house aspect of Saturn here means long term illness also. So very careful, huh? I'm telling you. Like, if anything comes, make sure that you take advice. Like, I know some person, Ruiji, and unfortunately he is no more now. He had a problem in his heart. Doctor told that, oh no, your cholesterol is very high, you will get a stroke, so take this medicine. He's like, oh, does not matter. He changed his lifestyle, this, that, whatnot. Doctor said, you change your lifestyle, still your cholesterol did not go down, it is still up. Please take the medicine. He said, no, no, no. In 4 months later, he got a stroke and died. Somehow planets, or people around us, doctors, this, that, they are the people who try to come in our life as messengers, as someone, God sends them to tell that, okay, listen, do this, do this. Now another area to look at it is that usko to marna hi tha, he was supposed to die only, but this is untimely death. This is untimely death. You did not answer 2 times. Universe tried to tell you that, okay, start taking medicines. You will. What if medicine you would have taken, you would have had longevity also, right? So make sure that you are listening to all the doctors, teachers, mentors around you, and do who has more experience, try to understand from them. Deity for this nakshatra is Ahir Budnya, again the deep water serpent associated with hidden knowledge, transformation, protection. So you are protected as well. But you have to understand the nature trying to tell you some things, don't ignore it. From the ruling of Jupiter from Purva Bhadrapada in Uttara Bhadrapada here, planetary ruler is Saturn, reinforcing discipline, patience, and karmic lessons for all the people. This is such a beautiful time that I can't even explain to all the people. This is not all, Rohitji. Other major events will also happen. Saturn will start moving retrograde in Pisces on 13th of July. Then it will enter into Purva Bhadrapada Nakshatra, again the nakshatra of Jupiter. This is the time that Saturn will be aspected by Jupiter also. So this is going to be very interesting. And then Saturn enters into Pisces 28th November 2025. This is going to be such good things. So do subscribe so that you do not miss all these events. Otherwise, I don't know what YouTube should make a feature that only subscriber can watch. Then maza aayega. Conclusion for 2025 is simple, and 2025 till 2027, basically 2028 of February, is that here wealth expansion happens. Number one, in new property and new car, sudden events, that means sudden great events, but sudden events can also be a little bit sorrowful, but it will still bring you profit only. Inheritance gains will happen for sure because of the aspect of Saturn on the 11th house. Gains from elder siblings also, and gains from society also. Societal, you know, anyone who's socially very isolated will see that isolation is ending for them. Thank you, Rohit. Thank you so much for your patience and your guidance also all the time. Very, very great news for all the people. Now, today, the Pisces sign for 2025 transit. So this transit is 2025 till 2028. So it's a very long transit. But when we talk about this certain period right now, Saturn is right now in, as we are making the video, in the 12th house for all the Pisces ascendant people, and it is coming to the Lagna. Okay, in the house of Lagnesh, aspecting another house of the Lagnesh, that is the Sagittarius sign. So how it is going to be? It is a, many people are contemplating very challenging period, Saturn in the Lagna, and actually it is true. Saturn in the Lagna is very challenging period because this is a time to keep up with lot of things. But what has happened in the past? Once we know a little bit of background, then we'll be able to see what happens next. Here, Rohitji, if you see that Saturn in the 12th house was aspecting three places, that means the second house, the sixth house, and the ninth house. These are the places where Saturn's enemy signs are there. That is Aries, ruled by Mars, Leo, ruled by Sun, and again Scorpio, ruled by Mars. These are the places where Saturn does not feel comfortable, and Saturn, in fact, in the sign of Aries only, becomes completely debilitated as well. So it's a debilitated aspect of Saturn, which creates a lot of challenges. Pisces people must have gone. We see Rahu must be creating very, very great ideas and great things for you, because in current scenario, Rahu is in the ascendant, so it makes very heroic approach. But on the other hand, in the 12th house, when we talk about Saturn fitting in the 12th house, so foreign travel must have happened. Many Pisces ascendant people must have gone to foreign countries. Their expenses must have happened related to medicines, related to, you know, your family members, related to education also. So for education also, many people must have gone to foreign countries. New work also must have started in foreign countries, if those who are in foreign countries. So gains from foreign countries would have been there. But on the other hand, loss of wealth, family problems, trouble with family dynamics, isolation. Saturn in the 12th house gives isolation, unwanted expenses, medical expenses, legal expenses because of the aspect on the sixth house, family problems, no fortune wise, no destiny is not supporting you. If you're going to Saturn Mahadasha Antatasha, then exactly this is what is interpreting in your life. And problems in long journey, very, very long journeys, very, very challenging, expensive, some kind of losses also, flight missing, lot of things suddenly stranded on the airports, and problem with mentors, gurus, father. These are the things that might have happened, Rohitji, during the time when Saturn was in the 12th house. 12th house, it must have growth. Those who are in foreign country must have given growth. Debt must have been acquired by you guys, because debt, this is the time that you may also bought some kind of property, and debt must have come to you because Saturn is aspecting the house of fixed assets. So overall, out of 100%, 20% only Saturn was very, very nice for you. Now, out of 100%, Saturn will become 80% nicer for you, and 20% little bit challenging, because Saturn challenge is there when Saturn is there. Before 29th of March, this was scenario. After 29th of March, this is the scenario. If you see here, Saturn is now traveling to the ascendant. Number one thing, that we see here is Saturn is sitting in the house of Jupiter, not in our own sign. In our own house, we are the kings, but in someone else's house, we have to behave. We have to come into right discipline. And here, Saturn is in the house of, Jupiter. It has to come into discipline. It has to come into a lot of things related to, what you say now, obedience. And it is coming in the house of wisdom, coming in the house of endings. It is the aspects. Look at now the aspects earlier were with all the negative signs. Now it is all the positive signs where Saturn gives very good results. Here it is the aspect is on the third house, Upachaya house number one. It is related to Venus. Great news. It is on the seventh house, which is related to Mercury, very great friend of Saturn, and also on the 10th house, that is the sign of Sagittarius, Dhanu. Again, Jupiter and Saturn are sama, that means neutral. Neutral. Saturn will never ever cause harm to Jupiter because it is the Guru, Deva Guru, and Saturn is a Devata. So here, Guru of Saturn is Jupiter. Now, Rohitji, after 29th of March, there are a lot of speculation. This will happen, that will happen, the world will go crazy, there will be world war, everything will keep going. See, three things keep happening in simultaneous action: Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh. Creation, preservance, and destruction are keeping on happening, although always. Here, after 29th of March, for Pisces ascendant people, Saturn will enter into the first house. The celestial influence of Saturn invites you to reshape every essence of your life. That means this is the time that you will be, finally understanding the value of your own self, of your own wisdom, of your own attitude, of your own, life, of your own existence. Those who will empower their life with discipline and focused path, you will see that stability starts coming to you. The Roji, so I'm not going to gym. I'm not doing anything. I'm sitting on the table every day, consuming food, no discipline at all, nothing. My body will not become better, right? But I start showing some effort. I start showing going to the gym. Suddenly, things will transform. This is that transformative period, but it will transform your personal outlook also. Many people here will start doing admiring their own personality as well. Always we seek ourselves, oh, I cannot do this, I did not do this, I did. This is the time that you will start taking responsibility also for your uh, actions, as well as admire also your actions. 12th house or Pisces or 12th sign is the sign of conclusion, ending. This is the time that you will end a lot of outdated patterns as well and start putting new patterns to work, start putting new things to work. With these patterns also will come your habits. Sometimes your habit was always annoyed with stress. This is the time you start having more resistance, because after this 2.5 years of transit of Saturn, which has completed a complete cycle, which has come to complete a complete cycle for 30 years, here you will start seeing that lot of things, new habits will paramount. There will be sudden maturity that you will see that, oh, I'm feeling more mature. That means you were impulsive in the past, very fast actions, very this that, and which must have created losses. This is the time that you will suddenly mature, saying that, okay, there should be patience is what you will learn in the next 2.5 years. The body language will completely transform. Serene patience. You will say, okay, no impulsiveness, no fast decisions, nothing. Let's be slow. Let's not enter into hasty decision. Like, I've been putting tariff on you, then tomorrow we say no, we are not putting tariff because we will pause it for 1 month. Such kind of decisions which are happening in this world will suddenly not happen. There will be a lot of patience. In fact, here, if we say every situation that you will enter into after this period, 29th of March, you yourself, your mind, your brain, your body, your soul, everything will see. First house ascendant is every aspect of the life: health, wealth, mind, body, soul, brain, act, losses, profit, everything. That means here, before moving into the next step for any area of life, you will first understand the pros and cons, and then only you will move there. Such kind of things are coming for all the Pisces ascendant people during this time. Self development, self motivation, everything is on the peak during this time. Your courage will be at the highest state. Your ability to do partnership at higher space. Your outstanding performance in the work is also coming, because everywhere where Saturn will aspect will create that impact in your life. That it will bring that kind of things to your foot, to your in your court. Saturn is the planet of judgment, Rohit, right? Rohit, Saturn is the planet of judgment. Here, those people who are very judgmental will also become very mature and start understanding that nothing happens with their own judgment. It is all depending on the situations, or the interdependence of situation around them. Do you have any insight about Saturn in the first house? And you are Capricorn ascendant, Saturn is the ruler of your first house. What do you have to give here?
See, I am Capricorn, but I have a few Pisces people in my family, so I know that how much they spend in last 2.5 years on medicines of kids and themselves, and in what situation they were. Now the thing is that relief is that Saturn is coming in the Lagna, and now the expansion of Lagna means expansion of yourself by body, mind, both will, on you will take on to the another level. If you are already into this yoga and meditation thing, then very good, because 12th house Lord is coming here. Now 12th house Lord is saying you have to expand yourself, you have to spend on yourself. Either you spend on yoga classes, either you spend on this meditation things, retreats, spiritual retreats. You go into the spiritual things more deeply, and you spend on yourself, your personality, what you are wearing, how you're going outside, how people looks at you. Now you have to change this, because I am saying do expenses. And now these expenses can be on health also. If you will not do in this way, I will take in that. So this is a thing for them to think that how I have to spend my money this time. Now the thing is that because Saturn is here, the 11th lord also, and sitting in the Lagna, Saturn say, now I will give you the time when you will think about your wishes. Till the time you are thinking about the kids and the other people, every time you think about other people, now the wishes, this planet, the house come to the Lagna. Now the wishes will come here, and you will think about yourself. Now this is the time. If this time also you don't think about yourself, then don't blame me. So this is the time when gains will be on the mind, wishes will be in the mind, the guidance of elder siblings will be with you, society will always in your mind, how people looking at me, how I am looking, this and that. So this is the time to work on personality, Lagna overall.
In fact, Rohitji, here Lagna Bhav is also called Tanu Bhav. That means the body. So body structure also people will be working on it. Many people will be getting into a lot of discipline, which will make sure that diseases go away from their life. Here, the aspect will be on the third aspect will be on the third house only. Communication efforts. This is the time that you will improve your ability to express yourself and enhance. This is the time that enhance your courage. Maximum level courage will come. You will actually take initiative. You will actually be able to communicate and say that, okay, this is my determination, I will do this. This is how you will perform here. Short distance travel, Rohiji, which is very very important for nowadays. Unless and until we travel, we make sure we explore, we are not able to crack things. Short distance travel will be happening. There will be a lot of more clear and very what you say, disciplined communication, we can say, with your siblings. If there is any good or anything bad, you will come to a judgment here that, okay, listen, this will happen this way only. That kind of things are also coming. Arts and industries, those who are in arts and entertainment industries, man, you will prosper. Everything, your marketing, sales, art, creativity, writing, journalism, social media aspirants will develop more followers. There is a lot of good things coming. Earlier this was time that, okay, you will get good communication. Nowadays this is the age of social media and everything. Here you will see that suddenly things start working in very crazy forms for you, especially related to this Saturn's transit. Saturn is a very slow planet, right? But the third aspect of Saturn on the Upchaya house will give you a lot of skill development also to improve your social media and social skills as well. Friends, your family members, your siblings, your surrounding, your neighbors will now be also helping you too much to achieve a lot of good things. Third house is also effort, Rohit ji, and we put a lot of effort into the things, and sometimes it goes waste also. That, oh, why did I do so much hard work? But this is the time that all the effort that you put, all the communication, all the effort, all the ideas that you have will not go waste at all. Those who are thinking of writing a book, don't think, act now. Complete your book in the next 2.5 years, because you are going to make sure that when Saturn comes to the second house in debilitation next time when it transits, it is going to be looking at the fourth house, again the house of a friend. It is going to look at the eighth house, house of a friend, an exalted house. Also, suddenly you will get famous. That is what can happen. Those who are thinking of completing their book. It is also expect its own sign. So this transit as well as the next transit of Saturn is so beautiful that after that, again, there is little bit of challenges that will come. But this next 5 years are very, very good for all the people in the universe. Those people who have very good hobby can make that into a profession also. Also, this third house is about getting lot of responsibility. So take extra responsibility. You may also start something aside of your daily work and routine. That, okay, this is what my daily work is there, but I need to start, or maybe pursue your hobby for it to become in your profession. So that is another area to look at it. I have a friend, Rohitji, who is Pisces ascendant. He started his hobby, like he had a hobby of drinking very, very nice scotch. This was his hobby. Now he has made that hobby into profession. What he's doing, he's buying the scotch. After that scotch bottle, he's creating different kind of designs on the scotch bottle and selling it on as Etsy. That, okay, this is where you can plant this scotch bottle. You can just put your lights into it. This scotch bottle can, he made one very beautiful thing which I was supposed to buy, was very expensive. I cannot buy. It was a scotch bottle, and inside this, he made artificial waves. He made a ship inside. He made like such a beautiful thing into it. So he made his hobby into a profession. So he said, every day 2 or 3 hours I give to this, and in a week I sell two of the bottles. I drink also nicely. I sell two bottles. Send two bottles like 7 8,000 rupees, like almost 200, 250, $300. And that is what he says. When you put it into your showcase, people will come and ask, where the hell did you get this kind of detailed work? That's how people are making nowadays. Social media is so powerful, and this aspect is on the social media area. You can really convert your every skill into sellable skill. Shopify, this, that, so many apps are there now to buy stuff and like that. I don't know what all. So here you can create so many things for yourself. Can't even explain. Would suggest that do this. Try to make your hobby into your profession, maybe for side income. What do you think, Rohitji? What do you have to say here about the third aspect of Saturn?
Third aspect of Saturn will certainly give them, you know, bravery and courage. This is a very obvious thing. But the one thing what they are going to get is a visa. 12th house lord in a lagna and aspecting the third house along with the wishes house. I need visa. This is on the mind, and this is the time when you will get this. But you have to put the efforts, not just sitting at home. Oh, I will get this, because this is a third aspect and a third house. So sincere efforts, complete paperwork, documentation should be complete. This is also documentation also. When you will put all the documents correct in the right manner, in the right channel, through right person, you will have a visa and you can visit abroad without any doubt. So this is the time when their wish, this abroad wish will be fulfilled.
Abroad wish also will fulfill, and like is very well you said, visas, short distance travel or short distance stint to different countries to understand what is required there to make partnerships is where the second aspect of Saturn will go. On the seventh house of partnership, it will strengthen partnership, because seventh aspect of Saturn is supposed to be very powerful, and seventh is the place where Saturns get exalted also. So seventh aspect of Saturn is very, very extremely powerful. Here it strengthens partnerships and bring very long term commitments. Luigi, there is one question someone asked me, and people are so intelligent, even I did not have answer to it, but I learned it later. They said why the seventh aspect of Saturn is so powerful and why the seventh aspect of Sun is not so powerful. Do you have any answer of this, Luigi?
Um, the simple answer to this is because, seventh aspect of Saturn depicts is
exaltedness, which is in the seventh sign, and the sun is always debilitated in the seventh sign, so it's not very powerful.
No, that is not the right answer. Saturn says work in collaboration, work together, don't take credit only yourself. Sun says work in authority and take always credit yourself. So Sun is an egoistic planet. That's why seventh aspect of Saturn does not promote relationships or partnerships. Here, seventh aspect of Sun does not promote relationship or partnership, and seventh aspect of Saturn promotes relationship, ekta. It says that okay, many people coming together to build an empire. That is what Saturn is all about. That's why Saturn is related to labor. All the fourth class employees of the world who are working together to create a kingdom. And what is Sun? Sun says, I am the kingdom. I will not work with anyone else. I am the boss. I will say whatever it is. So this is the learning why seventh aspect of Saturn is more powerful and why seventh aspect of Sun is not powerful. So I hope that next time when any student of your also ask you, Rohitji, you can give them this kind of reference, because egoistic approach of Sun, there is nothing else. That's why, because of such nature, inherent nature, Parashara in Hora Shastra, he says that Sun, Surya Dev, is a papagram, malefic. The only reason is the ego, nothing else. Anyways, here it strengthens partnerships, brings long-term commitments. There is possibility of new contracts, signing new contracts. See, third house is signing communication, written communication, seventh house is contracts. See the correlation now. Third house contract, seventh house signing of contracts. That means things are now going to manifest when it is about partnership. Marriage, Rohit, those people are thinking about marriage, getting into association, signing that document saying I marry you, here we go, this is my commitment. That commitment also happens. On term of that, new business opportunities may also rise, and these business opportunities can come from short distance places also, because of the interdependence on third and the seventh house. Here it can come through friends, through neighbors, through siblings, and short distance. Maybe you travel somewhere and you say, why don't you start your service here also, I will take it forward. Some of your friend acquaintances can do this also. Also, Rohitji, with business opportunities comes the opportunities of seventh house, that is related to conflict resolution. Here it is a very great time to resolve partnership conflicts, both dispute in the area related to marriage or marital life, and both in the area related to your differences between partnership in the work area. Seventh house is fourth from the fourth. Remember this, Rohitji. This is the fourth house, 1, 2, 3, 4. That means seventh house is also seen for second property. And here in partnership, there is a possible of buying second property outside of hometown. It is possible also, it is advised also that if you're thinking of buying something, try to look at some different far away places or maybe isolated places where you should buy a property. Lot of gains from opposite sex, and those who marriage is delayed. Saturn, the planet of delay, with the seventh aspect, will bless you with marriage in the next 2.5 years. So it can delay more, but there is no denial. Saturn ka the tagline should be, I am delay, I am not denial. That means there is no denial, there is delay. So just patience. Let the right time come. What if your right time is just next week or next month? So let the right time come. Saturn tells says before your time, you're not going to get anything, and that is what we should be keeping in our mind. Understand here one more thing, that Saturn is the planet here that actually rules the 11th house of gains and the 12th house of foreign travel as well as expenses. Here, partnership, gains, and expenses to expand your life in foreign countries can also be the one area that may bring expenses as well as it may bring future hope as well. So don't hesitate to do anything in that area. After this, Rohitji, once we do contracts, when we have partners, now we need to build our profession. 10th aspect of Saturn, it is supposed to be the aspect which is very, very slow. It is a far aspect also, so very slow aspect of Saturn. Career growth is steady, Rohitji, and leadership role can become attainable with extreme effort that you put. You show yourself that, yes, man, I am ready for it. I am mature now. I am ability to make contracts. I have ability to control partnerships. I am ability to work in collaboration, and then the things related to your promotion and etc. will come, but little delays in promotion will be visible. Someone will promise you that okay, next appraisal, you are getting promoted, you may not get. That is again a test that will come to you saying that, okay, if this person is patient or not. What if tomorrow something happens in his case? Will he able to manage such things? So little delay in promotion will be visible, but there is no denial. It will come in the next 2.5 years. Professional growth has to happen. And as soon as, if you see, Jupiter will come on 14th of May here, Saturn will collectively start giving you results, because Jupiter's seventh aspect will be here. And Saturn's 10th aspect, that means collaboration, partnerships, is going to make sure that you go to the higher level. Workplace partnerships, workplace discipline, also anything that, we say discipline, discipline, discipline. What does discipline means? In Saturn's life, discipline means ethical approach. Workplace, ethical approach in the work is very, very good. Using your power in the right way is requested, not using your power in the wrong way. Those people who are going to Saturn Mahadashanta or have this placement and treat their labor class people who work for them in a bad manner, they will see disaster during this time. Saturn is going to make you slog your understand. So this means that setting small goals or big goals does not matter. The more and more the bigger goal you will set, the more and more you have to during this time slog everything. You have to end into an uncomfortable position, working very hard, making partnerships, getting some kind of rivalry also from people, getting into fights also, getting into ego clashes also. Everything will happen. But if we are aiming for big small things, we will achieve that. I'm told you, Saturn is delay, not denial. Same way, if we are achieving or aiming for big things, we will achieve that also. So it's better to aim for big things during this time rather than smaller things. So make sure that as soon as this transit is happening, or right now as you're seeing this video, and if you have any kind of trust for us, make sure that you write your goals right now only, saying that, okay, February 2028 we will see how this manifests for us. Make big goals, not like you cannot make, I will make $10 billion. That is stupid goal. In your ability, in your control, whatever it is, write that goal, that this is what, man, I can really, really become. Write that and see that how Saturn will make it, always things come true. Writing during the time, Saturn is all about writing, by the way. So those people, and here everything is written, communication will manifest. So make sure that during, you have a small diary and you're writing down your goals or your achievements every day, because that is the way to maintain that disciplinary action, that okay, we are noting down everything, every aspect of our life is being noted, that okay, today I achieved this, today I did not achieve this, I need to achieve this next. So this is the timeline for it. So I try to give you yourself some kind of disciplinary timelines, that okay, before that you have to do this, and see how your life becomes so awesome. After 29th of March, in exactly less than a month, 27th of April, Shani Dev will travel from its Purva Bhadrapada to Uttar Bhadrapada. The Purva Bhadrapada nakshatra is ruled by Aja Ekapada, and the presiding planet for it is Jupiter. And now it will enter into Uttar Bhadrapada nakshatra, which is ruled by Saturn only. And where is it happening? In the first house of self-identity, health, life path, personality, physical well-being, your attitude, your habits, and everything. Here you will see that you will become more serious, more responsible, more introspective. And we discussed in the beginning also that Saturn will transform you into a more mature personality. But one great thing is happening after a long time, because it is entering into this nakshatra, which is about Ahirbhodneji, the nakshatra lord here. The back leg of the cot are the symbol of this. That means it is all about relaxation and peace, stability, deep rest, introspection. Any like that silence before a very big transformation is going to be seen during this time, that you will be very silent, observing. You know how a snake hunts? Very silent. It is looking completely. How a lion hunts, completely looking at the prey, but not making any movement unless the time is right. Exactly that will be your attitude this time, because Ayurveda is the deep sea servant associated with protection, hidden wisdom, and spiritual depth. You are protected, and this time Saturn will reinforce discipline, patience, and karmic lessons are going to come to you. So make sure that your karmas are good. If bad, try to ask for forgiveness and start doing good karmas now. There are more things happening, Rohitji, this time. Saturn will start moving retrograde in Pisces on 13th of July. Then Saturn will enter into Purva Bhadrapada Nakshatra when it's in retrograde motion on 4th of October. And then again in November, 1 month later, it will enter into Pisces. Start moving forward in Pisces, like become direct. And here, whenever Saturn becomes retrograde, it becomes for 5 months. Long time, man. So for this, we'll be making completely separate videos. So do subscribe so that you not miss these kind of videos. And conclusion for 2025, Rohitji, is good health. We are brave and courageous. There is good business this time, good work, good partnerships, relationships, good in profession, new leadership roles, more responsibility, more power. Saturn actually looking at two kendras means that lot of things in related to your like making relation in a triangle, Rohitji, 1, 7, and 10. So your relationships and your business are going to be the main focus of Saturn during this time. And for that, everything is backed by your communication and your courage. Thank you so much, everyone, Rohitji. Thank you for being this part of, I know, this 6 hours, 5.5 or 6 hours complete journey. Thank you so much, Rohitji, for your patience, for your efforts as well.
Thank you very much. Long video, but a very fruitful video. And you can imagine that Saturn is a transit. Saturn is a planet which transit after 2.5 years, and beautiful video with beautiful and meaningful presentation. Thank you very much. And now please give us little bit love. Share this video as much as possible to your loved ones, so everyone should feel, that something good is happening without any scaring you. This will happen, that will happen. Thank you very much. Because of your this love, we work hard and go this 6 hour long video. Thank you very much. Thanks to all the family members for
Thank
consultations.
you.
Number on the screen, link in description box. Thank you, Akashji, for your search as well. Your good words also. Ketu in your second house. I know whatever you say, it fructifies. So I hope and pray that your words, good words for each family member, for all 12 signs, come true and their wishes get fulfilled. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Meet
Rohitji.
you in the next video. Till then, Jai Shri Ram.
Sri Ram, Hanuman, Mata